Chapter 1 Introduction. Chapter 1 Introduction. CAI Football Training Guide. 2026 edition by Championship Analytics Incorporated. Authors Michael McRoberts, Brian Baker, Scott Ash, Rob Ash, Ben McClure, and Parker Rollin. Reader's note: this is the full text of the CAI Football Training Guide, 2026 edition, formatted for audio narration. Page numbers, case study headers, and chart references are called out throughout. Table of contents. Section 2, Championship Analytics Overview, begins on page 1. Section 3, Common Fourth Down Decisions, begins on page 2. Section 4, End of First Half Fourth Down Scenarios, begins on page 12. Section 5, End of First Half Strategies, begins on page 15. Section 6, Fourth Quarter, Fourth Down Strategies, Trailing, begins on page 23. Section 7, Fourth Quarter, Fourth Down Strategies, Tied and Leading, begins on page 36. Section 8, Second Half Late Game Strategies, begins on page 50. Section 9, Killing the Clock at the End of the Game, begins on page 66. Section 10, Timeout Usage, begins on page 74. Section 11, Pace of Play Considerations, begins on page 83. Section 12, Two-Point Conversions, begins on page 85. Section 13, Overtime Strategy, begins on page 95. Section 14, Penalty Accept and Decline, begins on page 97. Section 15, Special Teams, begins on page 103. Section 16, Intentional Safeties, begins on page 117. Section 17, Understanding the Rules, begins on page 120. Section 18, Scoring a Touchdown, begins on page 126. Section 19, Pre-Snap Defensive Strategies, begins on page 127. Section 20, Snap Count, begins on page 131. Section 21, Opening Coin Flip, begins on page 133. Section 22, Interesting Game Case Studies, begins on page 134. Chapter 2, Championship Analytics Overview. Chapter 2, Championship Analytics Overview. Championship Analytics Overview. Welcome to the Championship Analytics Incorporated CAI 2026 Football Training Guide. In the following pages, we will walk you through a variety of strategic scenarios, supplying our points to consider as well as case studies for each of the outlined concepts. The mission of Championship Analytics is to provide coaches with the training and tools needed to make the strategic in-game choices that give their team the best chance of winning that contest. CAI's Gamebook is a patented tool that provides teams with recommendations on fourth down decisions, two-point conversions, timeouts, penalty accept/decline, and many other crucial decisions, customized to the strengths and weaknesses of each team and their opponent. CAI is proud to have served 128 collegiate teams during the 2025 season, 105 of which were at the FBS level. Included in the 105 were 23 teams that finished in the top 25, 15 that qualified for their conference championship game, and 11 that made it into the 12-team playoff. How are our clients doing this? CAI teams do perform differently from non-clients. CAI teams tend to be more aggressive than competitors, going for it on fourth down more than 20% more frequently than our competitors. However, simply going for it more often on fourth down is just one aspect of game strategy and doesn't paint the full picture of the CAI advantage. Using third down in conjunction with fourth down, managing the clock, taking advantage of the rules, and being prepared for unusual situations are equally important to the success of our teams. In this CAI Football Training Guide, you'll find dozens of examples and scenarios that highlight the best decisions in football in the past several seasons, while also pointing out alternative solutions to some of the more questionable calls that we've identified. We explain the statistics and rationale behind the recommendations to help coaches understand the logic behind the choices. We hope you will be able to apply this material to your program this season to win more games. Page 1. Chapter 3, Common Fourth Down Decisions. Chapter 3, Common Fourth Down Decisions, Part 1. Common fourth down decisions. The majority of fourth down decisions will be made in the first 3 quarters of the game when the time remaining, and specific point differential will not greatly affect the proper choice. While such choices don't often gain the attention of a fourth down decision late in a tight game, a fourth down decision early in the game can still significantly swing the fortunes of a game and a season. All fourth down opportunities are not created equal. No 2 games or teams are ever the same, and proper strategy must adjust according to the features of each contest. CAI recommendations are adjusted from week to week depending on these factors. The most critical of these factors are as follows. High/low scoring games. Though games are generally higher scoring, there are still games that are expected to be played in the low 20s/high teens, while others are likely to be in the 30s and even occasionally the 40s. For games expected to be higher scoring, CAI's recommendations will be more aggressive. Recommendations will be more conservative for lower scoring games in which field position becomes more important. Favorite/underdog status. The underdog should generally go for it more often, as gambling on a fourth down is a way to make up for the points by which the opponent is favored. Favorites can be more conservative because they have more to lose and don't want to hand an inferior opponent a potentially great scoring opportunity if the fourth down try fails. Quality of specialists/weather. The likelihood that a kick will be made given the quality of the kicker and weather conditions will significantly impact field goal strategy. Similarly, the talent of the punter, the ability to cover the kicks, and the danger of the return units will impact punting strategy. There is little worse than passing up a makeable fourth down and missing a field goal or giving up a big punt return instead. Pace of play. A few seasons ago, CAI performed a study on the effect of the new clock rules that included the continuation of the clock throughout the game, as opposed to prior rules where the game clock would stop momentarily after every first down. Based on these rules changes, CAI projected a drop of about 5 plays per game, which shifted the average from 11 to 12 possessions per game to 10 to 11 possessions per game. This past season, teams averaged as low as 8.4 possessions per game, Army, and as high as 12.7 possessions per game, Buffalo, implicating 2 major components of game strategy. Facing a bigger deficit or holding a bigger lead means more against low possession teams, as there will be fewer opportunities to change the scoreboard. As such, against lower possession teams, more aggression would be needed when trailing. Secondly, CAI considers pace when assessing the general level of aggressiveness needed for the game. The most important factor in this calculation is the points per possession a team is expected to achieve. The relative quality of an offense is quite different whether they can score 30 points a game in 8 possessions per game or in 13 possessions per game. Page 2. Common fourth down decisions, goal to go. Tulane 35 FAU, 24 Owls set fourth down conversion record with a conversion on 4th and goal from the +4 yard line early in the second quarter against Tulane. Florida Atlantic not only pulled within 4 points in the game, but also set the all-time NCAA fourth down conversion record with their 34th conversion of the season, passing the 2022 Texas Tech squad, who finished the season with 33. FAU went on to convert 3 more times in the game and still had 2 games left to add to their total. Oregon 23, Texas Tech 0 goal line aggression. Following the fake punt and then another 4th and 3 conversion, Oregon found itself with a 4th and goal at the 2 yard line with just over 4 minutes left in the first half. The Ducks again pulled the trigger, but Texas Tech had the pass play well defended. Even though this try failed, Oregon took advantage of the field position as their defense forced a fumble shortly following to take back over at the +29 yard line. While their offense wasn't able to move the chains on the next set of downs, Oregon was already in field goal range and hit a 39-yard kick, highlighting why this initial fourth down decision was such a sound choice. The Ducks still got their field goal anyway thanks to the field position bump, but they also had a good shot at the touchdown prior as well. Northwestern 34, CMU 7 Wildcats stick with it. After failing to convert on 4th and 1 from their own 34-yard line earlier in the game, Northwestern did not shy away from fourth down and went for it on 4th and 2.5 late in the second quarter with a 7-0 lead. The decision proved to be a good one as they punched it in on a handoff to increase their lead to 14 and take firm control late in the first half. Common fourth down decisions. Field goal range. Michigan 34, New Mexico 17. Trickery in Ann Arbor. After putting together a methodical 11-play, 73-yard drive that had taken nearly 6 minutes off the clock, New Mexico was up against a 4th and 1 at the plus 9-yard line late in the first half while behind 17. Leaving the offense on the field, the Lobos aligned in a heavy formation, seemingly prepared to run it right at the Wolverines' front. With the quarterback under center, the Lobos snapped it through his legs to the running back directly behind and faked the quarterback's sneak while releasing the tight end up the seam. The Wolverines failed to stay attached to him, leaving an easy throw for DJ McKinney that was caught for a touchdown to get the Lobos within 10. The other key piece of this was that hitting directly for the touchdown helped New Mexico avoid what would have been a difficult down series of 1st and goal at the plus 8-yard line if they converted on a simple quarterback sneak. Oklahoma 24, Michigan 13. No matter what path you take, points are never guaranteed. Trailing 7-0 late in the first half, the Wolverine offense had put together a 12-play, 72-yard drive prior to throwing incomplete on 3rd and 2 at the plus 14-yard line to set up a decision on 4th and short. Michigan sent the field goal unit out to ESPN commentator Kirk Herbstreit's delight as he stated, "At this point in a game that is going to be low scoring, probably a one-possession game, you need points." While one of his points here is well taken, that field goals are more valuable in low-scoring games, you also don't get as many opportunities for touchdowns and defensive battles in this 4th and 2 in the red zone. Page 3 represented one of Michigan's best looks all day to make that happen. The other part of this is while this field goal seemed like an easy make for Michigan's normally dependable kicker, Dominic Zavada, points are never guaranteed with a kick either, and this attempt flew wide left to maintain a 7-0 lead for the Sooners. Alabama 34, Oklahoma 24, 4th down conversion sparks comeback. The Crimson Tide fell behind 17-0 to start the game before moving the ball into the red zone midway through the second quarter. A short completion on 3rd and 6 set up a 4th and 2 at the plus 10-yard line, and the Tide didn't hesitate to leave the offense on the field. Alabama found an open receiver past the sticks to convert, who ran the rest of the way into the end zone to get the comeback started. It was surely tempting to take the field goal at this point and ensure they got on the board, but with the big deficit, CAI was in full support of the attempt, which kick-started the comeback attempt. Common 4th down decisions, long field goal range. Miami FL, 24, Ohio State 14, a recommended long field goal on 4th and 2. Really nice work from Miami on this 3rd and 9 to throw short of the sticks and prioritize a gain to give themselves some options on 4th down if the play didn't convert. Ohio State did make the tackle short of the sticks to bring up an interesting call for the Hurricanes on 4th and 2 from the plus 32-yard line. In nearly all scenarios, this would be a spot to go for it since the kick was no layup. But CAI did agree with the Hurricanes' decision to kick in a game that had turned into a rock fight. Additionally, both teams operate at a slower pace, so securing a 2-score lead late in the third quarter put them in a great position to win. As it played out, the Buckeyes only had 2 meaningful possessions from this point forward, which made it a challenge to overcome the 10-point deficit. LSU 17, Clemson 10. Just get into field goal range. Trailing 3-0 early in the second quarter, LSU faced a difficult spot on 3rd and 21 at the plus 44-yard line. The Tigers went with a short pass on the receiver screen where Juwan Johnson gained 9 yards to bring up 4th and 12 at the plus 35-yard line and give them a chance at a field goal. While the short throw likely wasn't going to convert the series, it was a great call as the main goal on 3rd and forever was to gain enough yardage to give themselves a chance at a field goal. This was a critical hidden sequence in what turned out to be a low-scoring, close game as Damian Ramos made the long 53-yarder to tie the game at 3. Georgia Tech 24, Clemson 21. What's more likely? With time running low in the first quarter, a screen for a gain of a yard set up a 4th and 3 at the plus 35-yard line for Clemson, and an overwhelming go from CAI's perspective. Undoubtedly to the Yellow Jackets' delight, the Tigers decided to try the long field goal, which sailed wide right and gave Georgia Tech great field position on the ensuing drive. From only 3 yards away, the Tigers were more likely to move the chains with a conversion attempt than they were to make the long field goal attempt. Coupled with the fact that a conversion on 4th down is more valuable than a made field goal, this was a big miss by Tigers in what turned out to be a 3-point loss. Ole Miss 41, Arkansas 35 Razorbacks follow Clemson's lead. Similar to the Clemson decision that was mentioned above, Arkansas chose to kick a 50-plus yard field goal. Page 4. Over trying a 4th and 2 on the opening drive of the game. Like the Tigers, the attempt missed the mark and gave their opponent good field position to set up a touchdown drive. This is a big miss in any matchup, but especially in this game that ended with 76 combined points, where both teams averaged well over a field goal per possession. Ohio State 27, Michigan 9. 4th down touchdown opens. Things up for Ohio State. Ohio State turned this into a resounding victory, but early in the second quarter, it was still anyone's game with Michigan holding a 6-3 lead. The Buckeyes let it rip on 4th and 5 from the Wolverines' 35-yard line and turned the play into an explosive touchdown to really get things turning in the right direction. An interesting scenario in this sequence was that the touchdown was nearly overturned for a touchback, as Ohio State wide receiver Jeremiah Smith was juggling the ball while crossing the goal line and stepped out of bounds in the end zone before retaking firm control of the ball. This serves a good reminder to fully secure the ball while running into the end zone and try to stay in bounds for a couple steps if the ball isn't in full control while crossing the plane. Common 4th down decisions, plus territory. Syracuse 34, Clemson 21. Tigers show no urgency. While there was still plenty of game left to be played at this point, this punt on 4th and 5 from the plus 40-yard line was a big miss for Clemson while trailing by 10 early in the second quarter. This is a go in the first half for most teams on CAI's charts, regardless of score, but was an even stronger recommendation for a capable Clemson offense that was already behind multiple scores. The kick went for a touchback and a net of 20 yards, highlighting why these are often goes, with a touchback being just as likely as pinning your opponent inside their own 5. And the Orange made them pay by driving for a touchdown to take a commanding 24-7 lead. Colorado 24, Iowa State 17. Some 4th downs are worth more than others. With the clock moving at the 2:45 mark of the first half, Colorado faced a 4th and 2 at the plus 44-yard line. They opted to let the clock run and eventually took a delay of game penalty with 2:14 left. After a punt and an Iowa State penalty, the Cyclones were forced to start at their own 4-yard line with 2:07 remaining. No matter, though, as they went 96 yards without ever even facing a 3rd down play, en route to a touchdown with just 0:22 left in the half. This 4th down for Colorado was an overwhelming go from CAI. A 4th and 2 in plus territory should probably be an automatic go under nearly all circumstances, but given the time remaining in the half where Colorado could steal a possession right in the sweet spot, while also taking one away from Iowa State, made this one even more valuable. Mississippi State 38, Arkansas 35, starting off with a bang on their opening drive of the game. Mississippi State wasted no time taking a shot at a 4th and 6 from the plus 47-yard line and connected on an explosive 39-yard gain before finding the end zone 3 plays later to jump out to a 7-0 lead. Choices made early in the game can make all the difference, and in what was expected to be a high-scoring shootout and was, seeking points over playing the field position was the right call for the Bulldogs and proved to be very valuable in this 3-point triumph. Page 5. Texas A&M 31, South Carolina 30 Aggies. Get the comeback started Texas. A&M went into halftime down 30-3, but completely flipped the game in the second half, outscoring South Carolina 28-0 to win 31-30. The Aggies opened the third quarter with the ball and drove into Gamecock territory before facing 4th and 12 at the plus 48-yard line. Despite the long distance, CAI supported the decision to go for it. Texas A&M ended up with just 5 second-half possessions, roughly what you'd anticipate, so punting would have required near-perfect football the rest of the way. a stop on every South Carolina drive, and a touchdown on nearly every one of their own. In that context, the chance to steal a possession was far more valuable than the 30 to 40 yards gained by punting. The decision paid off immediately as a scramble converted the fourth down, and the Aggies finished the drive with a touchdown to spark the comeback. Common fourth down decisions, own territory. Vanderbilt 31, LSU 24. Commodores don't shy away after a miss. Holding a slight lead at the end of the first half, a gain of 11 put the Vanderbilt offense right on the edge of the first down marker with the ball at their own 44-yard line. Although it was on the wrong side of midfield, CAI was in support of the conversion attempt, particularly as moving the chains would put them in position to have the last meaningful possession of the first half and keep the ball out of LSU's hands. The Tiger defense made the stop, but Vanderbilt responded by forcing an LSU field goal and got the ball back with 0:45 left on the clock, just enough time to add a field goal and come out of this sequence unscathed. Nearly a quarter later, Vanderbilt was essentially in the same position, facing a 4th and 1 at their own 46-yard line, holding a 3-point lead. Despite the previous miss, the Commodores didn't shy away from another try, and their quarterback bought just enough time in the pocket for a receiver to come open and move the chains before eventually finishing the drive with a touchdown to secure a 2-score edge. Indiana 30, Oregon 20. That's how they do it these days. Trailing 10-7 at the start of the second quarter, Oregon lined up to go for it on 4th and 1 at their own 34-yard line. Undeterred after missing a 4th and 1 at their own 46-yard line early in the first quarter, the Ducks easily moved the chains on an 8-yard run and eventually cashed this drive in with points on a field goal make. In the booth, Brad Nessler mused, "You think things haven't changed, folks? That was 4th and 1 at your own 34-yard line. That's how they do it these days." A lot of people would think that's not the spot on the field to do it. However, quite a few teams seem to agree with this approach, as FBS teams are going for 4th and 1 at their own 34-yard line nearly 60% of the time since the beginning of the 2024 season, converting at a 76% clip and netting out nearly a full point better taking that approach versus punting. UNLV 38, Idaho State 31. Quick tempo sets up, easy conversion. About midway through the third quarter, Idaho State was firmly in the game after coming in as a big underdog to UNLV. A gain of 9 on 2nd and 10 brought up a short 3rd and 1 at their own 28-yard line on the initial series of their drive down by 7. The Rebel defense stuffed the 3rd and 1 effort to bring up a 4th and 1, where the Bengals wasted no time getting on the ball to roll the dice on a 4th down play. With the help of the quick tempo, Idaho State easily moved the chains to keep the drive alive before hitting a wide open. Page 6. Receiver for a 64-yard touchdown pass on the next play to tie the game. Outstanding work by the Bengals in this sequence. Ole Miss 30, Kentucky 23. Explosive conversion on 4th and 1 in negative territory. With Kentucky's defense stacked up near the line of scrimmage, Ole Miss took a shot at a big play with a play-action pass on 4th and inches and was rewarded with a 55-yard gain before cashing it in for a touchdown a play later. Outstanding work by the Rebels, as these 4th and shorts always have the potential for a big play with the defense prepared for the run if the offense is willing to add a little more risk. SMU 35, Clemson 24 4th and 1 punt haunts Clemson. Continuing with the theme of 4th and 1 in negative territory, Clemson came up just inches short of the first down marker on 3rd down to bring up 4th and short from their own 29-yard line, with the game scoreless in the first quarter. They briefly left the offense on the field before calling a timeout and sending the punt unit out. The broadcaster doing the game agreed with the call, offering that the Tigers didn't want to give SMU momentum, while adding that they needed to punt and play some defense. The Mustangs took over at their own 30-yard line and threw a 70-yard touchdown on the next play of the drive to take advantage of this misguided strategy from Clemson, one that the announcer never cared to revisit after the result. The thought process of punting and forcing the opponent into a long drive is an understandable strategy, but getting a stop on the back end is never guaranteed either, and quite often going for it in minus territory can be seen as the least bad option of the two unappealing choices available to a team. Cal 21, North Carolina 18, two sides of the coin. The difference in aggression on 4th and 1 in negative territory was a key factor in spurring the Golden Bears on to victory in this one. The Tar Heels took the passive approach with a punt from their own 43-yard line, down 7 in the first quarter. And although Cal couldn't take advantage with a score, it was a missed opportunity to try to maintain possession near midfield. On the other side of the ball, Cal pulled the trigger when the same situation came up for them early in the second half and made it pay off with both a conversion on the play and a touchdown later in the drive to push the lead to 11 points. In what became a 3-point Bears win, these choices might have shifted the outcome. Common fourth down decisions, play sequencing. Iowa State 24, Kansas State 21. Count 'em up facing a 3rd and 5 on the brink of the red zone late in the first quarter. Kansas State opted to run the ball on a traditional passing down. Against a Cyclone defense with 5 defensive players in the box, the run gained 4 yards and set up a 4th and inches, which the Wildcats converted before finishing the drive with a touchdown 3 plays. Later on, another good sequencing run call on 3rd and 4, with the go range out to 3 yards, and this one hit directly for the 10-yard touchdown. The run on 3rd down was a great call that gave Kansas State 2 pathways to convert the series, either through getting the 5 yards directly or by getting a positive gain, moving into a go position, and converting on the 4th down, a concept that CAI refers to as play sequencing, where a team considers the 4th down recommendation as part of its 3rd down play call. Page 7. Chapter 4, Common 4th Down Decisions. Chapter 4, Common 4th Down Decisions, Part 2. The decision to rush was a particularly strong one based on the defensive look Iowa State presented prior to the play. Last offseason, CAI expanded its view into the benefits of play sequencing to include run/pass splits by the number of defenders in the box. 2 charts are presented below based on how teams fared in 3rd and 5 or 6 scenarios, in plus territory based on number of defenders in the box and whether it was a rush or a pass play. Note, the original document includes a chart here. Please refer to the corresponding page in your CAI training guide. In the first chart, we see that from the goal line to the plus 30-yard line, teams only rushed the ball 35% of the time on 3rd and 5 or 6, but converted on the 3rd or 4th down play 56.1% of the time. DSSR when doing so, versus 44.7% when passing. Teams did turn the ball over, either through a traditional turnover or on downs, more often when rushing in such spots, though due to the overall higher DSSR, the expected points added, a good measure of the overall value of the rush/pass choice, was significantly higher when rushing. In terms of defenders in the box, rushing was a positive tactic in this area of the field unless the defense loaded the box with 8+ defenders, speaking to the challenge of throwing in the condensed area of the field. Note, the original document includes a chart here. Please refer to the corresponding page in your CAI training guide. As this play was on the fringes of the goal line to the plus 30-yard line, it is instructive to move just a little further out and show performance on 3rd and 5 or 6-yard situations from the plus 31-yard line to midfield. This is where box count is of crucial importance. We see that at an overall level, rushing the ball is generally a positive, though the story based on box count is overwhelming. Against lighter boxes, running the ball is incredibly valuable, though against a traditional or loaded box, passing is just as good of a play. The takeaway from this is that, in 3rd and medium, taking what the defense is giving you in this area of the field is the best policy. Georgia 28, Alabama 7 low risk. Call leads to the best result. Georgia was in a difficult position to convert on 3rd and 11 at the plus 13-yard line with just under 7 minutes left in the fourth quarter, holding a 14-point lead. There was no reason to risk a drop back and force a ball into a tight window throw, since a field goal was going to put the Bulldogs up by 3 possessions and essentially end the game. So the screen pass here was a great call by Georgia to minimize risk and at worst keep the clock moving. They ended up with the best possible result, though, with the receiver taking it in for a 21-point advantage. Page 8. Louisville 28, James Madison 14. Sometimes aggression is necessary. Halfway through the fourth quarter in Louisville, the Dukes called a good sequencing play on 3rd and 15 at the plus 44-yard line that gained 8 yards to put them comfortably in position to go for it while trailing by 6. Immediately after the play, Andre Ware was asked if James Madison should go for it in this spot, to which he responded, "I got to punt here if I'm James Madison and rely on the defense to hold up." I was firmly against this logic, as the Dukes held around a 40% chance to convert, and there was a chance this was the best opportunity for them to score the rest of the game. Additionally, the field position was far too good for a punt in this same position at almost any point of the game, let alone while trailing with only 7:35 left. On the fourth down snap, quarterback Alonzo Barnett III had an open receiver, but just overshot him to turn the ball over on downs. The Dukes forced a punt following, but didn't make it beyond their own 35-yard line on the drive before kicking it back to Louisville. The Cardinals ran for a 78-yard touchdown on the second play of the ensuing drive to seal the win. Common fourth down decisions, additional fourth down case studies. Rutgers 34, Ohio 31. Fourth down attempts at the centerpiece. Rutgers went 5 for 5 on fourth downs in this one, which proved decisive. 2 stand out: a conversion on fourth and one from their own 34-yard line, with the score tied at 31 in the third quarter, leading to a field goal to take the lead. The final 4th and 7 from the plus 28-yard line, with 1:54 remaining, that closed the game baffled the commentators but was a phenomenal decision. If we consider the alternative of a long field goal, even if made, the Bobcats have nearly 2 minutes plus a timeout, all 4 downs, and a touchdown likely wins. Going for it, a conversion ends the game, and even if it is missed, Ohio still needs a touchdown to win, with the only advantage being that the Bobcats could then tie the game with a field goal to go to overtime, where Rutgers would still be favored. As such, even with 7 yards to gain, going for it was the clear choice, and the Scarlet Knights did indeed convert and were able to kneel it out for the win. Georgia 44, Tennessee 41. Bulldogs show some bite early. Late in the first quarter, a gain of 9 on 3rd and 12 set up a 4th and 3 near midfield for Georgia after falling behind 21-7. The Bulldogs kept the offense on the field, with Kirk Herbstreit expecting this to be a simple hard count, but the Bulldogs ended up snapping the ball and throwing a slant over the middle for an easy conversion to move into plus territory. This was one CAI fully supported because of the 14-point deficit and the challenges of stopping a Tennessee offense that had been on fire to that point. The choice paid off later in the drive with a touchdown to cut the lead to 7, a pivotal decision in the overtime victory. Then settle for field goals later. After the initial aggression, the Bulldogs kicked 2 field goals later in the game, in spots CAI felt were warranted 4th down attempts. The first coming on a 4th and goal at the plus 2-yard line late in the first half, trailing 14-21. This was an ideal time to go for it, as Georgia would have either come away with a touchdown or forced Tennessee to start buried deep, which would have allowed the Bulldogs a chance to score with a quick stop. As it played out, Georgia made the field goal to cut the lead to 4 and did manage to stop the Vols on a late drive, a net positive for the Bulldogs. In the final minutes of the third quarter, CAI was again in favor of a go over a longer field goal attempt on 4th and 3 from the plus 30-yard line. The kick was once again made and increased the Bulldog lead from the plus 3-yard line to the plus 6-yard line, but, page 9, kept the Vols within a possession. Following the kick, Tennessee drove for a touchdown to retake the lead before the fourth quarter. Up 3 is generally a scenario to show aggression for just this reason, as, even with a make, which wasn't a given from 47 yards out, there is a chance that the next time the offense takes the field, it will be behind in the game. Indiana 13, Ohio State 10, 2 4th and 1s inside the 10. Trailing 13-10, Ohio State had a 4th and 1 at the 5-yard line with just over 1 minute left in the third quarter. This was a clear go, and even though it was a long yard, the Buckeyes went with the quarterback sneak and got a great push on what looked to be a straightforward conversion. However, after review, the quarterback's knee was down short as he lost his footing, trying to catch up to the surge his line had created. While this obviously wasn't the desired result, it also wasn't a disaster either. Indiana had to start at their own 5-yard line, and after moving 44 yards, punted on a 4th and 4. Considering that, had they started at their own 25-yard line, a 44-yard drive would likely be a field goal attempt, and the Buckeyes may not have lost anything here by bypassing a field goal attempt themselves. After that punt, the Buckeyes drove 81 yards and ended up in another 4th and 1, this time at the 9-yard line, still trailing by 3 with 2:51 left and all 3 timeouts. There was zero discussion on the broadcast about going for this as Ohio State ran the kicking unit out. But CAI had this as an incredibly strong go, as this was a great opportunity to take a 4-point lead and force Indiana to need a touchdown to overcome that deficit, with time starting to run quite short. The alternative was to attempt the field goal, yet even if Ohio State made it, Indiana would still control the game. With the ball back, a steady drive would likely give the Hoosiers a chance at a walk-off field goal or, at worst, overtime. During Sunday's playoff selection show, one host casually remarked that Ohio State missed a field goal to send the game to overtime, but that wasn't remotely the situation. With 2:48 remaining, simply tying the game still left the Buckeyes with several obstacles to overcome before they could actually win it. A failed 4th down attempt also wouldn't have ended things, as Ohio State still had all 3 timeouts, plus the 2-minute timeout. But as we're reminded all too often, no kick is guaranteed, and this one sailed wide. Indiana then converted a crucial 3rd and 6, allowing them to drain nearly all of the rest of the clock. 4th down defense, knock it down. UNLV 38, Idaho State 31. Can't fault the hustle. The Rebels came away with the stop on 4th down they needed, sending a pressure to force the ball out quickly before nearly intercepting the pass. Both UNLV defenders near the catch point attempted to make the interception as they were falling to the ground nearly 25 yards past the line of scrimmage, which would have been a huge mistake that forced them to start with much worse field position. After the turnover on downs, the Rebels ran the final 3:06 off the clock, which did validate the 4th down choice, as it was Idaho State's last offensive play of the day. Michigan 34, New Mexico 17, bat it down. Later in the game, the Lobos found themselves facing a 4th and 9 at their own 42, down by 10 points early in the 4th quarter. With time and possessions running low and the 2-score deficit, they made the call. Page 10, to keep the offense on the field. Junior quarterback Jack Lane took a chance downfield and over the middle to his receiver, but the Michigan safety swooped in and intercepted the pass to turn New Mexico over on downs. While this was a big stop, the Wolverines were better served just batting the ball down instead of making the interception and immediately falling to the turf. Catching the ball cost Michigan 38 yards of field, requiring them to start their next drive at their own 20-yard line instead of the plus 42-yard line, and basically served as a quality punt. Georgia Southern 25, App State 23. An incompletion is better than an interception. This 4th and 14 was a necessary go for the Mountaineers, while trailing by 2 scores with under 8 minutes remaining in the game, and they converted on the play to keep the drive alive thanks to the Georgia Southern defender mistakenly going for the interception instead of just batting the pass down beyond the sticks. The pass went through his hands and right to the App State player to keep them alive in the game. This was an interception the Eagles didn't want, as the player was falling to the ground, and they would not even get the chance for a return, losing around 15 yards of field position in the process. However, the same player made up for the mistake on the next play by forcing an interception to get the ball back for the Georgia Southern offense, although he was once again falling down as he made the play to force the next drive to start at their own 1-yard line. A 44-yard difference of field position from where they would have started had he just gone for the initial pass breakup. Ole Miss 34, Florida 24. Sometimes the incompletion is far better than the interception. With 1:56 left, Florida had a 4th and 9 at their own 4-yard line and had to go for it with only 1 timeout remaining. On the play itself, they threw a pseudo-Hail Mary out near midfield, and it was near disaster for Ole Miss as one of their defenders tried to go after the interception, missed, and tipped it up in the air towards Florida's receiver, who almost certainly would have cruised into the end zone. Shades of the famous Auburn touchdown against Georgia in 2013. At this point, the pass just needed to be knocked down to avoid disaster and also allow the Ole Miss offense to take over at the 4-yard line. Montana State 21, Yale 13, fourth down interception equals 40 yards of field position lost. Trailing by 15 with 6:49 left in the fourth quarter, Yale faced 4th and 18 from their own 43. On the play, Montana State intercepted a deep pass that could just as easily have been knocked down. Instead of taking over at the plus 43-yard line, they ended up at their own 17-yard line due to an illegal block during the return. This miscue had significant consequences. MSU fumbled on their next drive, giving Yale a much shorter field for a touchdown. Yale capitalized, scoring before the 2-minute timeout and regaining possession with about 1 minute left for a critical second drive. Without the interception and the subsequent swing in field position, Yale would never have had that opportunity. To page 11. Chapter 5, end of first. Chapter 5, end of first half, fourth down scenarios. End of first half, fourth down scenarios. Aggression recommended. The end of the first half is one of the best times in the game to steal a possession. CAI suggests that teams show more aggression at the end of the first half because converting for a first down will give your team a chance to score while also taking time away from your opponent in case they do get a final drive of the half. Punting toward the end of the half affords your opponent an opportunity to score and minimizes the chance that you will see the ball again. NC State 48, Georgia Tech 36. Take the points prior to this 4th and 7 at the plus 37-yard line. The broadcast crew on the call felt Georgia Tech should kick the field goal to take the points. This was a fairly tight call for the Yellow Jackets with a good kicker and the conversion far from a gimme as well, but it's a huge stretch to refer to any 50-plus yard field goal as taking the points. And unfortunately for Georgia Tech, which happened here with the kick missing just left. Also in this sequence, the Yellow Jackets used a quick timeout on offense following a loss of 9 on a 2nd and 6 sack. While the timeout gave them a better chance to upgrade this drive to a touchdown, it was one CA I would have passed on and used tempo to get back on the ball instead. The issue was exactly what happened following, with a short gain setting up a kick to give the ball back to the Wolfpack with just under 1 minute remaining, allowing them to drive for a field goal to take a full score lead heading into the break. Cincinnati 20, UCF 11 Knights stay aggressive. Before the half, going for it on 4th and 7 at midfield is not something that is commonly seen in the first half with a conventional play, though UCF pulled it off at the 1:14 mark of the second quarter. While this wasn't one they likely wanted to consider, trailing by 17, this was a chance worth taking to cut into the deficit. The conversion allowed the Knights to cut the deficit to 14 points before intermission and limit a final Cincinnati possession. Alabama 29, South Carolina 22. Best time to go for it on the goal line. Facing 4th and goal from the plus 3-yard line with the clock under 2 minutes in the first half, the Crimson Tide pulled the trigger on a 4th down attempt and converted on a pass to their tight end to jump out to a 14-6 lead at the half. This was a time to try a 4th down attempt near the goal line, as a miss would lead to South Carolina starting their next drive backed up, putting the Gamecocks in a really tough position to get points with minimal time and just one timeout. The Tide had all 3 and were in perfect position to get the ball back in good field position with a stop. Of course, Alabama got the best of all outcomes, with the extra 4 points added by upgrading to a touchdown, a turning point in the game. BYU 26, Cincinnati 14, Bearcats end of half midfield aggression. A gain of 3 set up a 4th and 2 at their own 49-yard line for Cincinnati, just shy of midfield with 1:02 left in the half. As the favorite to win the play, CAI was on board with going for it to add some points and try to keep the ball away from BYU for the remainder of the half. The Bearcats agreed and converted with quarterback Brendan Sorsby, keeping it himself for a gain of 5 to move into Cougar territory. Cincinnati moved the ball to the plus 22-yard line. Page 12. following the conversion, but the drive resulted in a missed field goal, maintaining a 3-point halftime deficit. Immediately following this conversion, Cincinnati tried to change personnel to get their short yardage package off the field. BYU recognized this and responded with a slow substitution to burn Cincinnati's final timeout and pit them against the clock for the rest of the possession, which played a part in the Bearcats needing to settle for a field goal. End of first half fourth down scenarios. In the last minute of the first half, LSU 17, Clemson 10. Not enough time for aggression behind 10-3 at the end of the first half. LSU had the ball in Clemson territory, trying to tie the game before the break. A pass off a reverse from the plus 36-yard line with 1:54 left in the half gained 16 yards to move the Tigers into the red zone. From there, LSU slowed down their tempo and painted themselves into a corner in the closing seconds. Following the big gain to the plus 20-yard line, LSU didn't snap the ball again until 1:20, then allowed a full minute to come off the clock between the first and third down snaps before throwing incomplete on third down to set up a 4th and 2 with just 0:15 remaining in the half. After burning their final timeout in a dead ball situation, the Tigers went for it on 4th down and missed, effectively ending the half. While it was fair to be conscious of scoring too early to give Clemson another chance, LSU first needed to ensure they were giving themselves the best chance they could to put a touchdown on the board. Had LSU had the full complement of timeouts, letting the clock run to 0:44 for second down was fine, but was cutting things tight with just their lone timeout. Considering that Clemson had just one timeout, the risk of giving up points on a follow-up drive was relatively low at this point in this defensive battle, and the priority was to maximize the chances on this drive. Still, getting a short field goal on the last play of the half presumably wasn't a bad result from the possession. While 4th and 2 from the plus 12-yard line is an almost universal go from CAI, the clock posed a significant wrinkle in that recommendation. At issue is the outcome of a first down, but not a touchdown, which was a strong possibility on the screen pass that was thrown. LSU was probably looking at 7 to 10 seconds for the play, clock stoppage, and a spike, which would have left them one play at most to take a shot at the end zone before kicking the field goal. Looking at this another way, LSU would have gained 4 points over a likely field goal, scoring a touchdown on this play, lost 3 points from the likely field goal missing on the 4th down, and done just a little bit better than breaking even with a first down but not a touchdown. CA, I would estimate about a 40% chance of missing the 4th down and under a 20% chance of scoring from the plus 12-yard line. Adding it up, this wasn't a good gamble unless LSU was really confident that this play would at minimum gain the first down. Ohio State 14, Texas 7. Who's more likely to score part 1? Late in the first half of a low-scoring battle in Columbus, Texas faced a 3rd and 8 at their own 49-yard line with just over 1 minute left in the second quarter. Manning was forced out of the pocket and dumped the ball off to his running back for a gain of 6 to bring up a 4th and 2 at the plus 45-yard line. The Longhorns got on the ball with the clock moving before Ohio State called a timeout with 0:43. After the stoppage, Texas sent their offense back on the field and attempted a hard count before quickly calling a timeout and sending the punt unit out. Page 13. Though Texas didn't have much luck with 4th downs in the first half, or on the day, CAI was in favor of the Longhorns going for it here. Odds were better than a 50-50 chance to keep the drive alive. FBS converted 4th and 2 at a 58% clip last season, where they would move well into plus territory, around the plus 35-yard line on average, while the Buckeyes would take over around their own 45-yard line with a miss. With these odds, it was far more likely for the Longhorns to score than give up a score with a 4th down attempt, and this was a break for Ohio State that this turned into a punt. The hard count and punt tactic by Texas might have seemed harmless enough, but it had an impact in this scenario after the punt pinned the Buckeyes at their own 3-yard line. The lost timeout was unfortunate for the Longhorns as they could have forced the Buckeyes to get a first down or have to punt, but instead they were able to take a knee to close the half. The hard count was worthwhile, but if a punt was the decision, then just taking the delay penalty was the move. Duke 46, Clemson 45. Who's more likely to score? Part 2? With just under 40 seconds left in the first half and trailing by 7, Duke faced a fourth and long one/short 2 on their own side of midfield after an incompletion. The Blue Devils made the bold call to go for it and converted with a run up the middle. They hurried to the line, threw incomplete on first down, then drew a pass interference call, and followed it up with a 53-yard touchdown pass to tie the game before halftime. Regardless of the result, this situation should be viewed through a simple question: who was more likely to score next? Needing only a yard near midfield, the answer was clearly Duke, and that proved true thanks to their decision not to shy away from going for it. This was just one of 6 fourth-down conversions for the Blue Devils in a huge road win. Ole Miss 24, LSU 19. Just enough time for aggression. Late in the first half, LSU held an Ole Miss run to a gain of a yard to bring up 4th and 1 at the plus 13-yard line with the clock running and less than 1 minute left. The Rebels let the clock run for a few more seconds before calling a timeout at 0:32 and leaving the offense on the field. CAI agreed with the choice since a conversion was likely, and they had enough time to upgrade the drive to a touchdown. Ole Miss easily converted on a throw to the flat and made it even better by getting out of bounds to stop the clock. 2 plays later, Ole Miss scored on a rollout pass to take a 10-point lead into the half. The key to this sequence was to make the choice quickly, as if much more time had gone off, there was too much risk of running out of time to finish the drive, and kicking the field goal would be the only real play. Tulane 34, North Texas 21, Green Wave adds 7 before half. As part of a 3-3 performance on 4th down in the first half, Tulane converted a 4th and goal at the plus 1-yard line on the final play of the opening 30 minutes to extend their lead to 17. In a game where each team was expected to score in the 30s, CAI was fully behind the call, even without the benefit of forcing North Texas to start backed up if they made the stop. A field goal would have been a huge win for the Mean Green and kept them within 2 scores, but the touchdown on the 4th down attempt left the Green Wave with a 17-point advantage, which they were able to hang on to in the second half. Page 14. Chapter 6, End of First. Chapter 6, End of First Half Strategies, Part 1. End of First Half Strategies. Far too often, coaches are satisfied to just take a game to halftime. With just 11 to 12 opportunities to score in a typical game, taking full advantage of an opportunity to score at the end of the first half while preventing your opponent from getting a final chance to score can be critical to the outcome. First half 2-minute drills. On last-minute drives, teams may face a dilemma whether to run a play quickly, spike the ball, or use a timeout. There are pros and cons of using each of the following options. 1. Running a play. On running clock plays, teams have been able to get off a snap, on average, around 17 seconds after the initial play was snapped. Running such a play will cost teams more time than the other option, but conserves timeouts for later usage and saves the team a down. 2. Spiking the ball. Spiking the ball takes about 10 seconds from the time the previous play was run, a savings of about 7 seconds over running a play. While the time savings could be useful, this comes at the expense of a down, which could be more useful in some circumstances. 3. Calling a timeout. Calling a timeout will save time, but needs to be used judiciously. Out of timeouts, a team runs the risk of a running clock play, letting time expire without the ability to run a final play. End of first half strategies. Final seconds, inside the plus 10-yard line. Army 24, Kansas State 21. Avoid the spike to allow for 4 plays, trailing 13-0 on the road with time running out in the first half. Army connected on a 3rd and 5 pass from the plus 23-yard line for a gain of 18 to move the ball to the plus 5-yard line. Holding just 1 timeout, the Black Knights quickly got on the ball and lost only 2 seconds prior to their 1st and goal play with the clock stopping to move the chains. Getting on the ball so quickly turned out to be huge, as it allowed just enough time for 4 plays inside the 5, instead of just 3 had they spiked. The Black Knights needed all 4 and went for a 4th and goal at the plus 2-yard line after a rush for a gain of just 2 and 2 incompletions. Quarterback Cale Helms bought just enough time on the play-action pass to find a wide-open receiver in the end zone to cut the Wildcats' halftime lead to 6. The aggressive call was much needed in a game in which they trailed by 13 and turned out to be a key decision in the game, as Army came away with a narrow 24-21 victory. Michigan State 41, Youngstown State 24 Spartans. Try to thread the needle. In the closing seconds of the first half, the Spartans completed a long pass to the 1-yard line with 0:07 showing on the clock when it stopped for the first down. I would have recommended the Spartans use their final timeout immediately so they could take one shot into the end zone and then decide whether to kick a field goal or go for the touchdown on the final play of the half. But MSU tried to spike the ball and committed a penalty in the process. Without a timeout, a 10-second runoff would have been applied and the half would have been over. But MSU was able to use their timeout, avoid the runoff, and kick the field goal from the 6-yard line with 0:03 on the clock to end the half. Page 15. USF 63, North Texas 36 Bulls. Not wary of another shot, this was a well-executed end of half-offensive sequence by USF. Prior to the 3rd and goal play from the +2-yard line with 0:05 remaining, ESPN broadcaster Andre Ware wasn't sure of the Bulls taking another shot here, and instead wanted a field goal to ensure USF didn't come away totally empty. I thought the exact opposite, as from the +2-yard line, it was a firm go in a game like this. Even had there been just 1 second on the clock and no chance for a second play. A quick play-action fake resulted in a wide-open USF player in the end zone, which was the best of all worlds where, even had this pass fallen incomplete, a final play could have been attempted. Alabama 37, Tennessee 20. Maintaining the run/pass option on the goal line. Trailing by 9, the Volunteers faced 1st and goal from the +2-yard line with 13 seconds left in the first half. The initial play in the goal-to-go series was a rush that came up short, eating up their final timeout. Out of timeouts, rushing was unlikely for the Volunteers on 2nd down, and give full credit to the Crimson Tide for being aware of the situation and calling a timeout to take out a couple big bodies and put different guys on the field. Far too often, teams still fall for the play action, even when running the ball is highly improbable, but not Alabama, who made the biggest play of the game by anticipating the pass, undercutting the throw, intercepting the pass, and taking it back for a score as time expired. Hindsight is always 20/20, but an alternative approach for the Volunteers was to flip these play calls so that the play-action throw came on 1st down with the timeout still in hand. That would have allowed 2nd down to still be available for them to run or try another play-action pass while still holding a timeout. End of first half strategies. Field goal range. Arizona 40, Hawaii 6. Mayday, Mayday. Down 17-3 with time running out in the first half on the road in Tucson, the Rainbow Warriors had 3rd and 19 on the edge of field goal range at the +35-yard line, holding no timeouts. Hawaii snapped the ball with 0:19 remaining, where freshman quarterback Micah Alejado connected with his running back over the middle of the field for a gain of 12. Arizona did well to bring the play down in bounds and short of the 1st down marker to keep the clock running, but Hawaii was ready for the situation and quickly deployed their field goal unit for a Mayday attempt. They got set just in the nick of time, with the snap occurring with 1 second on the game clock. But it was no issue for their kicker, Kansei Masuzawa, who split the uprights and cut into the Arizona lead before the half. North Texas 45, Army 38 whistle play field goal. Just misses with 0:06 to go in the first half, and North Texas out of timeouts. The Mean Green had the ball on the edge of field goal range on a windy day on the west bank of the Hudson, which likely limited their kicking range. The next play gained 19 yards, though their receiver was tackled near the sidelines with 0:01. With a spike no longer allowed, a whistle play was needed, with a snap needed immediately after the ball was put back into play after stopping for the 1st down conversion. The Mean Green did a really nice job of rushing out the field goal unit and snapping quickly, though it was ruled that the clock expired before the ball was snapped, with the kick flying wide. Page 16, Texas 23, Oklahoma 6. Sooner shot doesn't pay off. The Sooners took some heat for taking a shot to the end zone prior to halftime here when they were in position to have a look at a field goal. As discussed in the FSU game below, this was a classic case of outcome bias. CAI supported the attempt as it gave the Sooners a chance at a touchdown in a low-scoring game and still gave them the ability to kick if the pass fell incomplete. The Sooners quarterback threw this one up for grabs into one-on-one coverage, with the Texas DB simply making a better play on the ball. Additionally, it isn't like this interception cost the Sooners a definite 3 points, as it was far from a sure thing that a 47 to 48-yard field goal attempt that would have followed would have found the mark. Pittsburgh 34, Florida State 31. Double-sided aggression to end. The half Florida State faced 2nd and 10 from the plus 25-yard line, with 0-12 remaining in the first half when the Pitt defense sent an all-out blitz. FSU quarterback Tommy Castellanos bought some time by moving out of the pocket to his left before firing a jump ball to the end zone and connecting with Landon Thomas in the end zone to finish the drive with 6 points. From the Pittsburgh side, CAI was not opposed to the all-out blitz as they nearly took the Seminoles out of field goal range, but couldn't manage to bring Castellanos down. Oklahoma took a lot of heat for the end zone, throw ending poorly at the end of the half against Texas, but this was essentially the same situation for FSU, who couldn't find many detractors for putting this one up for grabs. End of first half strategies. The plus 35-yard line to midfield, Kansas 31, Fresno State 7. Well-executed surrender play down by 17. At the end of the first half, Fresno State made a bold call, and one CAI agreed with, to keep their offense on the field for a 4th and 2 on the wrong side of midfield with just 0-12 left. The risk paid off with a gain of 8 on quarterback draw, moving the chains into Jayhawk territory before using one of their final 2 timeouts. With at least a 50-50 chance of moving the chains, the Bulldogs had a better shot at scoring than the Jayhawks before the break, and trailing by 17, this was a worthwhile bet to take. It was still an uphill battle to points for the Bulldogs, with the ball now on the plus 44-yard line and just 0:06 remaining. Fresno State then completed a quick out to the sideline and had their receiver go down immediately to avoid more time coming off the clock. This was a well-executed surrender play to set up a 55-yard field goal and give them a chance to cut into the lead before the half. The great situational sequence didn't ultimately pay off as the kick came up short and left the Bulldogs trailing by 17 going into the break. Houston 30, UCF 27. Houston perfectly executes the 0-0, 8-0-10 second timeout after gaining 11 yards on 3rd and long to set up a manageable 4th down just beyond midfield. Houston wisely let the clock wind to 10 seconds before calling a timeout and going for it. This is a strategy CAI strongly recommends in this part of the field, as it preserves time for another play following a conversion. Even if the attempt had failed, UCF wouldn't have had enough time or field position for a meaningful response. The Cougars converted with a long pass to the plus 22-yard line, and the receiver smartly went down immediately to ensure time remained on the clock. Houston then used their final timeout and hit a 40-yard field goal to cut the deficit to 7 at halftime, in a game where the Cougars ultimately went on to win by a field goal. Page 17. Ole Miss 39, Georgia 34 Rebels. Tough end to the first half, CAI agreed with the Rebels' decision to hold off on a timeout prior to the Georgia 2nd and 12 late in the half, as the Bulldogs still had a strong chance to get a first down, and they used 2 good ones prior to 3rd and 10 and 4th down to get the ball back with a chance to cut into the Bulldog lead. With no timeouts left, they were able to move the ball to the plus 43-yard line. An incompletion on 2nd and 10 brought up 3rd down with just 15 seconds remaining. The Rebels were on the edge of field goal range but had enough time for another play as long as they got out of bounds or threw the ball beyond the sticks and spiked. No receivers were immediately open for Chambliss, which forced the check down on the sideline. He had a clear path to get out of bounds and stop the clock, but he cut it upfield and was tackled short of the sticks. They tried to get the field goal unit on the field for a Mayday kick but didn't have enough time, causing the Rebels to go into the half still down 9. Oregon 23, Texas Tech 0. Just a little quicker on the trigger. Late in the first half, Oregon worked its way to a 1st and 10 at the plus 36-yard line with 0:19 on the clock, holding one timeout. An errant snap on first down left quarterback Dante Moore with no other option but to fall on it for a 13-yard loss at the 49-yard line. At this point, Oregon needed an immediate timeout, which it appeared they could have gotten at about the 0:16 mark, though the clock ran down to 0:11 before they called it. While it was only 5 seconds, it was important here because it was only about to be second down, which meant that the Ducks could still complete a pass in the field of play back into field goal range, spike, and have time for a FGA. However, with 0:11 left, that took the middle of the field out of play considering the amount of yardage they needed to get back for a field goal try. End of first half strategies minus territory. Tennessee 41, Mississippi State 34. Dummy play gets the Bulldogs to the half. Mississippi State gained 9 yards on a running play on 3rd and 10 with about 1 minute left in the first half, leaving a 4th and 1.5 at their own 37-yard line. Mississippi State kept the offense on the field and in formation, as if they were planning to go for the conversion. The Bulldogs tried a hard count that the Volunteers did not fall for, ultimately burning a timeout with 0:14 and punting to close the half with a 17-17 tie. This was really well done by the Bulldogs, as this was over a yard to gain and in minus territory. Going for it wasn't out of the question, but hardly a must, with CAI seeing this as a pure toss-up. If they didn't want to try this, getting to the half safely was the way to go, and by keeping the offense on the field and showing that a 4th down attempt was in the offering, this allowed helpful time to run off. On the Tennessee side, particularly as the clock kept running down, using the timeout would be recommended. Even if the Bulldogs had gone for it, that would represent an opportunity to pick up a possession in plus territory and with a punt, which would be a chance to put together a drive. Jacksonville State 35, Kennesaw State 26. Gamecocks steal 8 before half. In a matchup of unbeaten teams in CUSA play, Jacksonville State held a 14-10 lead with just 5 seconds left in the first half and the ball on their own 38-yard line. With only enough time left for a Hail Mary, the Gamecocks chucked one towards the end zone, hoping for the best. 3 Kennesaw State defenders converged around the page 18. Ball with no JSU receiver close enough to make a play on it, but they all went for the interception and tipped the ball right into the hands of a Gamecock receiver for a walk-in touchdown before the half. Jacksonville State then broke out the swinging gate formation on the PAT and easily converted for a huge 8-point swing before halftime in a game they won by just 9 points. Never know what can happen when taking a chance on a Hail Mary before halftime. UTSA 58, ECU 24. Roadrunners are not content with a 31-3 lead just before halftime. UTSA took over at their own 35-yard line with the game clock showing 0:44. The Roadrunners came out in a kneel-down formation, seemingly happy to take it to the half with the big lead. However, on the snap, the quarterback handed the ball to an upback who ran around the left end for a 37-yard gain. That unexpected play led to a field goal for the Roadrunners with just 15 seconds left before intermission to add to their already big lead. End of first half strategies. Taking control of the clock. Clemson 27, Troy 16. Trojans slow down before halftime. Holding a 16-3 lead with 2:32 left in the first half, Troy faced a 3rd and 7 at the plus 44-yard line. They called a run play that hit for a conversion to get the game the 2-minute timeout. Following the stoppage, the Trojans kept the clock moving with 4 runs to set up a 3rd and 5 field goal from the plus 33-yard line with 0:04 that was missed to maintain a 16-3 lead. Given that they were 30-plus point underdogs and were leading by 13, CAI was great with the slow tempo to ensure the Tigers didn't see the ball again, while preserving the field goal chance. The only shift would have been for the Trojans to run another play with around 10 to 12 seconds remaining to set up a shorter field goal try. They were lined up to run a play but ended up trying a hard count that the Tiger defense didn't fall for prior to calling a timeout and sending out the field goal unit. Michigan 30, Nebraska 27 Huskers, Hail Mary answered. Following a sack on 1st and 10 near midfield, Nebraska used a timeout prior to 2nd and 19 with 1:03 remaining in the first half. Both teams let the clock run following second and third down rushes by Nebraska to get their offense to their own 48-yard line before Nebraska called a timeout with 0:01 to try a Hail Mary. Raiola bought time in the pocket and heaved 150-plus yards downfield right into the hands of Nebraska receiver Jackery Barney Jr. for the improbable score. From Michigan's perspective, this drama could have been avoided entirely by simply calling timeout after the third down play. Though the Wolverines were unlikely to have interest in the drive that followed, if there was 15-plus seconds on the clock and the Huskers staring at a 4th and 11 from their own 48-yard line, there was little choice for Nebraska but to punt and send the game to the half. Letting the clock run gave the Huskers the needed flexibility to run an extra play, and credit to Nebraska for taking advantage of the situation and evening the score before the break. Nebraska 38, Michigan State 27 Spartans. Learned from in-state rival nearing the end of the first half, Nebraska completed a pass for a gain of 8 to bring up 4th and 8 at the plus 42-yard line with the clock running under 30 seconds. Both teams let it drain before the Spartans called a timeout. Page 19, with 0:12 on the clock. This was eerily similar to the situation their in-state rivals from Ann Arbor were in just 2 weeks before, but MSU wisely called a timeout to prevent Nebraska from throwing a Hail Mary like they did against Michigan, which connected before the break. CAI would have encouraged the Spartans to call the timeout immediately following the play. Calling it when they did put Nebraska in a spot where a miss would not really hurt, since the Spartans would only get the ball back with around 5 seconds on the wrong side of midfield. The Huskers ended up choosing to punt to make this work out, but this was a perfect time to go for it, as they were the team who was much more likely to score, needing only a conversion on the 4th and 8 play to get them into field goal range. Georgia 16, Georgia Tech 9. Backing yourself into a corner. With the offense driving late in the half, the Bulldogs ran for a gain of 4 to bring up 3rd and 4 from the plus 24-yard line and the clock running under 1 minute. CAI had no issue avoiding a timeout prior to the play, but snapping that next play around 0:30 instead of 0:21 while avoiding the timeout was recommended. While the patience was helpful and limited the chance for a Yellow Jackets drive in response if they failed to pick up the first down, waiting so long limited the Bulldogs' shot at a touchdown given a conversion, which they were able to achieve. After the penalty to set up a 1st and 10 at the plus 12-yard line, the Bulldogs got off 2 more plays and eventually resulted in an early down field goal. Getting a field goal on the last play of the half isn't ever a bad result, though the Bulldogs could have had the best of all worlds by just snapping 10 seconds sooner. End of first half strategies. Defensive timeouts, earning a final drive. Iowa 38, Rutgers 28. Iowa gets aggressive with their timeouts. With just over 1 minute left in the half, Iowa used their final timeout prior to 3rd and 6 for Rutgers at their own 15-yard line, which was too aggressive for CAI's liking. The only way this was likely to result in points was if their defense could get a stop on 3rd and 6, and the clock didn't run prior to 4th down. While they had a fair chance to get a stop on 3rd down, Rutgers wisely ran the ball and let the clock run down to 0:14 before calling a timeout and punting after the 3rd down play came up just short. Had the Scarlet Knights found a way to convert on 3rd and 6, though, they could have pursued points much more aggressively with Iowa now out of timeouts, which is what made this stoppage so dangerous. Letting it run, Rutgers then had to make a choice of whether to focus on getting to the half or pursuing a drive, but couldn't have the best of both worlds, as they did with the Iowa timeout. On the kick itself, Iowa's dangerous punt returner, Caden Wetchen, returned it for 43 yards to get the ball to the plus 14-yard line. But time ran out on the clock shortly before the end of the return, and the Hawkeyes didn't get a chance to kick the field goal. He had a chance to go out of bounds on the return with 1 to 2 seconds to give his team a chance at a kick, but cut back up the field and was swallowed up by the Rutgers punt unit. Certainly it was tough for him to know exactly how much time was left on the clock, and adding a touchdown would have been a much better outcome for Iowa, but failing to get down early or into the end zone kept the score even at 21 as the teams hit the locker room. Page 20. Chapter 7, End of First. Chapter 7, End of First Half Strategies Part 2. Colorado 24, Iowa State 17. Still time to make up for the strategy. On the back end of Iowa State's long drive, a quarterback run set the Cyclones up with a 1st and goal at the +1 yard line with 0:53 left. This should have been an immediate defensive timeout from Colorado to try and save some time to answer what was now a very likely Iowa State score. Instead, Colorado let it run, and Iowa State did well to drain the clock. Waiting until just 4 seconds were left on the play clock and 0:26 on the game clock when they initiated their first down snap, which turned into a walk-in touchdown. This is a perfect example of when to use a defensive timeout prior to a first down play when the opponent gets into a very favorable goal-to-go situation. On the ensuing kick return, Colorado brought it all the way out to their own 40-yard line, but now just 0:14 were left. After a short run and a 17-yard pass, Colorado tried a 57-yard field goal with 0:02 on the clock, but pushed it wide to come up empty. On the Iowa State side, the play with 0:06 left from their own 44-yard line was an interesting spot. The Cyclones rushed 6 while their remaining 5 defenders were all lined up at the +30-yard line. This allowed for a simple, quick dump-off and surrender play from Colorado to get into long field goal range. With the game clock serving as a pseudo-pass rush that was going to force CU to get rid of the ball quickly to have any shot at a second play, this could have been a situation where Iowa State still wanted to defend the short middle and didn't necessarily need to send any resources after the quarterback. Indiana 13, Ohio State 10. Wait, so who was supposed to call it? Near the end of the first half, Indiana came up with a 2-yard sack to leave Ohio State in a 3rd and 8 at their own 38-yard line, with the clock moving at 1:15. On the broadcast, Joel Klatt was expressing that he couldn't figure out why Ohio State wasn't using the first of their 3 timeouts. The Buckeyes drained nearly the entire play clock before snapping 3rd down with 0:37 left, where they went incomplete. Now with the knowledge that 3rd down was missed and a punt was upcoming, Klatt changed course. I don't know why Indiana didn't take a timeout there before the 3rd down play. While the commentary was all over the place here and biased after knowing the outcome of the play, CAI liked how both teams handled this sequence. From the Ohio State side, the 3rd and 8 wasn't overly likely to be converted and taking time off the clock before a potential punt was useful. Snapping at 0:37, if this play did hit for a first down, the Buckeyes would have been in great shape to still try and tack on a score, while after a miss and a punt, the half would largely be over with Indiana backed up in their own end. On the Indiana side, a timeout wasn't out of the question, but 3rd and 8 was borderline given the field position and clock variables. While Indiana was clearly favored to win the play, it wasn't overwhelming, and saving the time would have been damaging if Ohio State did convert out near midfield. On the flip side, with a stop and punt, it was likely Indiana was going to be deep in their own end with limited time to make something happen themselves. If it had been a longer 3rd down, or if Ohio State was further back on the field, then a timeout would have been a stronger play. Given all the circumstances, just letting the clock roll was perfectly acceptable for both sides. Page 21. End of first half strategies, clock control. Dilemmas when to call it a half in Missouri 42, Kansas 31, low risk, high reward. The Missouri defense forced a Kansas punt to get one more possession prior to halftime while trailing 21-18. A holding call on their punt return forced the Tigers to start at their own 14-yard line with no timeouts and less than 30 seconds on the clock. Most teams opt for a knee in this spot to get the game to the half, thinking only bad things can happen here. But Missouri decided to run a play and was rewarded with a gain of 39 yards on the handoff. Another explosive gain of 50 yards got the ball to the +2-yard line, where the Tigers sent out their field goal unit to tie the game before the break. While it's understandable to want to avoid a catastrophe before the half and just take the knee, in a game like this with two explosive offenses, it wasn't a bad idea for the Tigers to rush once and see what happens. A lost fumble only happens on 0.6% of designed rushing attempts, while offenses gain 20-plus yards on 4.8% of these same attempts, meaning the offense is 8 times as likely to get an explosive play that could lead to points as they are to turn the ball over, and the Tigers were rewarded with a field goal as a result later in the drive. Alabama 34, Oklahoma 24. Worth a shot on the next set of downs, the Sooners were faced with 3rd and 10 at their own 47-yard line with 0:14 left and one timeout for both sides. Oklahoma threw a check down to their running back as he was heading to the sideline, where the Crimson Tide defense did an excellent job of turning him back inside and making the tackle in bounds to keep the clock running. At this point, CAI would have encouraged Oklahoma to take a timeout and try a Hail Mary, but the Sooners decided to let the game go to the half. It was more likely than not for Alabama to force the incompletion, but Hail Mary attempts between the plus 40-yard line and midfield have been completed 5% of the time since 2016 and was worth taking the shot to see if they could make a big play with very little downside if it didn't work out. Page 22. Chapter 8, 4th quarter, 4th down. Chapter 8, 4th quarter, 4th down strategies trailing. Part 1. 4th quarter, 4th down strategies. Trailing in the 4th quarter, while team-specific characteristics are still important in defining strategy, time and score play a heavier role in defining proper strategic choices. In this section, we look at the strategic implications of various point differentials during this critical juncture of the game. Down multiple scores. Quite frequently, teams will punt in the 4th quarter when there is virtually no chance of winning after giving away that possession. Although there is consideration for making sure the score doesn't get out of hand, if there's a chance of victory with a conversion, the team should go for it. In field goal range, teams should be considering whether the field goal would pull the team within a possession closer. Even if a field goal could reduce the number of possessions required to get back into the game, teams may still want to pursue touchdowns aiming to cut into a sizable deficit. Tulane 34, North Texas 21 4th quarter strategies. Trailing, down 24, down 18, Mean Green keep fighting after having the worst result possible on the previous attempt. North Texas did not shy away from testing the 4th down waters. 2 huge conversions on 4th and 9 from their own 41-yard line and 4th and 7 from the plus 26-yard line went for 25-plus yard gains, and each of them went either directly for a touchdown or led to a touchdown shortly thereafter. These big 4th down results got the Mean Green within 10 points with 9:30 to go and gave them a real shot to win. Tarleton State 26, McNeese 23, 2024. 4th quarter strategies. Trailing down 19, stretching the truth about a 16-point deficit. McNeese trailed by 19 points in the final minute of the 3rd quarter when the Cowboys elected for a field goal on 4th and 2 from the plus 19-yard line. The commentator stated that cutting the lead to 16 made it a 2-score game, a statement that would only be true about 20% of the time, which would be the odds of getting the consecutive 2-point conversions. The Cowboys slid the field goal attempt inside the uprights to trim the lead, but this opportunity to pick up 4 extra points loomed large in what became a 3-point defeat, and not a 2-score game, even though they followed up with 2 touchdowns. CAI had this one as a strong go recommendation. Louisville 33, Clemson 21, 2024. 4th quarter strategies. Trailing, down 19-16. Points is not a 2-score game. Trailing 26-7 with 12:50 left in the game, Clemson opted to kick a field goal on 4th and 6 from the plus 9-yard line. The commentating crew tried to defend the kick by saying cutting the deficit to 16 points brought the game to 2 scores. However, calling a 16-point game a 2-score game is a major stretch with the chances of getting consecutive 2-point plays sitting at around 20%. Ultimately, that pathway didn't even make itself available to the Tigers as the short field goal attempt was blocked, and Louisville took over at their own 20-yard line, still claiming a 26-7 lead. Page 23. South Alabama 24, Louisiana 22, 2024. 4th quarter strategies. Trailing, down 18, Raggin' Cajuns. Rally comes up just short. Trailing 24-6, Louisiana kicked a field goal on 4th and goal from the plus 5-yard line with 14-18 remaining in the 4th quarter. With an 18-point deficit and the value of the field goal unknown until the touchdown is scored and the two-point conversion is attempted, this was a clear go from CAI's perspective. The field goal at this juncture forced Louisiana to prevent South Alabama from scoring any points and to score two subsequent touchdowns and a two-point conversion in the final quarter just to tie the game, a task they nearly pulled off. Notre Dame 27, Indiana 17, 2024. Fourth quarter strategies, trailing. Down 17, Indiana waves the white flag. Trailing 20-3, Indiana opted to punt on 4th and 11 from the plus 48-yard line with only 2 timeouts and just over 10:30 remaining in the fourth quarter. Well done by the commentary crew for highlighting the surrender that this punt represented. Coach Cignetti explained the decision after the game by suggesting he did not want to punt, but ultimately felt a successful conversion in this scenario was unlikely and more like wishing and hoping. He further commented that the one highlight for the Hoosiers at this point was that the defense was still fighting before saying, "And there's still time if you punt to win the game." Although CAI agreed that a successful conversion on 4th and 11 was no easy feat, a conversion attempt was the clear move from CAI's perspective, as Indiana needed 3 scores in the final 10:30 and couldn't afford to willingly give away a possession. Notre Dame responded with a 9-play, 78-yard touchdown drive to extend the lead to 27-3 with 4:50 left to play in the fourth quarter, eliminating any remaining doubt in the outcome. Down 15 or 16 points. Down 15 or 16 points, teams do need to be looking for a touchdown, both from the fact that it is a potential 2-score game, but also that there is a considerable deficit to overcome in a limited amount of time. With there being no guarantee that 2 touchdowns would tie the game, there is some value in taking a field goal in long yardage situations, allowing the team to be confident that 2 subsequent touchdowns should be enough to not just tie the game, but take the lead. Ohio State 34, Notre Dame 23, 2024. Fourth quarter strategies, trailing, down 16, fourth down choice. Down 16, Ohio State followed up a fake punt miss by tacking on a field goal to take a 31-7 lead midway through the third quarter. But Notre Dame battled back with a touchdown plus the 2-point conversion to cut the deficit to 31-15. After an Ohio State fumble, the Irish marched down the field again, but found themselves in a 4th and goal at the plus 9-yard line with 9:34 to go in the game and a difficult decision to make. Notre Dame opted to try the short field goal, but the kick was missed off the upright to leave it at a 16-point lead. CAI had this one as a solid field goal recommendation, with Notre Dame doing well to bypass an unlikely pathway to a tie game in pursuit of a strategy that could potentially win the game in regulation. In the commentary booth, the sight of the field goal unit was a surprise, with concern expressed over the limited time that would remain to secure 2 additional scores following a kick and the value of the kick itself, with Chris Fowler commenting, "Even had you made the field goal, you're still down 2 scores at this point," after the kick clanged off the upright. Page 24. The first point in that argument is well taken in that, as time dwindles, the need to go for it and pursue a touchdown when trailing by 16 will only increase as the possibility of securing 2 additional possessions begins to plummet. However, with nearly 10 minutes on the clock and Notre Dame holding all 3 timeouts, getting 2 subsequent possessions was realistic and was well before the time when a field goal down 16 would be off the table. CAI advises never kicking a field down 16 with less than 5 minutes on the clock. And this was still an aggressive go window, but just not all the way to 9 yards. As it played out, with a relatively quick stop and a touchdown, the Irish were just 1/3 and 11 stop from getting the final possession that they needed. The second point of it still being a 2-score game is a big stretch and ignores the considerable difference in the challenge of overcoming a 16-point versus a 13-point deficit. The commentary surrounding this scenario highlights 2 fundamental misconceptions that exist in the general public and broadcasting world. The first is the assumption that 2-point conversions when trailing by 8 and 16 will be made. Of course, trailing by 16 is only a 2-possession game if consecutive 2-point conversions are made. Against a stout Ohio State defense, The odds of getting consecutive conversions stood at about 20%, meaning that there was an 80% chance that, even with 2 touchdowns, the Irish were going to be needing 3 scores. The second nuance that broadcasters failed to consider was the difference between tying the game and winning the game. Even if Notre Dame had somehow got this touchdown from the plus 9-yard line, consecutive 2-point conversions along with a second touchdown, all of this would have added up to still being in a tie game with something else good needing to happen in order to win the game. If we think of the odds of converting from the plus 9-yard line, twice from the plus 3-yard line and winning an overtime session, it comes out to about a 2% chance that all 4 of those events would happen together. A much simpler way of thinking about this scenario is that, down by 16, the Irish needed 17 points to actually win the game in regulation. Looking at the situation from this lens, from the plus 9-yard line, the very clear choice is to just knock the field goal out of that equation and pursue the touchdowns on the next 2 drives to follow. It was quite unfortunate that the easiest part of this equation, making the field goal itself, didn't pan out as if it had. The stop and a quick score that followed would have brought the Irish within 6 with more than 4 minutes in regulation and very well positioned to steal the win. Instead, down 8, they were still going to lose 80% of the time, even had they secured a late touchdown, as they still needed a 2-point conversion and a positive outcome in overtime to win. Notre Dame coach Marcus Freeman explained this quite well when asked about this postgame. "I just thought instead of being down 16, let's try to go down 13. I know it's still a 2-score game, but you have a better probability of getting 14 points than you do 16 points. If it was a shorter 4th and goal situation, I probably would have gone for it, but I just felt 4th and 9 was not a great chance for us to make that and decided to kick it, and we didn't make it." This was a perfect answer in what was a well-managed game by the Irish. Washington 24, Northwestern 5, 2024. Fourth quarter strategies, trailing, down 15 low-value field goal for the Wildcats. Trailing 17-2, Northwestern recovered a Washington fumble to take over at the plus 33-yard line with 9:17 remaining in the third quarter. On 4th and goal from the plus 1-yard line, Northwestern opted for the short field goal attempt to cut the lead to 17-5 with 5:07 remaining in the third quarter. CAI strongly recommends a conversion, page 25. Attempt from the plus 1-yard line in almost any circumstance, and most certainly in a scenario down 15 points, where the logical way of overcoming the deficit would be from 2 touchdowns. Down 12 to 14 points. Down 12 to 14 points, teams need to think about scoring touchdowns. As with limited time remaining, getting the ball back and scoring 2 more times is a difficult proposition. Teams should be focused on sequencing their plays in plus territory, understanding that 4 downs are likely to be utilized unless it is 4th and very long. Boise State 38, UNLV 21. Fourth quarter strategies, trailing, down 14. How early is too early to use 4th down? Trailing 21-35 early in the fourth quarter, an errant pass by UNLV forced an incompletion and brought up 4th and 2 at their own 33-yard line. The quarterback was signaling to the sideline to go for it, but the Rebels sent out the punt unit. CAI's thoughts were echoed by Jason Benetti in the broadcast booth. "Why aren't you going for it? It's 4th and 2. You have 1 timeout." While they were understandably hesitant about the call, it was one they should have made with time and possession starting to run low. They were showing little resistance on defense to this point, and to make this work, they were likely going to need 2 stops on defense, maybe even a third, and would need multiple scoring drives on offense as well. Fortunately for the Rebels, they did get a quick 3-and-out on defense, but this was far from a guarantee at the time of the punt, and 4th and 2 was too good of an opportunity to willingly surrender the ball at this point. NC State 27, Texas Tech 14, 2022. Fourth quarter strategies, trailing. Down 13. Holding serve is not good enough. Rick Neuheisel was not a fan of Texas Tech trying 4th and 8 from their own 35-yard line attempt down 20-7 to open the fourth quarter, particularly after the attempt was missed and a touchdown immediately scored by the Wolfpack. Neuheisel contended that the defense was playing well, and making NC State drive a long field for a score was the play. Neuheisel's point rates only as partially true. While the Red Raiders were playing well defensively, they simply didn't have enough time to trade punts with no more than 2 or 3 possessions, likely to follow trailing by 2 scores. To the Red Raiders' credit, they were more than willing to take a similar risk on their next drive on a 4th and 6 from their own 39-yard line and converted this time before driving quickly for a touchdown. This meant that the Red Raiders were kicking the ball away to NC State down 13 a couple of minutes after Neuheisel recommended punting to NC State, also trailing by 13. Wake Forest, 28, North Carolina, 12 fourth-quarter strategies, trailing, down 12, keeping a 2-score game a 2-score game. While a 4th and 10 would not be easy for UNC to convert, kicking the field goal to cut the lead from 12 to 9 wasn't changing much for the Tar Heels, as they still needing to get 2 scores to take the lead. They did make the field goal, but that was far from a gimme as well, and CAI would have left on the offense on the field to shoot for the touchdown. If 4th and 10 was too far to consider an attempt for their offense, they needed to prioritize a gain on 3rd down to set up an easier conversion attempt from a shorter distance. UNC did. Page 26. End up getting 2 more chances, but the first ended in a punt, and their second possession started with just 22 seconds left, down by 16. Down 11 points. Down 11 late in games is a unique situation because even though a field goal pulls a team within 8 and theoretically 1 score, it is a tough pathway to victory, and many components need to work out. The team needs to get the ball back, score a touchdown, get a 2-point conversion, and then find a way to win at the end of regulation or in overtime. As games get down to the final minute or 2, CAI recommends more field goal attempts when down 11 to pull to within 8 points and conserve time for an extra possession. Ole Miss 24, LSU 19. Tigers clutch conversion, down 11, LSU was in a clear, go on 4th and 1 at the plus 26-yard line with just over 6 minutes to play, trailing by 11. Coming out of the timeout, this was just inches to gain, but a false start pushed them back again to 4th and 5. Despite that, CAI was still in strong favor of going for it, trailing by 11 points. The way this played out highlights why they needed to do this, as they converted on 4th down and eventually got the touchdown, but not the 2-point conversion that followed. This is the exact reason teams want to push for a touchdown, first down by 11, as if a team goes with a field goal strategy, a successful 2-point conversion is needed to make it work. Trailing by 11, there's a good chance you'll need 2 touchdowns to even catch up, and LSU was able to get one of them here, also opening up the possibility of winning the game in regulation, which would have been nearly impossible kicking and staying behind by 8 points. Nevada 28, Troy 26, 2024. The pitfalls of a down 11 field goal. Trailing by 11 with 6:30 and counting remaining in the game, Troy opted to kick a field goal from the plus 1-yard line. Though the commentators dutifully reported this as now a 1-score game, it was anything but in practice. The Trojans were able to get a stop and score in the final seconds, but failed to convert the 2-point conversion to tie the game. If we think about the initial decision, if the Trojans had converted from the plus 1-yard line and got the second touchdown, they would have won the game. Instead, by kicking the field goal, they needed the conversion from the plus 1-yard line simply to tie the game. As the 2-point play on the next drive is hardly a guarantee, CAI will recommend a very aggressive approach, trailing by 11 to secure the touchdown first. 4th quarter, 4th down strategies, trailing, down 10 points. Teams down 10 points late in games with 4th downs in opponent territory are left with the decision of whether to try a field goal, to pull within 7 points, or pursue a touchdown to get within 3 points. This scenario is the rare case in which teams tend to go against the statistical recommendation by going for it too often. Our stats typically will recommend kicking the field goal to pull the team within a score while maximizing the time on the clock that can be used to secure a final possession. Though it is nice to get the touchdown, missing on a 4th down conversion attempt takes the team out of the game, and a successful conversion can take valuable time off the clock, minimizing the chance of getting that final possession. Page 27. Fourth quarter strategies. Trailing, down 10. Texas 27, Texas A&M 17A, necessary evil. The check down to the running back came up just short on 3rd and 4 to leave the Aggies in a 4th and 1 situation early in the fourth quarter with a 10-point deficit. At first, Texas A&M kept the offense on the field to try and draw the Longhorns off sides, though Texas was not fooled by the attempt, causing a delay of game on Texas A&M and an eventual punt. Greg McElroy on the call for ESPN was asked if he was surprised about that decision and responded, "I think right there you got to punt it. I like the idea of potentially going for it. But here with the offense coming to life on the Texas Longhorns side, giving them the short field to potentially make it a 3-score game is way too much risk." There is risk to any decision, but when you have less than a 10% shot at winning, as the Aggies did at that juncture, there is a whole lot more to be gained from a choice paying off than lost if it fails. Additionally, down 10 is a great time to take a chance on a 4th down in negative territory, as the defense can force a field goal and still be within 2 scores. In this instance, Texas A&M made it work out by getting a 3-and-out on defense, but holding serve wasn't an ideal result either with time running short. West Virginia 31, Pittsburgh 24. No time to waste down 2 possessions with the fourth quarter clock closing in on 5 minutes. West Virginia's rush on 3rd and goal from the +3-yard line was stuffed to bring up 4th and goal, where the Mountaineers brought out the field goal unit. CAI disagreed with the decision, even though the temptation was understandably strong to put 3 points on the board and cut the deficit to 7. However, they still needed to score a touchdown, and this 50-50 opportunity in the shadow of the goalposts very likely could have been their last best chance. Plus, with a conversion, the Mountaineers had an opportunity to not just tie, but win in regulation with a subsequent touchdown. As it turned out, they did get exactly what they needed, driving 87 yards, including converting a 3rd and 9 at the +25-yard line, to score a touchdown with 0:11 left to tie the game. A more daunting task to get the touchdown than the original play from the +3-yard line. Too often the focus is heavily on what is needed to tie the game versus what can be done to win it. And even after all this, WVU still had to win a toss-up overtime session. One additional note for this sequence is that regardless of what decision the Mountaineers made, they needed to make it quick and get the 4th down snap in early in the play clock to avoid wasting time. After the field goal unit came on the field fairly briskly, West Virginia lined up in the swinging gate formation, losing critical time in the process before shifting the formation back to a traditional field goal setup and snapping with 13 seconds left on the play clock. Chapter 9, Fourth Quarter, 4th Down. Chapter 9, Fourth Quarter, 4th Down Strategies, Trailing, Part 2, Georgia 16, Georgia Tech 9. Get the field goal unit ready. Any score was a good score for Georgia Tech while trailing by 10 with just over 4 minutes to play and following a completion for a loss of a yard that brought up 4th and 10 to keep the clock moving from the +24-yard line. The Yellow Jackets needed a field goal to get off in as little time as possible. The effort to get off the kick in a timely fashion was solid, with it kicked with about 0:15 on the play clock and leaving 3:30 on the game clock. The 3:30 mark is a big one when trailing, as it is right on the border of whether the opposition will need to run 2 plays to get to the 2-minute timeout or 3. Had the Jackets got this kickoff just 5 to 10 seconds sooner, it was possible they could pick up 40 seconds on the back end of this as a result. Though had they not hustled at all, the Bulldogs would have easily positioned themselves to be within 2 plays of the 2-minute timeout. Page 28. Fourth quarter strategies, trailing. Down 9, similar to down 10 scenarios, the field goal is almost always the play here. Down 9 on 4th downs. Because the touchdown plus field goal combo means taking the lead versus just achieving a tie, the value of the field goal is that much greater, and an attempt of any reasonable distance is usually the right thing to do. As the game draws nearer to the end, a team can consider kicking a field goal once it gets into a range, even before 4th down, to conserve the maximum amount of time for a final drive. Ohio 27, Central Michigan 25, 2024. Any score will do. Down 9, just make it fast. Trailing 27-18 just inside of 2 minutes remaining in the game, Central Michigan broke into open field on 4th and 1 from the plus 28-yard line and scored a touchdown to cut the lead to 27-25. The Chippewas could have justified trying a long field goal as much as they could trying the 4th and 1 for the simple reason of time. They needed this drive to conclude as fast as they could to allow time for a second drive, and this couldn't have worked out much better, with the conversion going directly for a score. On the Ohio side, there are times to sell out for a stop on 4th and 1, and a time to play it a bit safer, with this one being a time for a safer approach. While the Bobcats would all but secure a win with a stop, it also wasn't all bad for the Chippewas to get a couple of yards in the first down. Such a play would keep the clock moving and limit the chances that CMU would have to get a needed second score. Down 7 or 8 points. Although teams generally should be thinking touchdown when down 7 or 8 points late in the fourth quarter, there are situations, particularly down 8, in which a field goal can make sense to assure that the team can take the lead with a subsequent touchdown. Though CAI will recommend an aggressive strategy in the opponent's territory and around midfield, caution does need to be taken when going for it deep in one's own territory. Given this score differential, a field goal by the opponent effectively ends the game. Handing your opponent an easy opportunity to score should be avoided unless a conversion is likely or the clock is running very short. Ball State 34, New Hampshire 29 fourth quarter strategies. Trailing, down 8 dilemma. After forcing a Ball State safety to cut the Cardinals' lead to 8, New Hampshire took over at their own 40 with 8:02 left in the fourth quarter. 5 plays later, the Wildcats were faced with a 3rd and 9 at the plus 11-yard line, where they threw incomplete with a little over 4 minutes remaining and sent out the field goal unit. The kick was made to cut the lead to 5, but the announcers didn't seem to totally understand why New Hampshire would kick in that spot. CAI strongly agreed with the decision, only supporting a 4th down attempt from 5 yards or less. While it didn't work out in the end, the field goal made this a scenario where a touchdown would win from one in which a touchdown might not even tie the game. To make a go work in this spot, the Wildcats needed to convert on 4th and 9, then convert on the 2-point try, get a stop on the following Ball State possession, and then mount a scoring drive in regulation or win in overtime. Kicking the field goal made this a much cleaner path for New Hampshire, as they just needed a stop on defense and a touchdown on their next offensive possession. The Wildcats forced a Ball State punt to get the ball back with 1:28 left in the game, but moved the ball just 33 yards in 9 plays to come up short. Page 29. Stanford 30, San Jose State 29 fourth quarter strategies. Trailing, down 8 fourth, down field goal. Down 8 leads to Cardinal win. After a 3rd and 5 incompletion in the red zone, Stanford was faced with 4th and 5 from the plus 13-yard line, while trailing by 8 points in the clock just under 6 o'clock. CAI supported a field goal attempt, especially after a delay of game pushed the kick 5 yards back. But even at 4th and 5, the recommendation was to try to cut the deficit to 5 points, since an 8-point deficit is more likely to be a 2-possession game than a 1-possession game. And even with a touchdown and 2-pointer here, the game would only be tied. After the successful field goal, the Cardinal defense got a stop to force a punt, which led to a game-winning touchdown drive to win the game in regulation and avoid overtime, which was a big reason why the kick was strongly recommended for Stanford. TCU 35, Colorado 21, fourth quarter strategies, trailing, down 7 Buffaloes, punt and don't have another reel. Chance Colorado's offense was on the field with the play clock running down before the officials stopped it to review the previous play. Out of the break, they changed their mind and punted this one away for just 27 yards, and by the time they saw it again, they were down 14 with 9 seconds left. Certainly it was not an appealing one, and the Buffaloes holding all 3 timeouts did make this a tight call, but what happened following highlights why they may have just wanted to give this one a shot. Illinois 20, Northwestern 13. Fourth quarter strategies, trailing, down 7. Likely your best shot. A few minutes into the fourth quarter, An Eleni fumble gave Northwestern possession at the +1 yard line while trailing by a touchdown. The initial play was a huge win for the Eleni, dropping the Wildcat handoff for a loss of 3 to bring up second and goal at the +4 yard line. The next two plays resulted in a gain of 1 yard on a play-action pass and an incompletion to bring up fourth and goal from the +3 yard line. In an odd sequence, the Wildcats never broke the huddle prior to fourth and goal and instead took a delay of game and kicked a field goal following. With time starting to run low and neither offense having much success in the wintry conditions, this was a very strong fourth down recommendation for the Wildcats with no guarantee they would have this good of a look at a touchdown the rest of the way. Even if the play came up short, the miss would force Illinois to start backed up and give the Wildcats a chance to get the ball back in good field position with a quick stop on defense. The one upside of the field goal was that it put them in position to take the lead with a touchdown if they could get it, but they never made it past the +40 yard line after this kick. Down 4 to 6 points, a touchdown is the highly preferred option, down 4 to 6 points late. With a field goal attempt, the statistically optimal choice only in rare circumstances. Teams should have an aggressive go-for-it strategy to make up the deficit, but they need to consider the exact point differential before going for it in their own territory, due to the damage an opponent's field goal would have on their chances. West Virginia 29, Colorado 22, fourth quarter strategies. Trailing, down 6 Buffs. Opt for low-value field goal, facing a 4th and 4 at the +17 yard line, while trailing by 6 early in the fourth quarter. Colorado made the questionable call to send out the field goal unit to cut the lead to 3. At this point, a field goal held the least value at page 30. Possibly could have, as if even it was made, which is never guaranteed, it would still leave them in need of a touchdown to take the lead. The kick was made to cut the lead to 3, and Colorado found themselves trailing by 10 in the final 5 minutes, needing both a touchdown and a field goal to tie. FIU 34, Liberty 27. Fourth quarter strategies, trailing, down 6, lowest possible value for a field goal. With Liberty holding all 3 timeouts, CAI strongly recommended a conversion attempt on this 4th and 6 from the +15 yard line, down to shoot for the lead with 2:52 to play, even after taking a penalty on the play. The Flames' offense initially remained on the field, though drew a delay of game penalty before kicking the field goal on 4th and 11 to remain down 3. While the kick opened the door to tie with another field goal, there is no lower value field goal than going from their own 6 yard line to their own 3 yard line late in the game. The Flames were already in position to get the lead with a touchdown, and a made field goal didn't change that. Plus, while the 3 points opened the pathway for another field goal to have value, a subsequent field goal still left Liberty in need of winning an overtime session to come out on top. As it played out, the Flames got the 2 field goals, but then came up short in overtime, highlighting how many hurdles there were for the choice to kick to ultimately bear fruit and win them the game. Memphis 34, USF 31. Fourth quarter strategies, trailing, down 5 call of the game. Trailing by 5 with less than 4 minutes remaining, Memphis threw incomplete on 3rd and 8 from their own 43 yard line to bring up 4th down. The announcers really wanted a punt, and it wasn't totally outlandish with tough conversion odds and enough resources to get the ball back, but CAI strongly supported the decision since there was no guarantee the Tigers would be able to make the necessary stops to have another chance. Even a miss wasn't totally a killer, as USF was not in field goal range yet, and they would still be in the game if the Bulls happened to add 3 points. As such, it was a great call to take a chance and go for it here, and the decision paid off with a conversion to keep the drive alive before they finished the possession with a touchdown and 2-point conversion to jump ahead by 3 points. Georgia 24, Florida 24th quarter strategies. Trailing, down 4. No guarantee to get it back. This 4th and 4 from their own 31 yard line late in the game was not an easy decision for the Gators while trailing by 4, but it was necessary with no guarantee of getting the ball back with a kick. While the miss was obviously harmful, Florida still had a chance if they could force a field goal to keep the game within a possession, but Georgia ran it out following this miss, highlighting why it was the correct choice to go for it. Down 3 points late teams that are down 3 late in the game have a lot of freedom to go for it in their own territory. If they go and miss, they will still have a chance to win the game in regulation with a touchdown if they hold their opponent to a field goal or less. Particularly in a game in which the opponent can kill the clock with a single first down, the field position lost by missing on a conversion isn't that important. With the extraordinary reward for converting on fourth down and limited risk, going for it is almost always the call outside of field goal range. When a field goal is in play, going for it still has a lot of value. 1. A touchdown gives a team the lead. Page 31. 2. With the conversion, the team might be able to bleed more clock and prevent a response from the opponent. A successful field goal has great value in that it ties the game. With both choices providing benefit, the recommended strategy is generally similar to early game strategy in plus territory. Iowa State 24, Kansas State 21, fourth quarter strategies, trailing, down 3 right process, wrong result. Now trailing by 3 points midway through the fourth quarter, the Wildcats' 3rd and 3 pass was brought down 1.5 yards short of the line to gain to bring up fourth, and a long one at their own 30-yard line. Kansas State wasted no time making the call to leave the offense on the field to go for it, but the Cyclone defense made arguably the play of the game by stopping Kansas State on the fourth down rushing attempt to take over on downs with great field position. The commentators were surprised that Kansas State would even think about leaving the offense on the field, but this wasn't a particularly tight call in CAI's view, with voluntarily giving up possession while trailing, under 9 minutes to go, and needing just a yard never advisable. Down 3 is also a great time to go for it in minus territory as, following the miss, Kansas State still had the opportunity to force a field goal, but the Iowa State took full advantage of the stop, finding the end zone shortly after to take a 10-point lead. One silver lining to the sequence is that the Iowa State score at least came quickly, and after KSU matched the touchdown on a long pass to get it back to 3, they got back within 3. A very similar situation to where they would have found themselves had they punted on the 4th and 1. Both teams made strong fourth down choices in this game, with the Cyclones winning on 6 of these 7 crucial, high-leverage plays that made the difference in the outcome. Alabama 24, Georgia 21, fourth quarter strategies. Trailing, down 3 a clear choice. A no-brainer to try this one. With any critique over this choice, a classic case of outcome bias. With just a half yard or so to gain, in a 4-point lead, a likely outcome if converted, this was a vastly superior option to merely tying the game, with Alabama having the advantage of ball in hand in the fourth quarter. As it played out, the offense snapped quickly, though a missed block led to a 3-yard loss in a turnover on downs. The silver lining to this was the poor field position offered Alabama for the next drive, and though the Tide drove for about 50 yards on the next drive, this wasn't enough to get into field goal range. Ironically enough, had the Bulldogs kicked and the Tide had a 50-yard drive, which is good enough for a field goal, and the end result would have remained the same. The Bulldogs would have next possessed the ball down a field goal. Bulldogs act fast. Alabama's defense came up with a huge loss of 4 around the 3:30 mark of the fourth quarter to bring up 4th and 13 at their own 45-yard line for the Bulldogs. The loss left Georgia in tight fourth down call while trailing late. CAI had a slight preference to going for it, but it was basically a toss-up, and the decision the Bulldogs landed on with a punt was fair. Either way, Georgia needed to act quickly and run the punt unit out if that was the decision they chose to make. A penalty announcement stopped the clock, and the Bulldogs did a great job of having the punt unit ready for when the clock restarted to avoid wasting unnecessary clock. Page 32, Alabama 27, Missouri 24. Missouri makes a necessary choice. Fourth quarter strategies, trailing, down 3 CA. I had this one as a firm go from 4 yards away with less than half a quarter to play. Trailing by 3 points is a great time to be aggressive in minus territory because Missouri could sustain a fourth down miss and an Alabama field goal and still be in position to grab the lead with a single touchdown drive, the same spot they were already in right here, needing a touchdown for the lead. The Tigers did try this one, opting for a fake punt hoping the Tide would be caught off guard, but Alabama's return unit recognized it and held it just short of the line to gain. Louisiana 30, ULM 27 fourth quarter strategies, trailing, down 3 risk/reward. Not just for the offense facing a 4th and 1 from their own 24-yard line while trailing by 3 early in the fourth quarter, the Ragged Cajuns left their offense on the field for a 4th down attempt, an excellent strategic choice. They lined up in a tight formation with all 11 players within a few yards of the ball and handed it off to the tailback, who burst through the hole and ran all the way into the end zone for a 76-yard score. The interesting strategy on this one was on the ULM side in determining how aggressive they wanted to be on stopping the 4th down play. ULM sold out for a stop and put all 11 defenders 2 yards or less from the ball, which led to the big play. While their alignment likely gave them a better chance for a stop on the play, it also left them prone to the long touchdown run. CAI talks plenty about the risk offenses will take on these types of plays, but probably not enough about the risk consideration from the defense in stopping them. ULM undoubtedly would have loved to have stopped this 4th down play, but whether they stopped the drive on this play or later on, they still held the lead in the game and didn't want to be overly susceptible to a huge play. Down 1 or 2 points late. When a team is driving and trailing by 1 or 2 points late in the game, the field goal is nearly always the optimal play versus attempting to convert for a 1st down. Sometimes, though, there are circumstances with 2 to 5 minutes left in the game when going for it is the right decision, because a conversion allows for an easier field goal attempt or a touchdown, both of which burn more clock. The best outcome of a late drive is often to kick a short field goal on the final play of the game versus scoring a touchdown earlier and giving the opponent time for a response. In their own territory, teams can be quite aggressive because they still will be within a score even if they don't convert for a 1st down and can keep their opponent out of the end zone. There is even more freedom to do this down 1 point because an opponent's touchdown would keep it an 8-point game. Oregon 32, Ohio State 31, 2024. Fourth quarter strategies, trailing, down 2, not enough reward to justify the risk. After the defensive pass interference penalty on Ohio State brought Oregon to the plus 9-yard line with 2:18 remaining in the game, Oregon eventually faced 4th and goal from the plus 1-yard line and trailed 31-29 with 1:51 left to play, Ohio State down to 1 timeout. In a decision CAI agreed with, Oregon opted to kick the 19-yard field goal and took a 32-31 lead with 1:47 remaining in the game. Oregon had all 3 timeouts as a lifeline. However, there was not enough difference in leading by 1 rather than leading by 4-6 after a touchdown to justify the risk of failing to convert and remaining behind at this juncture. If this were slightly further back and a 4th and 1 conversion meant a 1st down with more room to deplete the clock and set up a page 33, short walk-off field goal, a conversion would have been the optimal decision with Oregon still holding all 3 timeouts. The 1-point lead proved to be enough as the Ducks held on, secure a 32-31 victory. Central Michigan 16, San Jose State 14. Fourth quarter strategies, trailing, down 1 chip stay, aggressive in negative territory. In a tight battle on the road in San Jose, Central Michigan faced a 3rd and 7 at their own 23-yard line with just under 11 minutes left in the game, trailing by a point. A gain of 6 on the quarterback run pushed the Chippewas into a 4th and 1 at their own 29-yard line, where they brought in bigger personnel and moved the chains with another quarterback run to keep the drive alive. They made the conversion count by taking an additional 6 minutes off the clock on the drive prior to knocking in a 28-yard field goal attempt that would ultimately be the game-winning score. Michigan 24, Northwestern 22 fourth quarter strategies. Trailing, down 1 a rare spot for a 4th and 1 field goal. Recommendation Michigan faced an interesting dilemma on 4th and 1 from the plus 24-yard line with just under 5 minutes left in the game while trailing by a point. Nearly all 4th and 1s are recommended conversion attempts in this area of the field, but CAI preferred a field goal attempt for the Wolverines under these circumstances. 2 prime factors in this recommendation were that this was expected to be, and was, a low-scoring game, and the Wolverines have a strong field goal operation. The Wolverines had a slightly better chance of making the field goal, 81%, than converting on this 4th and 1, 74%, where even if they did convert, they would not be guaranteed to upgrade the drive to a touchdown with a red zone attempt forthcoming, or to even come away with a score of any type at all. Chapter 10, Fourth Quarter, Fourth Down. Chapter 10, Fourth Quarter, Fourth Down Strategies Trailing, Part 3. The second factor to this was the time element. Even if the Wolverines had converted with more than 4 minutes on the clock, 2 Northwestern timeouts, and in the red zone, it would have been highly unlikely that Michigan could get to a walk-off field goal on this drive. If the first down would have allowed for a walk-off to follow, CAI would have been behind a go call, but as it was quite likely the Wildcats were going to get a final drive regardless, the pathway that was most likely for the Wolverines to exit this drive with the lead was recommended. Unfortunately for Michigan, they couldn't make work with the fumble on the play to give Northwestern the ball back with a chance to run out the clock. Illinois 30, Tennessee 28, fourth quarter strategies. Trailing, down 1 Illini play for the walk-off. Trailing by 1 in the final 3 minutes of the Music City Bowl, Illinois faced a 4th and 1 from the plus 31-yard line. CAI viewed the decision as essentially a toss-up, with a slight lean toward a field goal. A 49-yard kick was far from automatic given the conditions, while a 1-yard conversion was highly likely. However, with Tennessee holding all 3 timeouts, a conversion would not have guaranteed a walk-off opportunity, and Illinois, down to its final timeout, would have had limited chances to regain possession if the attempt failed. Complicating the decision, the teams combined for 45 second-half points, reducing confidence in the Illini defense getting a stop if they kicked. As it turned out, going for it paid off. A fullback handoff converted the 4th down. Illinois moved the chains again in the red zone, and the drive ended with a walk-off field goal. Page 34. Illinois also handled the clock well by snapping the ball before the 2-minute timeout rather than letting it run. With only 1 timeout remaining, allowing the clock to reach the break, and then failing on 4th down would have likely left them with roughly 15 seconds on a final possession. By snapping early, Illinois preserved a failsafe, forcing a Tennessee punt and potentially getting the ball back around the 110 mark, at the cost of slightly complicating a walk-off scenario. That trade-off was well worth it. Page 35. Chapter 11, Fourth Quarter, Fourth Down. Chapter 11, Fourth Quarter, Fourth Down. Strategies tied and leading, Part 1. Fourth Quarter. Fourth down strategies tied and leading. Tied late in the game, the goal should be to kick the winning field goal on a final play. This is preferable to scoring a touchdown and leaving your opponent time on the clock. See the section on intentional touchdowns. Outside of scoring range, teams face a dilemma in deciding whether to go for it and risk giving their opponent an easier chance of scoring. The CAI recommendations will be a little more aggressive late in the game, as opposed to the opening quarters of a tight game. Punting late in tied games often will lead to your opponent driving for a winning score and taking the final possession in the process. Stealing a first down can allow your team the opportunity to take that final drive and do the same. Additionally, we have found that teams score more points per drive in the fourth quarter than in any other quarter, with one likely reason being tired defenses. Once in scoring range, a short field goal is normally the play with limited time remaining, but there are exceptions. In some cases, the CAI charts might recommend bypassing a long field goal attempt for a conversion attempt that might burn off the remaining clock and put the team in position for an easier field goal or touchdown. Even with a shorter field goal, going for it on 4th and short with 2 to 5 minutes remaining may make sense to secure both a score and a final possession. A unique consideration late in tied games is whether teams should pursue a drive when they have an option of taking the game to overtime. Teams need to be careful that they don't hand their opponent an easy chance to score if their drive does not have considerable promise. Teams also must keep in mind those times when a clock stoppage would take away their ability to take the game to overtime. Particularly in cases where the flexibility to take the game to overtime exists if 1 or 2 plays are not successful, teams should have an aggressive approach. Texas A&M 41, Notre Dame 44th quarter strategies, tied and leading, Tide Irish rolled the dice. Notre Dame's offense was driving late in the game with the score tied when a third down rush in the red zone was stopped just short of the line to gain to bring up 4th and 1 at the plus 18-yard line. On the call for NBC, Todd Blackledge was firmly in favor of Notre Dame kicking the field goal to take the late lead. While the field goal did hold value to give the Irish the lead, both teams had combined for 68 points at the current juncture of the game, and leaving the offense on the field was the right decision for Notre Dame to risk losing on a Texas A&M touchdown when they had great odds to convert. The Fighting Irish moved the chains with a wildcat run and found the end zone on the next play to take the lead. After the touchdown, Notre Dame had trouble with the field goal operation and threw incomplete on the impromptu two-point conversion attempt, highlighting why you can't always assume the kicking game will be flawless. The failed extra point proved to be costly as Texas A&M drove 74 yards in 13 plays to find the end zone and take the lead after converting the kick. The Aggies did a great job of managing the clock on the drive and scored with just 13 seconds remaining to restrict Notre Dame's ability to drive for the winning score. Army 20, Air Force 17, Black Knights take another shot. Fourth quarter strategies, tied and leading. Tied after the miss on the previous 4th and 1 attempt, it would have been understandable for Army to be less. Page 36. Then excited by another try in negative territory, this time with the score tied and less than 1 minute remaining. However, full credit to the Black Knights for not shying away, with the sneak moving the chains to set up a huge gain of 42 on the next play that eventually led to a field goal as time expired for the win. Vanderbilt 45, Auburn 38. Late game aggression in a tie game. After an Auburn touchdown evened the score late in the game, Vanderbilt took over with just over 5 minutes remaining, looking for a score to take the lead. On the opening set of downs, the Commodores faced 4th and 1 on their own 34-yard line and left the offense on the field. Needing only a few inches, CAI was behind this attempt as a conversion would give Vanderbilt the possibility of walk-off field goal on the drive, while a punt would put them at a huge disadvantage with Auburn holding the cards to win the game with ball in hand and under 5 minutes on the clock. The designed rush for Pavia moved the chains and Vanderbilt was back in business with a first down on their own 38-yard line. The Commodores did a great job of operating at a slow tempo following the 4th and 1 conversion. After an Auburn injury stopped the clock just above the 3 o'clock mark, teams often forget the game clock restarts in these situations, but the Commodores did not, and being patient once the referees got the clock rolling again, allowed them to get to the 2-minute timeout in those 2 snaps after the 4th and 1 conversion. After a late turnover on downs on this drive for the Commodores put Auburn in position to win the game with a field goal, churning the clock at this point proved to be crucial to Auburn running out of time themselves in regulation. Commodores play for the walk-off. A few plays later, Vanderbilt once again found themselves in a 4th and 1 position, this time with their offense in field goal range, 1:12 left on the clock, and Auburn out of timeouts. Vanderbilt decided to bypass the field goal and go for the conversion, hoping for the walk-off FGA. However, the Tigers' defense stuffed the rush for a loss. Vanderbilt took some heat for this choice, though CAI had it as a pretty strong go choice. The difference in the make rates on the 4th and 1, around 70%, wasn't all that much different than making the long field goal, around 80%. It is true that Vanderbilt was in some trouble if they came up empty on this drive. 45% win odds if either the 4th down or made field goal was missed, and the odds of coming up empty on a 4th down were higher. However, what some might miss is that their odds of winning were much better given a 4th and 1 conversion than they would be on a made field goal. Converting on the 4th and 1, the Commodores had no further barriers to securing a walk-off, which would likely be from a shorter distance than this kick, and even if missed, they would move on to overtime, where they would still be the favorite. If there's a critique for Vanderbilt, it was in the sequence leading up to 4th down. The Commodores were overly conservative on the first 2 plays, calling back-to-back runs that gained just 2 yards. While those runs successfully burned Auburn's remaining timeouts, the offense could have mixed in a pass to improve its odds of gaining the first down and sealing the walk-off scenario. That said, Vanderbilt ranked among the more efficient rushing teams in the country, so relying on the ground game wasn't unreasonable. Despite the failed conversion, the Commodore defense held firm, forced overtime, and ultimately secured the win. Alabama 27, Auburn 20. Playing to win after missing on a play-action shot on 3rd and 1, Alabama kept the offense on the field for 4th and 1 at page 37, the 50 with just under 9 minutes left in a tie game. Quarterback Ty Simpson rolled out and eventually cut up the field and got enough to move the chains, sustaining what turned into the eventual game-winning touchdown drive. Alabama later reached the 6-yard line with 3:54 remaining and faced 4th and 2. Again, without hesitation, the Tide lined up and went for it, completing a pass into the end zone for a touchdown. On the broadcast, Kirk Herbstreit and Chris Fowler were stunned. Before the snap, Herbstreit said, "Shocked, unless they're going to try and draw them off." And Fowler added, "I can't believe they're going to run an offensive play." Even after the touchdown, Fowler called it a stunning decision, and Herbstreit echoed, "With everything that's at stake." CAI agreed with Alabama's bold choice, while the broadcasters were right that it carried risk. Kicking the short field goal also carried significant downside. It would have improved Auburn's field position and still left plenty of time for a final drive with full 4-down flexibility. Protecting a small lead in that situation was hardly a safe alternative. What followed next in the game illustrated exactly why the 4th down attempt had merit and the pitfalls of taking the safe choice. After an initial 1st down, Auburn soon faced 4th and 5 at their own 39, went for it, and converted on a pass interference penalty, a choice they had the freedom to make because they were behind, and one they would have made whether they were down by 7 or 3 points. But in the alternate universe where Alabama missed the previous 4th down attempt and the game remained tied, the same drive would have had Auburn punting on 4th and 5 from their own 23. Alabama would have taken over with about 2:30 remaining, in strong position to win in regulation or at least reach overtime. Thus, by going for it, the Tide ensured either a full-score lead or a situation where Auburn lacked 4th down freedom, outcomes that would not coexist had Alabama settled for a field goal. After the 4th down pass interference call extended the drive, Auburn converted yet another 4th down and advanced to the Alabama 20 before a costly fumble ended the threat. Had Alabama taken and made the short field goal, not a given with their sometimes shaky kicking, the Tigers would have entered field goal range with ample time, a favorable spot where they were likely to at least tie the game and still holding a solid chance to score a go-ahead touchdown. With a 7-point deficit, by contrast, Auburn needed a touchdown, had to avoid giving Alabama time for a response, and then still would have faced either a 2-point attempt or overtime. Even with the dramatic finish, CAI estimates Auburn's win probability never exceeded 20% on that final drive. Finally, regarding the commentator's point about the magnitude of the game, high stakes do not change optimal strategy. It's common to excuse aggressive decisions by struggling teams that have nothing to lose, while criticizing contenders for the same choices because everything is on the line. But good strategy is good strategy, regardless of context. Coaches in big December and January games may face uncomfortable decisions, but the correct call remains the one that maximizes the chances to win, no matter how memorable the outcome might become. Up 1 or 2 points. When leading by 1 or 2 points late in the game, there is value in getting either a field goal or a touchdown. The recommendations in an opponent's territory are fairly consistent with the standard early game strategy. Page 38. In one's own territory, a team needs to be a little cautious, because missing on a 4th down can leave the opponent in field goal range. However, particularly when playing against a potent offense, and when a 1st down would win the game for your team, the CAI recommendation commonly will be to take the risk and go for it in short yardage situations to secure the win. Idaho 39, Portland State 30, 2024. 4th quarter strategies: tied and leading, up 1 Vandals, go for 2. Up 7, late leading 31-30, Idaho left the offense on the field on 4th and 3 from the plus 12-yard line with 2:02 remaining in the game. Though a field goal make would force Portland State to get a touchdown to win, there was a lot of value in getting the 1st down, both to create a potential 8-point lead and also to continue to work the clock. The Vandals opted to go for it and moved the chains with a 9-yard rush, which took the game to the 2-minute timeout. After the break, Idaho scored a touchdown on 1st and goal from the plus 3-yard line and took a 37-30 lead on a play where Portland State clearly allowed the touchdown on purpose. With 2 timeouts left and 1:58 on the clock, PSU would have been better served trying to get the stop and force a FGA that could have given them the ball back down just 4 with about 1 o'clock left versus purposely going down 8 with 1:56 left. On the Idaho side, this was the right move to take the touchdown and put themselves in a commanding position. Penn State 26, Minnesota 25, 2024. Fourth quarter strategies. Tied and leading, up 1 consecutive fourth and 1 conversions iced the game. After Minnesota cut Penn State's lead to 26-25 with 5:48 remaining in the fourth quarter, the Golden Gophers thought they had forced a 3-and-out with the clock just under 4 minutes before Penn State converted 4th and 1 from their own 34-yard line with a 32-yard gain on a fake punt. Following the game-changing play, Penn State converted 4th and 1 from their own 25-yard line with 2 minutes and 12 seconds remaining by executing a quarterback sneak for 2 yards. On the following set of downs, Minnesota used their final timeout of the game after stopping Penn State in the backfield on 2nd and 9 from the plus 22-yard line to set up 3rd and 10 from the plus 23-yard line with 1:11 remaining. Penn State did well to gain 9 yards and allow the clock to wind down before calling a timeout at 0:27 prior to 4th and 1 from the plus 14-yard line. Following the timeout, Penn State's offense took the field in an attempt to ice the game. Although it took some improvisation in the backfield, the quarterback eventually connected with a receiver inside the plus 5-yard line who wisely fell to the ground and avoided scoring on the play. As the completion came with 0:21 remaining, Penn State didn't need to initiate another snap before the clock expired. Going down was important in this sequence as, holding just the 1-point lead, a touchdown would still have left it as a potential 1-score game, albeit with very little time remaining. Liberty 30, New Mexico State 24, 2024. Fourth quarter strategies, tied and leading, up 2. What if it works? Leading 24-22 with 3:04 left in the game and Liberty down to 1 timeout, New Mexico State opted to punt the ball away, facing 4th and 3 from the plus 46-yard line. With Liberty still having 1 timeout, this was not quite a max aggression situation as NMSU would still need 1 more first down to clinch the game. However, this was certainly a go from CAI as converting would at least allow the Aggies to take the clock down to 1:15. Although NMSU pinned Liberty at their own 10-yard line, the Flames went 90 yards in 7 plays to take the lead and ultimately win the game. Page 39. Additionally, great job by Liberty to go for 2 after the touchdown made the score 28-24. While there are definitely situations with more time on the clock where teams want to kick the extra point at the plus 4-yard line, there was no value going up by 5 this late in the game, and the successful 2-point conversion would have forced NMSU to make the extra point to win had the Aggies scored a touchdown in the final seconds. Ball State 25, Northern Illinois 23, 2024. Fourth quarter strategies, tied and leading, up to mayhem in Muncie. Leading 22-20 with 1:55 remaining in the fourth quarter, Ball State opted to kick a field goal on 4th and 3 from the plus 16-yard line. With Northern Illinois down to 1 timeout and a successful conversion allowing Ball State to kneel out the game, this was a clear go from CAI's perspective. Although a 5-point lead would force the Huskies to need a touchdown to win, the points were no sure thing, and the Cardinals were just 3 yards from winning the game. In a chaotic sequence, Northern Illinois blocked the field goal and took over at their own 20-yard line with 1:51 left to play. The Huskies drove 50 yards in 12 plays and 1 minute 36 seconds to take a 23-22 lead with a 47-yard field goal with just 0 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. However, the Cardinals responded by traveling 39 yards in just 3 plays to win the game with a 52-yard field goal. Up 3 points, ahead by 3 late in the game, a touchdown is highly favored in opponent territory because a field goal has limited value. your opponent, down 6, is still able to take the lead with a subsequent touchdown of its own. Teams can have a reasonably aggressive approach around midfield and even in their own territory. A conversion allows a team to run more clock, and if the fourth down is missed, only an opposing touchdown will change the lead. Additionally, due to your opponent's subsequent good field position, missed conversions probably will cut the time taken by your opponent on its next drive, allowing you more time for a response if your opponent does score. NC State 21, Florida State 11, fourth quarter strategies, tied and leading. Up 3, Wolfpack close. Out the win on fourth down, holding a 3-point lead at the 2-minute timeout. NC State faced 3rd and 6 at the plus 12-yard line and threw it to the end zone. The connection was made, but the receiver couldn't get a foot down in bounds to bring up a fourth down. While the decision to pass did not burn one of FSU's final 2 timeouts, CAI was supportive of the call since a touchdown would push the lead to 2 scores and make it very difficult for the Seminoles to find their way back in the game. This led to an interesting fourth down decision for the Wolfpack, as kicking the field goal would set up a very dangerous Florida State drive where a touchdown would give them the late lead. Initially, NC State tried a hard count out of a field goal formation, but were unable to draw the Seminoles offsides. After talking it over during a timeout, they reversed course and sent the offense back out for a try on fourth down, and this time the contested catch was in the end zone to secure a 21-11 lead and the win. Iowa State 24, Kansas State 21. Fourth quarter strategies, tied and leading, up 3 Cyclones. Max aggression call for the win. Trying to run out the clock and finish off the win, Iowa State kept the ball on the ground with a quarterback draw on 3rd and 10 and gained 7 yards to bring up 4th and 3. Kansas State immediately used their final timeout to set the stage for an interesting fourth down call for the Cyclones. After trying a hard count, the Wildcats didn't fall for. Iowa State used their final timeout before sending their offense out once again for the fourth. Page 40. Down attempt. CAI fully supported this attempt for 2 primary reasons. 1, a successful conversion meant they could run out the clock and win the game. Secondly, a field goal leading by 3 is always a precarious choice late, as even with a make, the opponent has a clear path to victory by pursuing a late touchdown. In this case, a dangerous Kansas State offense would have had over 2 minutes on the clock and all 4 downs at its disposal to chase a needed touchdown. If the fourth down had been missed, the Wildcats would still need a touchdown to win in regulation and would be starting off in relatively poor field position to get it. This bold yet calculated call paid off for Iowa State, as Becht found his running back Carson Hansen out of the backfield for an easy conversion. Oklahoma 24, Auburn 17, fourth quarter strategies, tied and leading, up 3+3 to +6 points field goal. Leaves the door open for Auburn. After running for a yard on 3rd and 3, Oklahoma faced 4th and 2 at the +10-yard line with the final seconds of the third quarter ticking down. They tried a hard count and let the quarter break hit before sending the field goal unit out to open the fourth quarter. On the call for ESPN, Sean McDonough and Greg McElroy discussed the choice as the Sooners were set to kick off following, "I agree with the decision to kick the field goal. Defensive game like this, make Auburn have to score a touchdown to beat you." With McElroy agreeing totally. As is often the case with these conversations in the booth, there is rarely a discussion about what could go right with a fourth down conversion, instead only the risks or the assumption that it will be missed. In this instance, CAI was in firm favor of going after the conversion. In a defensive game like this, consider how valuable a touchdown would be on this drive to go 2 scores ahead in the final quarter. That opportunity holds outsized value compared to a field goal that only moves from the +3-yard line to the +6-yard line and leaves the door open for Auburn to grab the lead in a single drive with a touchdown, the same position they were already in, trailing by 3 points. Oklahoma took the 6-point advantage, and Auburn followed up with a 75-yard touchdown drive to take the lead with 7 minutes left. Chapter 12, fourth quarter, fourth down. Chapter 12, fourth quarter, fourth down strategies, tied and leading. Part 2, Virginia 31, Cal 21. Fourth quarter strategies, tied and leading, up 3 multiple ways to win. Despite failing to convert, going for this 4th and 2 from the plus 14-yard line with just under 1 minute remaining was a good call by UVA, leading by 3. CAI estimated about a 60% chance to convert for their offense and had a good shot to end the game right here by moving the chains. Missing as they did, this forced Cal to go 50-plus yards before they even had a chance at a field goal to send the game to overtime. Either way, they wanted to avoid the field goal in this spot that would make the Golden Bears very aggressive in pursuit of the touchdown that would give them the late lead. As it happened, the Cavaliers forced an interception on the first play of the next drive and took it back for a score to seal the win. FIU 34, Liberty 27. Fourth quarter strategies, tied and leading, up 3. A good time for a 4th and 1 kick, with such limited time remaining in the game, and Liberty out of timeouts. CAI recommended a punt for FIU on 4th and 1 from the plus 40-yard line with a 3-point lead to push Liberty as far away from scoring territory as possible. With the Panthers being just 1 yard away from icing the game and the team into plus territory, punting seems to be an outlandish idea from CAI, but these were unique circumstances, as is seen in the page 41. Supplemental chart, the minimum time threshold is 35 seconds, when up by 3 points with the opponent out of timeouts, where CAI would recommend going for it when a punt was still a reasonable play, and the 27 remaining seconds was below that line. As Liberty had no timeouts, every yard gained by a punt at this juncture would further limit the opportunity for Liberty to reach scoring territory in the game's final seconds, and even gaining just 20 yards on a touchback would have severely limited their chances of getting a field goal. With just a yard to gain and close to the 35-second threshold, this was far from an outlandish attempt by the Panthers, though they failed to seamlessly execute the handoff on 4th down, leading to the Flames making the tackle just short of the line to gain, and Liberty now had a reasonable shot at getting into field goal range to tie the game. On the next possession, Liberty connected on a 29-yard pass on 3rd and 10 to move the ball to the plus 31-yard line. The clock stopped for the first down conversion with just 4 seconds remaining, and instead of spiking with no timeout, the Flames frantically ran their field goal unit on the field for a Mayday attempt. While they managed to pull the fire drill off with a make as time expired, 4 seconds was enough time to calmly spike ball instead of creating a chaotic sequence by sending out the field goal unit immediately after the play. Up 4 or 5 points teams that are ahead 4 or 5 points late in the game often must weigh the value of kicking a field goal to take a 7-point or 8-point lead against that of converting for a first down and trying to go up 2 scores. CAI will lean more towards the field goal when up 5 points, as being up 8 is a pretty good position. To overcome this deficit, the opponent would need to score a touchdown, make the 2-point conversion, and then still take the lead at the end of regulation or in overtime. Outside of field goal range, there is some flexibility for the offense to go for it, even in their own territory on 4th and short. For the plan to fail, a team would have to 1. Stop the 4th and short play, 2. Drive for a touchdown, and 3. Stop a final drive from its opponent. NC State 35, Virginia 31. Fourth quarter strategies, tied and leading, up 4. Recommended aggression, but not max aggression. Clinging to a tenuous 4-point lead, NC State faced a 4th and 1 at their own 28-yard line with 3:24 left in the game. CAI recommended a go at 1 yard only, and after a hard count that didn't cause Virginia to flinch, the Wolfpack called timeout before deciding to give it a shot with their big, young quarterback. The play gained 4 yards, allowing NC State to use up some valuable UVA resources, and although the Wolfpack eventually had to punt the ball back to Virginia, this conversion allowed them to kneel out the victory after coming up with an interception on Virginia's final drive. This was not yet a max aggression situation for the Wolfpack, as the first down wasn't going to clinch the game, and another first down would be needed to run out the clock. However, a make still made running out the clock a strong possibility, and UVA was going to be very dangerous on a drive, in a game where 66 points had already gone on the board. Thus, this was well done by NC State to have the courage to go for this when many teams would punt. Ole Miss 24, LSU 19 fourth quarter strategies, Tied and leading, up 5 Rebels, close it out now, holding a 5-point lead in less than 2 minutes to play, a gain of a yard on a play that went out of bounds. Page 42. On third down brought up a tough spot for Ole Miss on 4th and 3 at the plus 35-yard line. On the call for ESPN was Greg McElroy, who stated, "4th and 3 feels like a heavy lift. I think I would probably kick the field goal here." While it was not an easy conversion, the commentary suggesting that a 52-yard field goal would be a walk in the park is about par for the course, as a 4th down is viewed as a huge risk, whereas a take-the-points approach always assumes a positive outcome on the kick. In fact, CAI gave both choices with about the same odds to convert: go, 52%, field goal, 56%, and with a conversion securing the win versus a field goal, make giving LSU a shot down 8, CAI was strongly in favor of going for it. The Rebels indeed made the decision to keep the offense on the field and found a wide-open receiver who finished off the strong sequence with a go-down that allowed the Rebels to kneel it out. Georgia 43, Ole Miss 35. Fourth quarter strategies, tied and leading. Up 5 Bulldogs extend lead to 8. The 4th and 3 from the plus 24-yard line, leading by 5 with 2:09 in that sequence, was an interesting call for the Bulldogs. With a make on 4th down in Ole Miss out of timeouts, victory would be secured for Georgia. Even though the field goal make was far from automatic from 41 yards away, CAI still had this as a field goal recommendation at 3 yards. By making the kick, which the Bulldogs were able to do, 2 pathways to victory were added in forcing the Rebels to get a 2-point play after a touchdown and the need to win in overtime. Both would be less than 50-50 propositions for Ole Miss, and with the Bulldogs still having over an 80% chance of winning, even had the Rebels secured a final touchdown, the value of the made field goal wasn't all that much less than the value of a 4th down attempt. Up 6 to 8 points, leading by 6 to 8 points late in the game, a field goal is the play to go up 2 scores if the chance of success is better than that of converting for a first down. Teams should not risk a turnover and instead should focus on burning additional clock once they are in comfortable field goal range. In one's own territory, a team still can be aggressive going for it on 4th down. In this scenario, going for it gives the team 3 different ways of winning. 1. Converting for a first down and killing the clock. 2. Stopping the opponent from scoring a touchdown. 3. Scoring again should the opponent score a touchdown. Punting in such cases commonly leaves just one pathway to victory: stopping a touchdown on your next opponent drive, one in which the opponent will be willing to go for it on any 4th down. Florida 23, Mississippi State 21. Fourth quarter strategies, tied and leading. Up 6 most valuable time for a field goal. A gain of 10 yards on the 3rd and 24 was huge for Florida from the plus 45-yard line, as it put them in field goal range. Their kicker knocked it in, and they extended the lead from 6 points, less than a 1-score edge, to 9, a sure 2-score advantage, to force the Bulldogs to score twice more in regulation to steal a road victory. Not many field goals are more important than those that come with a 6-point advantage for those reasons, and though this was a really long try, attempting one was completely warranted, and the make turned out to be the difference in the game. Page 43. Auburn 33, Arkansas 24. Fourth quarter strategies, tied and leading. Up 6 tight, call for Auburn on 4th and 1. Normally a 4th and 1 with the ball just inside of field goal range is a no-brainer to go for it. But this was a close one for Auburn while holding a vulnerable 6-point lead with just 2:47 remaining and 1 timeout left for the Razorbacks. However, CAI agreed with the choice to pursue the first down here. While a field goal would make this a 2-score game and would likely end it, the chance of converting the 4th down was better than making the kick. Additionally, although the 4th and 1 conversion wouldn't completely end the game, it would provide an opportunity for the Tigers to run out the clock with an additional first down, or at least likely set up an easier field goal attempt for the 9-point lead. The Tigers moved the chains on 4th down with a handoff and did end up in a shorter field goal on the next set of downs following the conversion, making the kick to extend the lead to 9 with just 1:06 remaining to all, but closed the door on the Razorbacks. Florida State 31, Alabama 17, fourth quarter strategies. Tied and leading. Up 7 negative territory. Aggression sparks. Key drive, clinging to a 7-point lead after the Crimson Tide cut into a previous 17-point advantage. Florida State was confronted with a 4th and 1 at their own 34-yard line early in the fourth quarter after their 3rd and 2 rush was marked short. Much to the ESPN commentator's surprise, the Seminoles wasted no time lining their offense up and quickly snapping to go for it. The call paid off as the handoff to Roydell Williams gained 4 yards to move the chains and allow FSU to maintain possession. The Seminoles made the key conversion count in the end, finishing the drive with a touchdown 7 plays later to take firm control of the game instead of voluntarily handing Alabama a chance to tie the score. Virginia 46, Florida State 38 fourth quarter strategies. Tied and leading. Up 7, a max aggression. Go to consider. After the Seminole defense held a 3rd down rush with 2:31 left in regulation to no gain, the Cavaliers faced 4th and 3 from their own 29, nursing a 7-point lead. With FSU out of timeouts, UVA entered a max aggression scenario that pushed this into a go. If we consider that a conversion would allow UVA to run out the clock, while punting would give FSU plenty of time and all 4 downs to pursue a touchdown in a game that was expected to be high-scoring and certainly lived up to that billing, going for it was a very strong choice. The optics of missing on such a play would undoubtedly be poor and had strong parallels to perhaps the most famous 4th down choice of the 21st century. A missed 4th and 2 in minus territory for the Patriots against the Colts in 2009. Go for it. The story behind the NFL's 4th down conversion, the ringer. Few, outside of this humble strategy service, will bring up a punt choice such as this as a topic of conversation, though as we considered what happened, a 38-yard punt followed by immediate gains of 16 and 34 yards, the benefit of this punt was wiped out in a matter of seconds, and though they sure did make it dramatic, the Seminoles did still tie it up to close regulation. Memphis 20, Florida State 12, 2024. Fourth quarter strategies. Tied and leading. Up 8 offside penalty brings offense back on the field. Leading 20-12, Memphis encountered 4th and 8 from the plus 49-yard line with 5:55 remaining in the game. As Memphis was preparing to punt the ball away, a Florida State defender jumped into the neutral zone and, page 44, granted Memphis 5 free yards. Memphis responded by sending the offense back on the field and successfully converting the 4th and 3 attempt from the plus 44-yard line. This was a great call as gaining the 3 necessary yards allowed Memphis the opportunity to increase the 8-point lead or run out the clock. But if nothing else allowed Memphis to further deplete the clock and limit time for FSU, which was exactly how this played out. Although Memphis was unable to increase the 8-point lead or end the game, the Tigers took an additional 3 minutes off the clock before Florida State got the ball trailing 20-12 with 2:41 to play. Field goal or 4th down conversion to ice the win. Leading 20-12 with 2:51 remaining in the fourth quarter, Memphis attempted a 55-yard field goal on a 4th and 6 from the plus 37-yard line, and the kick missed the mark. Had the Tigers been able to run out the clock with a successful conversion, attempting the 4th down conversion would have been the clear call. However, 2:51 remaining and FSU holding 2 timeouts provided significant hurdles in completely draining the clock after a successful conversion. Alternatively, a made field goal would go a long way towards deciding the outcome, but a made 55-yard field goal is less than a 50-50 proposition for all but elite college kickers. Given the choice between the two, the preference would be to get the points on the board. But in this case, the odds of making the 4th and 6 were much better than the 55-yard field goal, and CAI would have leaned towards the conversion attempt. Up 9 or 10 points teams that are ahead by 9 or 10 points late in the game want to avoid situations where they kick a field goal to go ahead by 12-13. Though these point margins might seem preferable to being ahead by 9 or 10, teams should be aggressive in these situations and try for the touchdown to get ahead by 3 scores. Essentially, going up by 12 to 13 equates to being up by 6 if the opponent scores a touchdown. Miami 28, Florida State 22. Fourth quarter strategies, tied and leading, up 9 FSU, make things interesting. Despite a good call by Miami, with Miami trying to kill the clock while holding a 9-point lead, the Hurricanes converted a 4th and 1 conversion from the plus 30-yard line with 3:04 remaining and the Seminoles down to 1 timeout. Miami's primary objective on the next series was accomplished as they got in 3 running clock plays without a turnover or penalty. Although a first down wasn't picked up from those 3 rushing calls, 4th down came at the 1:13 mark, a great position for them to work from with the Seminoles still needing 2 scores. Even if the 4th down didn't improve their position, on the final 4th and 8, trying a field goal was definitely an option, with the advantage being that a make would force the Seminoles into a touchdown plus onside plus touchdown to pull out the win, a slightly more challenging proposition than the field goal, plus onside plus touchdown or touchdown, plus onside plus field goal options that FSU had without a score on that play. Making the field goal is never a sure thing, though it has been a strength for Miami this year, and there was an 80% plus chance of this one finding the mark. Going for it, the Canes were more likely than not to have a turnover on downs, but there was still a bit over a 40% chance of a make, with doing so allowing the game to end directly as a result of that play, and even if missed, the Canes were still in a dominant position to win. While this was close, CAI ultimately agreed with the choice Miami made to go for it, with 2 additional factors playing a role in that logic, with the Seminoles' chances of driving the field twice for scores remote. Page 45. In just over 1 minute, going for it carried less of a chance of something disastrous happening on the 4th down play that would allow for a quick score, with a blocked field goal for a score more likely than a defensive score on a short pass. Second, converting for a first down and avoiding a final drive would have avoided additional wear and tear on a defense that had been on the field for a good portion of the 4th quarter. As it played out, the pass on 4th down couldn't be completed. FSU was able to put together a drive that followed and kicked from the plus 17-yard line with 0:20 to play to pull within 6. This made things a little interesting, though the Seminoles still needed an onside and quick score to follow, with the Canes recovering the kickoff to put the finishing touches on the win. Ole Miss 41, Arkansas 35 4th quarter strategies, tied and leading, up 10 Rebels, kick a plus 10 to plus 13 points. Field goal early in the 4th quarter, Ole Miss was driving and faced a 3rd and 6 at the plus 6-yard line. A 3rd down Rebel rush only gained a yard, but CAI still had this 4th and 5 in the red zone as a firm go for Ole Miss because of the exact score differential at the plus 10-yard line. A field goal left the door open for 2 Arkansas touchdowns to take the lead, while a conversion here to go ahead 3 scores would come close to icing the game. Arkansas had just 2 more drives the rest of the way, but this did become dangerous as they got the first touchdown they needed, a 3 and out, and then were inside the plus 30-yard line with a chance to steal the lead before the Rebel defense came up with huge strip and fumble recovery to secure the victory. Western Michigan 23, Miami OH 13 4th quarter strategies, tied and leading, up 10. No conversion, but a great result. Late in the game, WMU had the opportunity to kick a field goal for a 13-point advantage or go for the throat with a 4th down attempt that would give them a 17-point lead. CAI had a very strong recommendation to go for it. A field goal would have been a get-out-of-jail-free card for the Redhawks since they could still win with 2 touchdowns and would extract them from the poor field position in the process. On the other hand, going for it would seal the win with a touchdown to extend the lead to 3 scores. WMU did pull the trigger on a 4th down attempt by way of a fake field goal, and even though they did not convert, they received a great consolation prize as the play was stopped at the 1-yard line. The Redhawks made it to their own 24-yard line, but Western Michigan got a stop on 4th and 18 at their own 16-yard line to take a MAC championship back to Kalamazoo. Up 11 points. Up 11 points is a unique point differential. A field goal is certainly helpful to go up 2 full scores, while a touchdown to go up 18 points could put the game away. The CAI recommendations in field goal range will be similar to what might be seen early in the game, reflecting that the field goal has significant value and that a touchdown can be the knockout punch. Georgia 42, Ohio State 41, 2022. Fourth quarter strategies, tied and leading, up 11, an epic timeout and an overlooked opportunity. Much has deservedly been made of the timeout thwarting this fake punt attempt, yet lost in that chatter is the fact that Ohio State chose to punt in this situation after the timeout. It was stated many times in the broadcast that the Buckeyes had anticipated this high-scoring game and planned on being aggressive but backed off in this situation. Page 46. Certainly it would have been tough to pull the trigger on this fourth down, and one can only imagine the outrage had it been missed and Georgia had scored a touchdown on the next play. However, if we consider that Georgia scored a touchdown on the play following the punt, we see that Ohio State received no benefit at all from the punt itself after passing on this excellent opportunity to keep the drive alive. With this being a game dominated by offense, it was hardly a surprise to see Georgia move quickly for a touchdown, and CAI did see this as a strong go for Ohio State. Up 12 to 16 points. When teams are ahead by 12 to 16 points late in the game, the value of a field goal significantly increases, as a field goal can make the game a three-possession game, or a likely three-possession game, which often puts the game out of reach for the opponent. Miami 48, Texas A&M 33, 2023. Fourth quarter strategies, tied and leading, up 12, Hurricanes go, up 15. With 6:28 to play, Miami made a 50-yard field goal to go up 41 to 26. With a strong kicker, this was a great call, adding 2 additional ways for the Hurricanes to get the win. Instead of needing 2 touchdowns to take the lead, the Aggies now needed a successful 2-point conversion in a win in overtime or a third score late to come out victorious. Chapter 13, Fourth Quarter, Fourth Down. Chapter 13, Fourth Quarter, Fourth Down. Strategies tied and leading, Part 3. LSU 23, Louisiana Tech 7, fourth quarter strategies, tied and leading, up 13 analytics don't always say go. Facing fourth and goal at the +2 yard line while leading by 13 points with just 2 minutes remaining, LSU sent out their field goal unit and made the kick to increase their lead to 16. This left the announcers befuddled, stating that it was still a 2-possession game. Referring to being up 13 and up 16 both as 2-possession games is a really big stretch. In one case, down 13, giving up 2 touchdowns is a likely loss. In the other case, up 16, had the Tigers given up 2 touchdowns, they still win over 90% of the time by stopping a 2-point conversion, 2 would be needed, or winning in overtime. While LSU could have made this conversion and called it a day or taken advantage of the poor Bulldogs' field position, those 2 ways of winning weren't nearly as powerful as the 3 pathways to winning opened up with the field goal. Georgia 37, Vanderbilt 20, 2023. Fourth quarter strategies, tied and leading, up 13. Up 13 field goal serves its purpose. Georgia had a 4th and 3 at the +12 yard line with 9:08 remaining in the fourth quarter, leading by 13, and the Bulldogs opted to kick the field goal to go up by 16. The commentator wisely pointed out that while this would still be theoretically a 2-possession game if the kick were made, it would mean that Vanderbilt would have to convert on 2 consecutive 2-point attempts if they were to get those touchdowns. Because the Commodores were likely to miss at least one of these 2-point attempts, this almost certainly made it a 3-possession game. Georgia made the field goal, and Vanderbilt later scored a touchdown, but missed the 2-point conversion, keeping it a 10-point game in the final minutes of play. Notre Dame 41, Central Michigan 17, 2024. Fourth quarter strategies, tied and leading, up 14 field goals, de facto 3-score game. Holding a 31-17 lead with about 10 minutes remaining in the game, the Irish opted to kick a field goal on 4th and 3 at the +13 yard line. Despite this being a short yardage situation on 4th down, CAI fully supported Notre Dame's. Page 47. Decision here to try the field goal. Along with this being a relatively short field goal attempt, a successful kick would give the team a 3-possession lead, with the team up by 14 points. The 31-yarder split the uprights, and Notre Dame went on to win 41-17. Georgia 31, Auburn 13, 2024. Fourth quarter strategies, tied and leading, up 15, short conversion allows Georgia to kill. Time leading 28-13 with about 6 minutes left in the game. Georgia left the offense on the field for fourth and inches at their own 34-yard line. Georgia was in great shape at this juncture of the game, and this likely conversion created the opportunity to continue to drain the clock in Auburn's timeouts. Georgia ultimately made a 47-yard field goal on the drive to take a 31-13 lead, but just as critical, the Bulldogs ran off another 4 minutes and forced Auburn to use 2 timeouts in the process. South Alabama 24, Louisiana 22, 2024. Fourth quarter strategies, tied and leading, up 15, move the chains and burn more clock. Leading 24-9 early in the fourth quarter, South Alabama kept the offense on the field on fourth and won from their own 34-yard line. With the Jaguars having favorable odds to move the chains on fourth and short, CAI was in full support of the conversion attempt in this scenario. Although South Alabama ultimately had to punt on the drive, moving the chains at this juncture allowed the Jaguars to take the clock down from 12:50 to 9:30 before Louisiana gained possession again. That critical time proved influential as Louisiana totaled just 2 possessions following the punt, and South Alabama secured a tight victory. Georgia 16, Kentucky 6, 2022. Fourth quarter strategies, tied and leading, up 16, Georgia goes for the kill. Up 16 to open the fourth quarter, Georgia had 4th and goal from the +1 yard line, leading 16-0. Kentucky got the stop on the play and drove 99 yards for a touchdown. Despite the unlikely outcome on this sequence, Georgia was still in excellent position to win after stopping Kentucky's 2-point play to keep the lead at 16-6. This was a good move by Georgia to go for this from the +1 yard line, as a conversion and a 23-point lead would have been nearly impossible for Kentucky to overcome. Even after missing on the 4th down play, this was still highly likely to be a 3-score edge, and the Wildcats were going to be hard-pressed to pick up one of the needed scores on that drive. Up 17 points. Up 17 points holds a very similar concept to up 3, 9, and 10 points. Kicking a field goal to go up 17 points has some value, but going up 20 provides the opposition with an opportunity to take the lead with 3 subsequent touchdowns. As such, teams can take some risks on 4th downs in field goal range to keep the clock running and score a touchdown to try to go up 24. Likely a 4-score game. Montana State 35, New Mexico State 31, 2024. Fourth quarter strategies, tied and leading, up 17, kicking field goals up 10 and 17/no. Such thing as taking the points. New Mexico State opted for and missed 2 field goals in the second half. One went up by 17 and facing 4th, and 4 at the +18 yard line with 4:15 remaining in the third quarter, and one went up by 10 and facing 4th and 7 at the +25 yard line with 9:38 left in the game. Page 48. These were not catastrophic decisions, but with an unreliable kicking game and a windstorm raging throughout the afternoon, going for it would be a strong alternative in cases where the field goal also didn't hold strong strategic value. Kicking a field goal to go up 20 would keep a game that was already a 3-score advantage as less than a 3-score game, while a field goal to go up 13 would still be less than a 2-score edge. Going for it could have been considered in either spot, and in a game that they went on to lose by 4, a touchdown on either drive would have likely changed the outcome. Army 35, Tulane 14, 2024. Fourth quarter strategies, tied and leading, up 21, Army keeps playing the odds. Leading 28-7 on the opening play of the fourth quarter, Army needed less than 1 yard on 4th down from their own 25-yard line. In his pre-fourth quarter interview with the sideline reporter, Army head coach Jeff Monken was asked about the upcoming choice and said simply that he thought that the decision gave him the best chance to win. The choice certainly panned out, as the Black Knights got the conversion and drove for a touchdown to cap a 16-play, 84-yard drive that took 10:44 off the clock and extended the lead to 35-7 with 6:29 remaining in the fourth quarter. Page 49. Chapter 14. Second half late. Chapter 14. Second half late. Game strategies part 1. Second half late game strategies. Second half late game strategies. Needing 2 scores, down by 2 scores late in the game. Teams need to consider the need to score while also providing an opportunity to get the ball back and complete a second drive. Special considerations should be considered in cases where the teams are down 9 to 11 points and a field goal is an option to make it a 1-score game. Texas A&M 45, Arkansas 42, long way to go, but a short time to get there. Despite the fact that Arkansas got a touchdown on this drive, this was still a win for the Aggies defense, given they burned off 231 of the 241 seconds remaining in the game. It made sense for Arkansas to want to hold on to their 3 timeouts for defensive purposes on the drive that followed, but using one after the sack for a loss of 18 would have saved them in the end. After that play, they burned 30-plus seconds to line back up, which was followed by a false start, 10-second runoff, and then failed to be ready when the ball was blown back into play to waste another 7 seconds. Put together, the Razorbacks lost almost 1 minute between actual snaps after the sack, leaving just 0:52 on the clock and still at their own 49-yard line, having progressed just 42 yards in the previous 3 minutes, all while needing a second drive. Following that rough patch, Arkansas did get a chunk gain to the plus 15-yard line. CAI's recommended strategy in this spot was now to either spike and kick or spike and take end zone shots, anything to score quickly. Instead, Arkansas threw another pass for a gain of 11 to the plus 4-yard line, burning even more clock in this sequence before they mercifully scored on the first and goal play with just 10 seconds left. This left them with nothing more than a Hail Mary if they had recovered the onside kick, which they were unable to do. Ultimately, the Razorbacks saved about 1 second from their 3 timeouts. They used it instead of spiking from the plus 4-yard line. Though had they used these on the prior drive defensively, it was possible they could have scored before the 2-minute timeout. Arkansas State 34, Georgia Southern 24. What's taking so long? Following an Arkansas State touchdown to extend their lead to 10 points with 9:42 left in the fourth quarter, Georgia Southern took over at their own 17-yard line, hoping to add a quick score. The Eagles moved the ball to the plus 31-yard line in just 4 plays, with now 7:54 still to play. Remarkably, the Eagles used up the next 5:54 minutes of clock to advance just 28 yards before mercifully kicking a field goal on 4th and goal from the plus 3-yard line at the 2-minute timeout. While down 10, teams do want to secure a touchdown, allowing for the chance to win the game on a subsequent touchdown. It is still of high importance to score quickly, allowing time to secure a needed second possession. Throughout this sequence, the Eagles consistently snapped with less than 20 seconds on the play clock, and often with less than 10. The goal-to-go series was the most damaging in this sequence, as GSU snapped first and goal with 3:35 left on the clock and ran it on all 3 downs, running the play clock low in between plays and finishing the drive with a field goal while running the clock under the 2-minute timeout. Following the field goal, Georgia Southern was forced to try an onside kick, which they didn't recover. They still had a shot with all 3 timeouts, but the Red Wolves made a 27-yard field goal with 45 seconds left to ice the game. Page 50. Tulsa 26, Army 25. Tulsa pulls off a miraculous 3 scores in final 5 o'clock. Army had firm control of this matchup heading into the final 5 minutes, but the Golden Hurricanes stormed back with a 12-0 run, remarkably scoring on 3 different possessions to win the game. The first snap under the 5 o'clock mark was a 3rd and 24 for Tulsa, where they got a 22-yard chunk play to create a 4th and 2 opportunity at the plus 30-yard line, where the Golden Hurricanes quickly called a timeout and sent out the field goal unit for a 47-yard attempt, which was made to get within 8. Thought getting the score in quickly had merit, CAI still had a strong go recommendation for Tulsa on this play. The conversion odds of each were nearly identical, 54% success rate going for the 4th down versus 55% for the field goal, with CAI seeing more value in a successful fourth down attempt. The problem with the made field goal is that it made this just a potential one-score game, since Tulsa presumably still needed a successful two-point play to make this pathway work. Converting on a potential fourth down, the Golden Hurricanes would have had time to pursue a touchdown, which would have positioned them to win with a subsequent touchdown and clarified whether another field goal would be of any value. After the made kick, Tulsa forced an interception on the second play of the Army drive and quickly drove for the touchdown to get within 2 points. However, they ended up missing the two-point attempt, highlighting why the previous fourth down recommendation was so aggressive. From there, a failed onside attempt gave Army the chance to kill the clock and win the game. But the Tulsa defense forced a turnover on downs to get the ball back with 1:36 left and led to a game-winning field goal drive for the Golden Hurricanes. Tulane 34, Duke 27. Duke kicks early down field goal. Down 2 scores late in the game, a gain of 24 set up a 1st and 10 at the plus 30-yard line for the Blue Devils. With no timeouts and just over 1 minute left in the game, they trotted out the field goal unit for a 47-yard attempt on first down, which was made to cut the lead to 7. The ensuing onside kick failed, and Tulane kneeled it out for the win from there. But this was the right strategy to give themselves a chance at scoring twice, as opposed to inching their way to the end zone and scoring with too little time on the clock for a meaningful second possession. Alabama 34, Oklahoma 24. Sooners try an early down field goal. Oklahoma took over at their own 48-yard line after the Crimson Tide punt and moved the ball 18 yards in 3 plays before spiking on 2nd and 5 at the plus 34-yard line with 1:18 to play and sending out their field goal unit for an early down attempt. At this point, the Sooners needed a second possession to stay alive, and the logic was sound to try to maximize the time for a second drive. Unfortunately for the Sooners, the field goal attempt came from 51 yards and ended up falling short to seal a 10-point win for Alabama. It's hard to assess much blame on Oklahoma for trying the long kick with the Lou Groza Award winner on their roster, but with 1:18 still on the clock, there was enough time for them to try the third down play, perhaps taking a deep shot to seek the touchdown that they needed, before trying the field goal on fourth down. Per the chart below, 1:18 was essentially on the border of the time in which CAI recommends either taking the deep shots or the field goal when trailing by 10. Note, the original document includes a chart here. Please refer to the corresponding page in your CAI training guide. Page 51. Second half late game strategies. Needing a touchdown. Trailing late in the game by less than a touchdown, the goal for the offense is to try a winning touchdown and leaving as little time as possible for the opponent to respond. While there is a safety net for teams down by 3, the offense's goal should be to finish in the end zone to take the lead. Syracuse 27, UConn 20, overtime. When to hit the brakes, needing a touchdown while trailing the Huskies by 5 with less than 1 minute in the game, a run on 2nd and 1 from the plus 6-yard line moved the chains to set up a 1st and goal for Syracuse. Following the conversion, there was an opportunity to burn some clock prior to snapping on 1st and goal in an effort to prevent a UConn drive. The Orange could have snapped the ball with 25 to 30 seconds and still been in good shape to get 4 plays off without cutting it too close, but instead snapped at 0:53, running into the end zone to take the lead. Syracuse added what turned out to be a crucial 2-point conversion with Connecticut, responding with a field goal to send it to overtime, where Syracuse prevailed. This was a tough situation for both teams from a time perspective. Letting the clock run, Syracuse could have better limited that last UConn drive, though doing so would limit their ability to rush with just 1 stoppage available. CAI would have leaned toward waiting for 2 reasons. 1, down by 5, Syracuse didn't know the result of their 2-point attempt yet and could have lost on a UConn field goal if they didn't convert a 2-point try. Secondly, from the plus 3-yard line, there was a really good chance they would find the end zone from such a close distance. As it happened, the first down rush went directly for the score, and Syracuse converted the 2-point attempt to take a 3-point lead, but UConn used the time saved from Syracuse rushing to mount a field goal drive to match. Tulsa 19, Oklahoma State 12, Cowboys fire. Two shots, Oklahoma State did indeed work their way into Hail Mary range and did well to try a Hail Mary with 0:11 to play, a sound strategy as the opponent might not be expecting it, and barring a gain well inside the plus 20-yard line, the chances of scoring on the final play wouldn't really be enhanced. On the first try, a Tulsa defender took out one of the Ohio State receivers who had a chance to make the catch. He got there a little early, and it could have been called pass interference, but ensuring that he didn't make the catch was all that mattered. In this spot, the 15-yard penalty wasn't going to do much damage, as the play call from the plus 27-yard line would likely be the same. The Cowboys then tried a screen type of pass on the last play that came up well short, and Tulsa had an upset win. Illinois State 29, NDSU 28. What's the goal? On the drive that led to Illinois State's touchdown with 1 minute left, there were notable clock management decisions on both sides. Iowa State reached first and goal at the plus 10-yard line with 1 minute 43 seconds remaining, and the clock was set to restart once the chains were set. They snapped quickly at 1 minute 40 and threw incomplete into the end zone. At that point, if all 4 downs resulted in clock-stopping plays and they failed to score, they would only get the ball back with roughly 20 to 25 seconds left. Considering that and their clear intention to go for 2 if they scored, Iowa State should have focused on bleeding the clock to ensure this was the final meaningful possession, especially since NDSU showed no interest in stopping the clock. Illinois State also snapped far too quickly after the second down play, with 22 seconds still on the play clock as it rolled into third down. From NDSU's standpoint, they could have used a timeout immediately at 1:43 once it became goal to go, but Iowa State's pace ultimately made that unnecessary, the moment where CAI would have recommended page 52. Defensive timeout was after the second down play, which set up third and goal at the 5 with about 1:32 remaining. Even with a defensive stop, NDSU would have been positioned to drain the clock to the 20 to 25 second range, and if Iowa State did score, that extra time would have been valuable. Nebraska 20, Cincinnati 17. Aggression trailing by 3 with 0:41 remaining, Cincinnati reached the plus 33-yard line and chose to attack the end zone with a long toss, where the pass was intercepted, effectively ending the game. Though it didn't pan out, CAI did applaud the aggressive play call. Barring an explosive offensive play in the closing seconds, the Bearcats were looking at needing a long field goal make, plus coming out ahead in overtime to secure the win. With both of these outcomes, very many toss-ups, the Bearcats' odds of winning were in the 1-4 range, and creating a jump ball in the end zone for a potential win was a chance very much worth taking. Ole Miss 39, Georgia 34, to run or to pass? After the incompletion on third down, kicking the field goal to tie the game was the obvious choice for Georgia. The more interesting decision came on the third down play itself. A throw to the end zone might have offered the best chance to take a late lead. Passes do tend to lead to conversions about 3% more often with this down and distance in the red zone. But it also carried the risk of an incompletion that would stop the clock and give Ole Miss time to respond with a game-winning field goal. A run or a higher percentage pass would have reduced the chances of scoring a touchdown, but likely would have kept the clock moving and all but ensured overtime with Ole Miss out of timeouts. Second half late game strategies. Trailing by 1 to 2 points. Trailing late in the game by less than a field goal, the goal for the offense is to try a field goal of the shortest possible distance on the final play, giving the opponent no time for a response. USF 18, Florida 16 Bulls. Walk it off. Following the stoppage that gave both teams a chance to regroup, USF came out swinging with a gain of 12 on a short pass to move into the red zone. Although they were already in field goal range and have a strong kicker, this was good work to stay aggressive and not park the bus and accept a long attempt. On the next set of downs, Florida let the clock run after a gain of 6 for USF set up a 2nd and 4 at the plus 14-yard line. With 2 timeouts, CAI would have encouraged the Gators to use one here at about the 1:05 mark. USF was likely to keep the ball on the ground from here on out, and there would still need to be one running clock play if so, but there was a chance of a clock stoppage that could have given Florida another chance if there was a penalty or the Bulls decided to throw. or if another helmet came off, which we saw happened again this same week to Arizona State, just like what happened to Central Michigan the week prior. Additionally, if the Bulls got a touchdown on the second down play, the Gators would have been happy to have the extra time with which to work. The idea is to just save the time when you know you can right then, because you never know what might happen next. As it played out, another run on 2nd and 4 moved the sticks to set up first and goal for USF, where Florida then used a timeout. CAI would have avoided that one, as they could potentially force a kick from an awkward angle with the ball on the left hash and USF holding just one timeout. After the timeout, the Bulls ran 2 straight times and set up what was effectively an extra point with the ball in the middle of the hash marks at the +2 yard line to win the game on the final snap. Do credit the Bulls for these 2 rushes, the first, page 53, of which was particularly effective to center the ball and also move the ball up the field. From short distances, there is value in centering the ball to avoid the sharp angle. But far too often, teams will take a play from the +8 yard line and move it back to the +11 yard line or the +12 yard line while centering the ball. Instead of having a 30-yard field goal where an average FBS kicker will miss about 12% of the time, the Bulls ended up with what amounted to an extra point, which will be missed at closer to 2%, meaning they were 6 times more likely to lose if they had chosen to take a knee to center than the tactics they chose. Texas A&M 41, Notre Dame 40. Desperation time for Notre Dame. Notre Dame opened the final drive with 11 seconds at their own 31-yard line, needing a score of any kind to win the game. The Irish started with what was essentially a Hail Mary that was thrown 30 yards short of the end zone to give them a shot at a field goal. The Aggie coverage was all over the pass, though, nearly intercepting it, but forcing the incompletion to give Notre Dame one more chance. Although Texas A&M forced the incompletion, this was a spot in which a pass interference wouldn't have been a bad outcome either if they happened to be out of position on the play. It would put Notre Dame on the fringe of Hail Mary territory, but with only 4 seconds to play, they had to avoid the completion on that play at all costs to prevent a field goal attempt. The Aggies closed it out on the next play after Notre Dame's lateral attempts came up well short of the end zone. Harvard 45, Penn 43. Just enough time for a comeback with Harvard leading 42-40. Penn hit a 22-yard pass down to the 20-yard line with 0:35 left, and Harvard unloaded their first timeout right away, trying to save whatever time they might be able to in case Penn jumped ahead. A first down quarterback run got bounced outside and ended up going out of bounds, and then 2nd and 7 went for 4 yards to set up 3rd and 3, where Harvard spent a second timeout with 0:25 on the clock. At this point, Penn was out of timeouts, and Harvard had 1 remaining. Coming out of the break, Penn brought on their field goal unit, much to Harvard's surprise with their normal defense on the field. The Quakers did make the kick, though that left 0:22 that they still needed to run out. From CAI's perspective, this was a time when Penn simply had to run another play before kicking. With 0:25 left, there was plenty of time if they got stopped on a running clock play to get the field goal unit out there for the kick. But if they weren't comfortable with that route, throwing the ball on 3rd down to either go after the first down, the touchdown to avoid the kick entirely, or a throwaway to burn some clock were all preferable to kicking with this much time left. Even with a made field goal, the 0:22 were going to leave Harvard with time for 3 to 4 plays, which is really dangerous when there were other options to try and eliminate either some or all of those snaps. After a fair catch on the kickoff, Harvard connected on a 21-yard completion and quickly spiked. Following a short throw that eventually made it out of bounds for a gain of just 1, Harvard hit an 18-yard pass to the +35-yard line and used their final timeout with 0:05 left. Their kicker then came on and drilled the 53-yard field goal as time expired to keep the Crimson's perfect season alive. Georgia Tech 36, Boston College 34. Final sequence in Chestnut Hill down a point, but already in field goal range in the final seconds. Georgia Tech could have let the clock drain all the way down to make their final field goal a walk-off attempt, but stopped the clock at 0:14 with a timeout. It seems likely the Jackets thought the 3rd and 2 run had achieved the first down and took the timeout at that point to give them a couple chances to go for the touchdown and avoid leaving it in the hands of. Page 54, the kicker. Regardless of the reason, it created some drama by leaving 11 seconds for Boston College following the made field goal to take a 2-point lead. Second half late game strategies, tied. Tied late in the second half is a unique situation in that the offensive team must weigh the benefits of pursuing a winning score versus the risk of giving up a possession and losing in regulation. Teams should consider if they are more likely to score in regulation than the opposition, while also considering what their chances of success would be in an overtime session. Georgia Tech 24, Clemson 21. Yellow Jackets walk it off. Georgia Tech regained possession with 3:26 left in regulation following a 13-play, 75-yard touchdown drive by Clemson to even the score. On the second play, a Clemson defender was shaken up and started running to the sideline while simultaneously calling for a substitute. He was about halfway there when we went down to ignite an injury stoppage, and since the ball had already been spotted, the Tigers were charged with a timeout and lost a key resource in a close game. This was a tough break for Clemson and hard to fault an injured player, though the hope is that he would go down immediately or just limp all the way off so they could keep the timeout, which ended up being a big loss for the Tigers. Chapter 15, second half late. Chapter 15, second half late. Game strategies part 2. A few plays later, the Yellow Jackets moved the ball into plus territory and called a run on 1st and 10 at the plus 45-yard line for a gain of 3 before using a timeout at 0:40. Another run on 2nd and 7 was held to a gain of 3 yards before Georgia Tech called their final timeout on 3rd and 4, with 26 seconds remaining to set up the final sequence. These were not timeouts that CAI was in favor of, as with the Tigers holding 2 timeouts. Calling the timeouts left them in position where, absent a first down to follow, they could be left trying a really long field goal with significant time on the clock if missed, providing Clemson a chance whether the kick was made or not. In fact, after the second down play, CAI would have recommended a timeout by Clemson for that reason, as they could have forced this long field goal with about 30 seconds to play. From Georgia Tech's perspective, after Clemson bypassed their timeouts, had they just hurried up to snap the second or third down play, they would have been well positioned to run multiple plays to follow while minimizing the risk of a Clemson response. On 3rd down, the Yellow Jackets kept the ball on the ground once more, but Clemson stopped it short of the first down marker to initiate a semi-fire drill field goal. Georgia Tech comfortably got the snap off with 3 seconds to play and knocked in the 55-yard, try to clinch their first win over Clemson since 2014. CAI did have this as a missed timeout for Clemson in this sequence, as the Yellow Jackets had plenty of time to get the field goal unit on the field, so it wasn't exactly a fire drill attempt. Additionally, the kick was not guaranteed to be made given the distance, so they could have had the ball near midfield with 15 seconds and a timeout to work with should it have been missed. SMU 26, Miami 20. Take a chance. The Mustangs knocked in a 38-yard field goal to tie the game with just 25 seconds left, and following a kickoff for a touchback, Miami opted for a kneel down to take the game to overtime. While the move did avoid a turnover, with enough time for 4 to 5 plays to get in field goal range and a timeout in their pocket, a good kicker, and one of the more efficient passing games in the country, the Hurricanes were far more likely to score themselves than give up a score with an aggressive approach. If nothing else, simply running the ball twice to see if they could get a chunk gain was a high-reward/low-risk strategy to consider. Page 55. While SMU tied it up with a field goal and not a touchdown here, this was an example of why going for 2 and the win is only recommended when the clock is under 20 seconds, as teams tend to be more conservative when the game is tied with under 1 minute remaining, knowing they can still get to overtime and often play things much differently in a tie game than one in which they are behind. Kennesaw State 41, Missouri State 34. Over-the-top aggression? The bookends to this set of downs came with 2 interesting choices by the Bears. It started with a double pass on 1st and 10 that Kennesaw State was not fooled by and nearly made a diving interception, or a fumble on a backwards pass, though the pass was ruled forwards after review. A run for no gain on the next play and an incomplete pass on 3rd down set up a 4th and 10 from the plus 34-yard line, where the Bears trotted out their field goal unit to shoot for the late lead. Instead, they tried a fake, and Kennesaw State was once again not fooled as they brought it down for a loss to take over with a chance to win on a field goal. Missouri State certainly couldn't be accused of parking the bus in this position, where a conservative approach could have left them attempting a long field goal with roughly 30 seconds left had they simply run the ball 3 times. While the double pass may not have been essential in a 34-34 game where both offenses were rolling, CAI can still support using aggressive calls to try to get closer for a potential game. Winning kick. On the 4th and 10 from the plus 34-yard line, several options were defensible, with CAI's rankings. Field goal greater than go greater than punt. Quite close in value. Attempting the long field goal, their kicker's career long is 49, and he is 0 for 3 from 50 plus, may not have been a super exciting prospect for the Bears, though if it was in range, offered up an opportunity to take the lead late. Going for it on a conventional play was also an option, with a conversion leading to a walk-off on what would likely be a much easier field goal attempt. Punting could also be considered, though it's hard to pass up a chance to take the lead for what might have been as little as 14 yards of field position if not executed well. Fake field goals historically aren't high-percentage plays, but if Missouri State anticipated a full Kennesaw State block attempt, as Duke did against UNC, the decision to fake certainly had merit to try to pick up a valuable first down. In the end, credit goes to the Owls for staying alert and executing well to stop the play. Owls play for the touchdown. Kennesaw State needed only 2 plays to advance to the plus 14-yard line after their stop on the fake field goal. The clock paused at 0:46 to move the chains, and Kennesaw State snapped the next play with 0:36 remaining and 23 seconds on the play clock. Their quarterback extended the play by scrambling before finding a receiver in the back of the end zone for a touchdown, giving the Owls a 7-point lead with 27 seconds left. While Missouri State still had 2 timeouts and enough time to potentially put together a response, CAI supported Kennesaw State's decision to go for the touchdown rather than risk a walk-off kick in that situation. The Owls had already missed both a field goal and an extra point earlier in the game, so it was reasonable for them to avoid relying on the kicking operation if possible. With the clock under 30 seconds, they could also feel comfortable trusting their defense to keep Missouri State out of the end zone. Since 2016, only 1 team has scored a touchdown on a drive starting in negative territory, with 30 seconds or less requiring a touchdown to stay alive. Out of 136 such situations, Missouri State's final possession came closer than most, reaching the plus 26-yard line with 7 seconds left. But Kennesaw State secured an interception to end the rally. Page 56. Second half late game strategies. Centering the ball for a field goal / parking the bus. When kicking a last-second field goal trailing by 1 to 2 points or tied, each yard gained or lost can be the difference between making the field goal and winning or missing the field goal and losing the game. On most field goals that are longer than 30 yards, losing 2 yards often lowers a kicker's chances of making the field goal by between 2% and 4%. On the other hand, each yard gained can improve a kicker's chance of making the field goal. Though teams should avoid a turnover, they should not necessarily do so by running a play that loses yardage. SMU 29, Nevada 24, 2024. Mustangs don't park the bus. With under 2 minutes to play and trailing by 1 point, the Mustangs began closing in on scoring territory, but showed no interest in leaving it up to a long field goal to decide the game. SMU aired it out downfield on multiple occasions and wound up connecting for a touchdown on a 3rd and 10 throw from the plus 34-yard line to take the lead with 1:18 remaining. While SMU could have played this a bit more conservatively and had a field goal attempt to win with Nevada having less time and timeouts, a make was far from certain. Playing things as they did, they gave their offense every opportunity to do things on their own, and only having the kicker as a backup plan. Though the touchdown was a great outcome on this play, it wasn't the ideal one. A slightly better result was a barrier play where SMU would have ended up at the plus 1 yard line instead of the end zone. With just 2 timeouts remaining for the Wolfpack, this strategy would have allowed SMU to walk it off with a last-second field goal attempt from roughly XP range. In this case, with the ball being caught in the end zone, such a play wasn't possible, and SMU had to rely on their defense to close out the win, which they were able to do. Vanderbilt 34, Virginia Tech 27, 2024. Commodores forego an extra play in a 27-27 tie. Vanderbilt had the ball on the plus 30-yard line with 2 timeouts and 0:16 to play. After a 5-yard rush, the Commodores were content to let the clock tick from 9 seconds to just 3 seconds before calling a timeout and barely missing a 43-yard field attempt. CAI would have suggested calling the timeout with 9 seconds remaining and running one more play to get a bit closer. If we think of the value of another 5-yard gain, this would have increased the chances of making a final kick by about 6%, which was more than enough reward to offset the small risk of a turnover or negative play. As we will see in the next sequence, every now and then, that extra play will mean not having to kick a final field goal at all. The Commodores did rally following the miss and ultimately won the game in overtime. Liberty 35, UMass 34, overtime, 2024. Bus parking leads to pile up for UMass with just under 2 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter and the game tied at 28-28. UMass did well to travel from their own 10-yard line to the plus 23-yard line before calling a timeout at 0:10 prior to third and one from the plus 23-yard line. On third down, the Minutemen conceded a loss of 2 yards in an effort to center the ball for the game-winning kick. However, UMass proceeded to miss the 43-yard field goal attempt, and the game went to overtime. With the points not guaranteed, there was no reason for the Minutemen to willingly concede a loss of 2 yards over executing a traditional play towards the middle of the field. From nearly the same position, the first play of the overtime period was a 22-yard rush from the Minutemen, a gain UMass would have welcomed on the prior sequence. As it played out, UMass found, page 57, the end zone just 2 plays into overtime, but a missed XP allowed Liberty to secure the 35-34 victory after the Flames scored a subsequent touchdown and walk-off XP. Texas 39, Arizona State 31, 2 OT, 20-24, end of regulation sequence. After a replay review determined there was no targeting foul on Arizona State's 10-yard completion on 3rd and 15 from their own 38-yard line, Arizona State punted the ball away on 4th and 5 from their own 48-yard line, allowing Texas to take over on their own 20-yard line with 2 timeouts and 0:57 remaining in a tied game. Facing 2nd and 4 from their own 49-yard line, Texas completed a pass over the middle for 27 yards to reach the plus 24-yard line with just 0:31 on the clock. Texas avoided using their final timeout and immediately got to the line for the next play, but the Longhorns allowed the clock to wind down from 0:24 after losing 1 yard on an outside run. Texas initiated the next snap with 0:11 remaining and connected on the check down to get out of bounds and bring up 3rd and 4 from the plus 18-yard line with 0:06 left to play. With a timeout still in their pocket, the Longhorns willingly lost 2 yards by centering the ball with their quarterback and called their final timeout at 0:02. Arizona State opted not to call their final timeout as an icing timeout, and the field goal attempt deflected off the upright to send the game into overtime. Although Texas did well to reach scoring territory on the final drive of regulation and threw once to get a bit closer, CAI recommends teams continue to try and gain yardage when pursuing late-game field goals, even when attempting to center the ball or get to a desired hash. Texas's loss of 2 yards in a centering effort might have been the difference on this potential game-winning kick. Second half late-game strategies. Last-minute strategy. Indiana 27, Penn State 24. Way too early to spike after a completion out to their own 35-yard line. Indiana hustled to the line and spiked with 1:22 left. This was completely unnecessary, as it was perfectly reasonable that the Hoosiers could need all 4 downs to move the chains on this series, and taking a couple extra seconds to get off a quality first down play was a small price to play to maximize the chance of keeping the sticks moving. Fortunately for the Hoosiers, The second down play hit for a 12-yard gain, and nothing was lost from the spike. A few plays later, the Hoosiers hit another explosive pass play for 29 yards down to the plus 24-yard line, and again lined up to spike with 0:53 on the clock. For the same reasons, CAI had a strong preference to trade a couple extra seconds to make sure that 4 downs were still in play. Indiana avoided the spike in an odd way as their receiver was a little banged up after the catch and hobbled off. Penn State immediately responded with a sub of their own, which should have burnt some time, but the officials left the ball too early instead of standing over it and had to blow it dead. This ended up being a big play, as it added some extra time, but far more importantly, ended up saving IU from themselves on the spike. More time than you think. Indiana got down to first and goal at the 7-yard line after a great catch on the sideline, prompting a Penn State timeout with 0:48 left. The conversation in the broadcast booth during the timeout was about how all of the plays moving forward needed to be thrown to the end zone, though this was far from the truth on the scenario. In fact, the Hoosiers could have easily absorbed 1, if not 2 running clock plays and still managed to get in all 4 downs. If we think about a 5 to 6 second play, getting in another one with 14 to 15 seconds between them is quite doable, allowing for 2 of these 20-second increments, a stopped. Page 58. Clock play of 5 to 6 seconds, and you only need a second for a 4th down play. In fact, the Hoosiers could have strongly considered a running play on 1st down such that they could get closer for end zone shots and minimize the chance of a PSU response given a touchdown. The right time for a spike slash, good time for a hard count. On Penn State's final drive, they hit a 3rd and 5 completion for 6 yards and a 1st down to their own 47-yard line, with the clock stopping momentarily at 0:20. This was a spot where CAI would have recommended spiking it instead of using the final timeout, which was the route Penn State took. With 0:20 left, losing a down didn't matter all that much, as if the team hadn't advanced the ball to a new set of downs in the next 3 plays, the game would either be over or there wouldn't be much to work with on the final snap. While a timeout would save a second or two, it also left the Nittany Lions in a spot where any subsequent play that didn't go out of bounds or gain a 1st down would almost certainly end their chances. Out of the timeout, Penn State had a nice hard count and drew Indiana off sides while throwing it 20-plus yards down the field. This not only gave their offense a shot at a free play to try and pick up a chunk of yardage, but also gave them the chance to get another stoppage on a 1st down conversion, now just needing only 5 yards instead of 10, which served to limit the potential damage of their earlier timeout. Unfortunately for the Nittany Lions, the drive stalled there, and the Hoosiers held on for a wild win. Tulsa 26, Army 25. A well-thought-out, premature spike on the drive that won it? Tulsa converted a 3rd and 1 at the plus 10-yard line to give their offense a new set of downs. With no timeouts remaining for either team, Tulsa let the clock run before spiking with 16 seconds left. While unconventional to avoid the walk-off, the early spike served a purpose to prevent the possibility of a false start that would come with a 10-second runoff and end the game. Tulsa had some work to do after the kick was made, but didn't have an issue holding the Army drive short following. Ole Miss 39, Georgia 34, final sequence in New Orleans. The odds were slim for Georgia following the Rebels' go-ahead kick, though CAI would have preferred taking the touchback over the lateral play on the kickoff. The hope was that with the 6 seconds, there might be a chance for 2 plays, with the possibility that the first could gain the 15 to 25 yards needed to earn a Hail Mary opportunity, which would have a significantly higher chance of success than a lateral play. The lateral on the Rebels' kickoff with 6 seconds left resulted in safety, but 1 second remained that required Georgia to try an onside on a free kick. On the play, Ole Miss allowed the Bulldogs to recover the ball, thinking the final second would come off the clock on the play. However, the Georgia player that recovered it already had a knee on the ground, which became a play where no time came off, allowing the Bulldogs to run one final play from scrimmage. On that last play, with it being out of Hail Mary range, the Rebels did well to limit their rush, keeping 10 defenders behind the ball, leading to a tackle to end the proceedings. Nevada 13, Wyoming 7. Cowboys' first rodeo, Wyoming took over with 2:22 left in the game needing a touchdown for the lead, and were in capable shape on 1st and 10 at the plus 12-yard line with 37 seconds left and no timeouts. Nearly every snap to that point had stopped the clock, but Wyoming soon faced 4th and 3 from the plus 5-yard line and completed a short pass that reached the 1-yard line to set up 1st and goal. They went for a spike on the play, a defensible choice with only 16. Page 59. Seconds left as, had they taken a couple extra seconds to line up, getting off 4 plays in the 13 to 14 seconds would have been a little tricky. The situation collapsed on the next snap. The Wolfpack coverage was great, forcing the Cowboys quarterback to throw a check down behind the line of scrimmage. The back was then tackled in bounds for a 4-yard loss with only 11 seconds left. In a moment of panic, the Cowboys running back then tossed the ball over the umpire's head to cost them even more time. The official retrieved the ball and worked to spot it quickly. It was unclear if the next snap would have counted, as it seemed the clock had hit 0, but the pass on that play fell incomplete regardless, sealing the win for Nevada. Alabama 27, Auburn 23. Timeouts gives Auburn at least a glimmer of hope. The Auburn drive had put them in an ideal scenario from a time perspective as, barring the fumble, they would have had 2nd and 3 at the plus 20-yard line and likely used their first timeout with 0:33 to play. This situation would have provided the Tigers with enough time to run 6 or 7 plays and made it the final meaningful drive of regulation. While the fumble was catastrophic, because Auburn had done really well to preserve all 3 timeouts, they still had a glimmer of hope and managed to force a punt with 0:20 left after a quick 3-and-out. On the punt, Herbstreit advocated for sending all 11 players after the kick, though CAI disagreed with that assessment. With enough time remaining for multiple offensive plays, the priority should be securing the ball and maximizing both time and field position. The Tigers sent 10 after the punt and didn't get close and were set to take over around their own 40-yard line with 0:14 left, enough time for at least 3 plays, far more promising than an all-out punt block that would have sacrificed both return potential and field position in search of the elusive punt block. In another unfortunate twist for Auburn, the punt returner muffed the punt, and while it ultimately went out of bounds, the Tigers lost 9 yards and 4 seconds on the recovery. Auburn then completed a 17-yard pass over the middle, but the receiver couldn't get down quickly enough to allow for a spike, leaving just 0:02 on the clock. At that point, the Tigers needed a whistle play from midfield, snapping the ball immediately as it was set so they could attempt a final Hail Mary. They executed the snap, but were only able to get off a short pass that was easily covered to end the game. Chapter 16, Second Half Late. Chapter 16, Second Half Late. Game Strategies Part 3. Georgia 16, Georgia Tech 9. Tech gets in position for a Hail Mary. On this last sequence, the Yellow Jackets did an excellent job to earn a final Hail Mary attempt. The first play was a check down to the running back, and after breaking a tackle, he quickly went out of bounds for a gain of 8. The next play was a tricky one from their own 28-yard line, as it needed to get out of bounds in addition to gaining the necessary yardage to get into Hail Mary range. As with the play starting with 0:07, a spike wouldn't have been allowed with a play ending with 1 or 2 seconds remaining. Georgia Tech got just that with an incredible effort from their receiver to make the catch for a 28-yard gain and then reaching for the white of the sidelines to stop the clock. This gave the Jackets a chance at a Hail Mary, a well-thrown ball that made it to the end zone, with the Bulldogs doing well to bat it down to seal the win. Second half late game strategies: barrier play when tied or trailing by 1 or 2 points, and with the ball inside the 10-yard line, the best path to victory might be to gain a first down and fall short of the end zone, a barrier play. Once the first down is gained, then the offensive team can run the clock down and kick a short field goal to win the game. Ideally, this page 60, kick will be like making an extra point, which will give the offensive team a 95% or better chance of victory. Often when a touchdown is scored late, then the opponent will have time for a comeback drive, which can decrease the odds of victory to under 95%. Miami 10, Texas A&M 3. Missed barrier play creates some drama. Miami scored the go-ahead touchdown in this one with just under 2 minutes to play after the Aggies burned their final timeout, prior to a 3rd and 5 at the plus 11-yard line. However, this was a missed opportunity for a barrier play for the Hurricanes, as they could have set up a walk-off field goal for the win if they had gone down inside the plus 5-yard line after securing the first down. Even if they didn't want to leave it all up to the kicker after a rough outing for their field goal unit in this game, CAI would have supported running the clock down to 0:30 or so and trying another run or two to avoid putting it all on the shoulders of the kicker. Though it's worth noting he did knock in the XP here, which could have instead been the game-winning field goal. Either way, Texas A&M had a real shot to tie the game because of the touchdown, taking over with 1:44 remaining. The Aggies moved the ball to the plus 5-yard line with just under 40 seconds to play and seemed poised to tie the game, but then threw an interception on 3rd and goal to seal the win for the Hurricanes. Georgia Tech 27, Colorado 20 great, but not a perfect play for Georgia Tech. Holding possession with the game tied and under the 2 o'clock mark in the 4th quarter, Georgia Tech had a 2nd and 6 from the plus 45-yard line. Quarterback Haynes King initially looked to be stood up near the line of scrimmage on the designed quarterback run, but he burst through the crowd and scampered all the way into the end zone to take a late lead over the Buffaloes. While this was certainly a good outcome for Georgia Tech, it wasn't the best one, as Colorado still had 1 minute, 7 seconds, and 2 timeouts remaining to match the score. Although understandably difficult to relay on the fly, this was a barrier situation for the Yellow Jackets, where the ideal outcome on the play involved them moving the chains and getting as close to the end zone as possible before going down and taking a couple kneels to set up a walk-off field goal attempt. With CU holding the 2 timeouts, once the game clock crossed the 150 mark, tagging every play with the barrier tag would be the recommendation. Hawaii 44, Air Force 35, Rainbow Warriors killing the clock strategy. Hawaii did a nice job of killing the clock in this scenario, which began with the barrier play on 2nd and 7 in the red zone. Hawaii handed the ball off, and the running back broke through the hole and passed the line to gain before getting brought down around the plus 1-yard line. The Falcons called their final timeout, and the Hawaii offense began taking knees, which drained the clock down to 37 seconds before the chip shot field goal made it a 2-possession game. The Warriors handled this drive wisely, as kneeling made it almost impossible for Air Force to score twice with under 40 seconds left, giving Hawaii the 44-35 win. Had they taken a touchdown, this would have given Air Force over 2 minutes and a timeout to secure 2 touchdowns. Not an easy task, but one that could have been avoided while also reducing wear and tear on the defense from this tactic. Arkansas State 31, Texas State 30 wild ending. In Jonesboro, Arkansas State executed an 8-play, 80-yard drive to even the score at 24 and give the ball back to Texas State with 1:15 remaining and a chance to win the game in regulation. On the first play of the following Texas State drive, the Bobcat quarterback broke free on a draw play and looked like he might go directly in for a touchdown, page 61, to retake the lead, but an incredible effort by an Arkansas State defender ended up stopping it short of the end zone at the plus 3-yard line. This was actually a tackle the Red Wolves didn't want, though, as it was a barrier situation for Texas State where they wanted to go down near the goal line to set up a field goal with minimal time remaining that would prevent ASU from having much of a chance at another possession. Following that play and a timeout by Arkansas State, the Red Wolves made the decision to allow the touchdown to give themselves another possession, with the Bobcats taking the bait to take the lead. CAI did agree with the choice to allow the touchdown, as having 1 minute for a final drive down 7 was better than facing what would likely amount to little more than an XP for the win with little to no time remaining. Surprisingly enough, the Bobcats missed the XP, and one could argue that scoring the touchdown, they were able to take a special teams miscue out of the equation. But by scoring, they were still susceptible to an Arkansas State touchdown that would now beat them. As it played out, the Red Wolves took full advantage of the strong strategy play to allow the score and went 75 yards in 6 plays to tie the game and made the extra point for the win. Oklahoma 33, Tennessee 27. What barrier? After recovering the onside kick, Oklahoma took over, leading by 2 at the plus 44-yard line with 1:55 on the clock, and Tennessee still holding those 2 timeouts. On the first play, OU's RB broke free and had a clear path to the end zone, but hesitated inside the 10-yard line, looking for some instruction about whether or not to score before deciding to fall down inside the 1. Tennessee called their second timeout right away, leaving 1:47 on the clock. At this point, Oklahoma chose to switch gears and try and score, and did so to go up by 9 points. CAI would suggest that scoring when they had the easy chance to do so was the play. Ahead by 2 points, CAI would only recommend avoiding the touchdown when the offense can then end the game with kneel downs. When the alternative is to go up by 2 scores at 9 points, the idea is to avoid an awkward position where the opponent could get the ball back and one weird play could cost the team a game. After the score, Tennessee rallied for a field goal with 0:47 left, but missed the onside. With OU choosing to go this route, the Vols still had a chance. But it was remote, as the Sooners had 3 outs and that they could get a stop on one of 2 Tennessee drives or just recover an onside kick, providing numerous large hurdles to UT to overcome. Second half late game strategies. Allowing a touchdown/do not score. In games when trailing by 1 or 2 points or tied, a team might be better off allowing the other team to score a touchdown instead of allowing it to kick an easy field goal on the final play or running off so much time that little is left for a final drive. Conversely, if the defense wants to allow a touchdown, it is logical under the same circumstances that the offense does not want to score a touchdown and give the opposition a final drive. Another instance when a team might consider avoiding the touchdown is when the clock could be run down to the final seconds, and leaving next to no time might be superior to going up 2 scores with significant time remaining. Page 62, Miami FL 24, Ohio State 14, 1 play. Too late, following a Miami 3rd and 4 conversion to set up first and end goal at the plus 7-yard line, Ohio State was in a nearly impossible position with only 1 timeout remaining and the clock under 2 minutes. They chose to play it out defensively on the first snap and stop the run for a gain of 2. However, they didn't use a timeout immediately following the play and let the clock drip down from 1 minute 46 seconds to 0 minutes 59 seconds before the next Miami snap. On that play, the Buckeyes allowed the touchdown and hoped for a score onside recovery score sequence to get back in it. Neither option was particularly appealing, as, playing it straight up, the Buckeyes could have forced a 4th down with about 10 seconds left, which supported the thought to add some time to try for the double score. However, given that this was the chosen direction, doing so on the first down play at the plus 7-yard line, or at least using a timeout before the second down play to prevent 40-plus seconds from coming off the clock, would have been preferable. Mississippi State 24, Arizona State 20. Why and when to avoid allowing a touchdown in a tie game? After forcing a punt to get the ball back with 10:23 left and the score tied at 17, the Sun Devils went on a drive that lasted 17 plays and 8:54 before kicking a field goal on the plus 1-yard line to take a late lead. On the next possession, Mississippi State quickly moved the ball 77 yards in 5 plays to jump ahead, with only 30 seconds remaining to steal the win. This was a great example of why CAI doesn't recommend allowing a touchdown in a tie game when you can force a field goal with a reasonable amount of time on the clock. Though it seemed inevitable that the Sun Devils would get a touchdown after the long march, and having more timeouts for the offense would be helpful, you never know what might happen, and unless the Sun Devils were going to be getting a walk-off field goal, or close to it, making them work was the play. Credit also to the Bulldogs for saving all 3 timeouts until the end of the game, which made all the difference in the game. One additional point is that the 4th down itself was a go for Arizona State from the plus 1-yard line. The commentators stated that there was no way to consider going for it, and there was some merit to the argument that simply taking the lead at this juncture. Though if we consider that, had they gone for this and made it, the game goes to overtime instead of a loss in regulation. If they had gone for it and missed, Arizona State still has a big edge in regulation, holding the 2 timeouts and Mississippi State starting from the -1. A 3-point advantage with over 1:30 to play, the FP bump, and the opponent having all 4 downs with which to work is far from a safe lead, which the Bulldogs proved in this upset victory. Alabama 29, South Carolina 22. Gamecocks allow a score. With South Carolina out of timeouts after a pass for no gain, Alabama faced 2nd and 10 at the Gamecock 25-yard line, with 0:46 remaining in a tie game. The Tide stayed aggressive, throwing again on 2nd down, but the pass fell incomplete, stopping the clock with 0:39 left. On 3rd down, Alabama ran the ball and broke free into the secondary. One South Carolina defensive back had a chance to make a tackle or force the runner out of bounds around the 10 to 15-yard line, but pulled up to let the back by, allowing Alabama to score a touchdown with 0:34 remaining. This sequence was full of strategic choices, starting with the 2nd down call. CAI supported the decision by Alabama to pass in an effort to move closer for a potential game-winning field goal. As South Carolina, page 63, had no timeouts remaining, Alabama needed just one of its final 2 plays to keep the clock running to ensure that the final play would be a walk-off field goal attempt, and it was quite important for the Tide to inch closer. Alabama kicker Connor Talty is just 3-7 on 40-plus yard field goals on the year, but is a perfect 36-36 on XPs and kicks less than 40 yards, with the Tide then needing a few yards on the play to get within a comfortable distance. Given this backdrop, on the 3rd and 10 snap from the 25 with 0:39 to play, the possible outcomes on this play, ranked from best to worst from an offensive perspective, were 1. Gain of 15-plus yards that stopped short of the end zone 2. Touchdown 3. Run or short pass resulting in a gain of 10 yards or less 4. Incomplete pass or other clock-stopping result 5. Big loss or penalty pushing Alabama to the edge of field goal range 6. Turnover Alabama really wanted to avoid number 4 to 6 on this list, and number 1 to 2 would be an amazing result, and number 3 was more or less a par on the play. Looking at this now from the defensive perspective, naturally their priorities would be flipped, and South Carolina would be looking for a big play or an incompletion on the play to prevent or limit a final field goal, or to leave time after the field goal attempt, or at least make for a challenging final kick. The Tide ran a strong play, and once the back broke into the clear, the defensive back executed the all-or-nothing defensive approach, figuring that, with a bigger gain coming, might as well let him score to give the offense time. It ended up being 0:34, and he ran right by the back. This was perfect execution by the Gamecocks defensive back to at least avoid the worst possible outcome of giving up a virtual XP for the win, and he should be applauded for handling his assignment well. While the assignment was handled well, the defense could have had more of a goal line type of approach to this play that sold out against the run and dared the Tide to throw. This was a bit of a unique situation where the Tide was going to get a walk-off attempt with any running clock play, whereas an incompletion would have had an enormous impact, allowing South Carolina more time to respond. Either way, keeping the field goal attempt above the 40-yard mark on an incompletion or a rush for limited gain would have put a lot of pressure on the Alabama kicker. As it played out, the allowed touchdown strategy didn't pan out for the Gamecocks, as the Tide had a strong kickoff and the offensive drive couldn't get off the ground. Second half late game strategies, intentional offsides, penalty teams trailing late in games and in need of another possession must minimize the number of running clock plays that the opposing offense can run. Ideally, that number is 3 for a quick 3-and-out stop. But if the offense gets into a likely conversion scenario, for example, 2nd and 1, it can be beneficial for the defense to commit an intentional penalty with the clock stopped, to reset the down marker, move on from that 2nd and 1 and start over 1st and 10. The offense can, in turn, decline this penalty to try to convert on 2nd and 1 and then secure that extra running clock play. Page 64, Florida 29, Texas 21. Gators take the intentional offsides. After a gain of 9 on the first play of the drive set the Gators up with a 2nd and 1, Florida's offense wasn't going to have to snap again until 2:37 remained, which meant that a conversion was going to end the game with Florida able to kill the clock with knees on the next set of downs. Because of this, Texas seemed to intentionally jump off sides. The key with this choice is that they had to get offsides before 2:25. Play clock resets to 25 seconds after a penalty, so that Florida would have to snap first down before the 2-minute timeout. The trade-off for Texas was that, barring a turnover or clock stoppage for any reason, the best they could do now was force a punt with about 30 seconds left instead of 1:15 if the defense had been able to get a 3-and-out. But given it was 2nd and 1, and this was a really tough ask of their defense to make 2 consecutive stops in short yardage. On the Gator side, simply declining the penalty was in play, though accepting the penalty did put them in a spot where, barring anything weird, they would at worst be punting with about 0:30 to play. As such, while it would be more difficult to kill the clock entirely offensively, the extra 45 seconds that would be burned would be a huge benefit to the defense, and taking the new set of downs was quite defensible. Louisiana 42, Texas State 39, intentional offsides. After jumping offsides, unintentionally, to leave 2:35 left in the game, Texas State's defense was in a tough spot, trailing by 3 with just 2 timeouts left, and now needing to stop a 1st and 5 set of downs at the plus 44-yard line to have a full drive for their offense, or potentially even get it back at all. To the bewilderment of the announcers, Texas State raced offsides again prior to the 1st and 5 snap, prompting a, "What is going on? Why did he do that? Maybe they're letting them score to get the ball back. I don't know what's going on." In fairness to the broadcasters, this was the 3rd consecutive offsides penalty on Texas State, which certainly looked odd, though this was the only one that was on purpose. From the Bobcats' side, this was a great move, as stopping a 1st and 5 down series was less than a 15% probability, and there was little downside to going offsides and resetting the down series to 1st and 10, where they would have a much better chance of getting a stop, while the 5 yards of field position made almost no difference in a case where they had to get off the field in the next set of downs. On the flip side, this was a penalty that Louisiana wanted to decline. As noted, those 5 yards didn't matter to the Cajuns, and just churning out another 1st down was far more valuable than any field position. With those 2 timeouts and the 2-minute timeout, Texas State was able to force a 4th and 2 at the plus 31-yard line with 2 minutes on the clock. But Louisiana converted the 4th down to close it out, one they may have been able to avoid altogether had they declined that penalty. Page 65. Chapter 17, Killing the Clock. Chapter 17, Killing the Clock at the End of the Game. Part 1. Killing the Clock at the End of the Game. With limited time remaining on the clock, winning teams face the task of killing that time. The CAI end-of-game timing chart is designed to help teams assess whether the time will be completely run off by taking a knee. Some cases might be a little more complicated when most, but not all of the clock can be run off. In such cases, teams can identify how much time needs to be run off and be prepared with plays that kill the maximum amount of time while minimizing the risk of a turnover, a run out of bounds, or a penalty that could extend the game. Iowa State 24, Kansas State 21. Using the 2-minute timeout to your advantage. A few minutes into a drive that would ultimately run out the clock on the game, Iowa State was doing their best to snap late in the play clock to continue to limit Kansas State's comeback chances. This was particularly important on their 3rd and 1 play with 3:31 left in the game, and their following 1st and 10 play with 2:45 on the clock, which ended with 2:39 to play, causing Kansas State to immediately use their first timeout since the game clock had just dipped under the 2:40 mark. The value in this is that, had the Cyclones been a bit impatient and snapped a few seconds prior, had the 1st and 10 play ended with 2:49 instead of 2:39, Kansas State could have waited and forced the Cyclones to run an extra play before the 2-minute timeout. Instead, the Wildcats had no choice but to use the timeout at 2:39, as the clock would have run to the 2 o'clock mark otherwise and saved no time at all. Alabama 34, Oklahoma 24, throwing near the 2-minute timeout, holding a 10-point lead late in the game. With Oklahoma out of timeouts, Alabama faced a 3rd and 14 at their own 21-yard line with the clock inching close to 2 o'clock. They did a phenomenal job of running the clock down as far as they could before snapping the ball with 2:03 on the clock to throw a screen. The receiver initially bobbled the ball, but did make the catch for a gain of 5 yards. This brought out a, "They're going to throw the ball?" comment from the broadcast booth, but this was a subtle strategic play for the Tide. Since the snap came at 2:03 on the clock, the 2-minute timeout was going to stop the clock prior to the next play either way, so the risk of an incompletion was not a factor for Alabama. It didn't ultimately lead to a conversion to ice the game, but was still a very strong move by the Tide to recognize they were able to run or throw as the clock was counting down. Ohio 17, West Virginia 10 Bobcats close it out. After an interception gave their offense the ball back with a chance to kill the clock and pull off a win over a power conference team, the Bobcats faced 2nd and 10 at the plus 37-yard line with 2 minutes to go in the game. A run for a loss of a yard kept the clock rolling, and Ohio let it run all the way down before taking a delay of game with 1:11 on the clock. Renee Ngolia was the color commentator on the call and couldn't believe Ohio could allow this to happen. While it made the series tougher to convert, it wasn't a huge deal since West Virginia was out of timeouts, and a running clock play on the 3rd down snap would take the clock down to about 25 seconds before the 4th down play if they didn't move the chains. As it played out, the Bobcats decided to throw the ball on 3rd down and gained 13 yards on the play to bring up 4th and 3. This was too much of a gamble for CAI's liking, as even though it was a short pass with a high probability of completion, there's always a chance of an off-target pass or a drop ball to stop clock. Moreover, this play came dangerously close to going out of bounds with the tackle occurring near. Page 66, the sideline. Fortunately for the Bobcats, neither of those things came to fruition, and the clock ran down to 0:23 before the 4th down snap. Ohio called another pass play on 4th and 3, with Parker Navarro's pass to Caleb Gossett coming up just short of the 1st down marker to give the Mountaineers one final chance with just 17 seconds. CAI was good with going for it as it took away any chance of West Virginia blocking a field goal and returning it for a score, but would have encouraged a simple handoff up the middle to also take away WVU's interception return possibilities. West Virginia moved the ball 7 yards in the next 3 plays before Ohio sacked the Mountaineer quarterback to end the game and seal the win. Buffalo 28, UMass 21. U play to win the game. After UMass intercepted a Buffalo pass, the Minutemen took over at their own 10-yard line with 0:59 remaining while holding a 1-point lead with the Bulls holding all 3 timeouts. UMass did put themselves in a more difficult spot backed up here due to a lengthy celebration and ensuing penalty following the interception. Although the game certainly wasn't over yet with Buffalo holding those timeouts, 2 UMass running plays produced negative yardage and were followed by Buffalo timeouts, leaving a 3rd and 15 at their own 5-yard line. UMass tried to throw for the 1st down, but the pass was incomplete to stop the clock, which was heavily criticized by the broadcast. However, if UMass had run the ball for no gain again, Buffalo would have called their 3rd timeout and still gotten the ball back near midfield with 40 seconds to get into position to win the game with a field goal. As such, there was certainly nothing wrong with trying to make one play on offense to put the game away, even if it came at the cost of saving Buffalo that last timeout. As it happened, UMass proved correct by trying the pass, as the Bulls took over at midfield after the kick and moved the ball 50 yards in 3 plays to take the lead with a touchdown without needing to use their timeout. LSU 13, Western Kentucky 10. Late defensive touchdown makes things interesting. After forcing a turnover on downs, LSU took over with 2:30 remaining in the game and the Hilltoppers out of timeouts. 2 runs for a total of 8 yards set up a 3rd and 2 at the plus 29-yard line, where Western Kentucky forced a fumble and returned it for a defensive touchdown, cracking the door open to steal a road win against a power conference opponent if they recovered the onside kick. That did not come to fruition, though, as the Tigers made the recovery and were able to kneel it out from there. Hindsight was 20/20 for LSU here, and while not a traditional approach as they could not deplete the entire clock, taking knees following the turnover on downs for WKU was an option. The fourth down play would have come with around 30 seconds left to play, and the Hilltoppers would have had no chance to come back with the knees avoiding a catastrophic play like what occurred here. Of course, it's impossible to predict a play like that happening for LSU, as the ball carrier surely knew he had to avoid a fumble at all costs here. But if the Tigers had run the clock all the down to 25 to 30 seconds, the Hilltoppers would not have enough time to mount the two scoring drives that were needing to get back in the game. Georgia 16, Georgia Tech 9. Getting to the 2-minute timeout in 2 snaps. After the kickoff, the Bulldogs ran for a gain of 2 on first down to bring up 2nd and 8. Prior to that next play, Georgia did well to make sure they used up as much play clock as possible to get the next snap off at 2:44, which meant that the next play would likely end with less than 2:40 and the clock would go to the page 67. 2-minute timeout unless Georgia Tech called a timeout, which the Yellow Jackets wisely did. However, while that was an excellent application for the timeout, CAI would have recommended that the Jackets use their last one immediately following the 3rd and 1 play as well, even though Georgia moved the chains on that play. The difference was that using it after first down, the second down play was snapped at the 1:55 mark instead of 2 o'clock, which would have saved 5 potentially crucial seconds. Georgia Tech later forced a punt on 4th and 8 to get the ball back, but leading up to that kick, Georgia did a nice job of running the play clock all the way down and then using a timeout at 1 second to burn as much of the clock as they could, which proved to be equally important seconds to remove from the game. Delayed knee. A delayed knee is a strategy in which the team can run out the clock, but only if aided by plays that take a few seconds off the clock. Teams should be prepared to run such plays that minimize the chance of a fumble while also avoiding a penalty that would stop the clock. Kennesaw State 24, MTSU 16, Owls run the clock out. After forcing a turnover on downs, Kennesaw State took over at their own 38 with 1:44 remaining in the game and 1 timeout left for the Blue Raiders. A run play on first down was held to a gain of 3 and brought on MTSU's final timeout. The Owls then did well to deploy delayed knees on 2nd and 3rd down to get the clock to show 0:06 on 4th down, where they ran a hang play to close out the win. One thing the Owls could have done to make their lives easier was to utilize their 3 timeouts. CAI would have recommended using them so they could use as much of the play clock as possible and to prevent the MTSU defenders from jumping the snap count. ODU 24, Appalachian State 21, use timeouts if you have them. This final sequence for ODU was interesting in that they correctly recognized they were in delayed knee range, but didn't have the best strategy to deploy them and run out the clock. The first knee took 4 seconds off the clock before App State burned their final timeout. The second knee burned only 3 seconds, although App State was called for an offsides penalty to bring up 2nd down once more. Things got interesting after the second knee on 2nd down, as ODU chose not to use one of their final 3 timeouts and snapped the ball right as the play clock hit 1 with 43 seconds remaining on the game clock. On the play, the Monarchs quarterback was trying to waste as much time as he could and ran outside of the pocket before trying to stiff-arm a defender and getting tackled with the clock at 0:38 to win the game, creating unnecessary drama when closing the game out. Western Michigan 17, Ohio 13. Broncos' knees make things interesting. Western Michigan took over at the plus 10-yard line with a 4-point lead, 1:37 remaining, and Ohio down to 1 timeout after a late 4th down stop. This was just outside CAI's delayed knee range of 1:35. Not impossible to reach, but it required WMU to drain the play clock on every snap and add time with a delayed knee. WMU took a quick knee on first down, then did well to run the play clock to 2 seconds before the 2nd down snap, though that kneel down also wasn't delayed. Ohio didn't use its final timeout after either of the first 2 plays, which may have led WMU's offense to believe Ohio was effectively conceding. Then, on 3rd down, WMU snapped the ball too early at 0:28, page 68, with 13 seconds still on the play clock, and took another immediate knee. The Bobcats pounced on this opportunity, using their last timeout after 3rd down with 25 seconds left, making the closing seconds more interesting than they needed to be. This was a real heads-up tactic by Ohio. Normally, CAI recommends using timeouts immediately in such spots when actual plays still need to be run, with the logic being that if there is a fumble or other stoppage, the team wants to be sure that the timeouts have been deployed and the maximum time saved from them. However, in this case, it was highly unlikely that the Broncos would mess up taking a knee, and opened up this exact possibility where the opponent might be anxious to get to the post-game tailgate and make an early snap. Hang play. When a team just needs to run off the last few seconds at the end of either half but doesn't have any more downs to do it, sometimes a hang play is the best strategy. On this kind of play, the quarterback roams around the pocket for as long as possible and then throws the ball as far as possible to use up those last few seconds. Navy 41, USF 38 hang play doesn't quite run out the clock. Just 7 seconds away from a victory, the midshipmen tried to use a hang play to run out the clock on 4th and 11 from the plus 34-yard line, which was a fair tactic to try to get to the finish line. Since the clock stops whenever the ball is first contacted, no matter if it's the ground, a person, or a wall, one strategy teams need to consider on these hang plays is to clear out the landing zone on the sideline if they are the team with the lead, or add some players down the field to catch the ball and stop the clock immediately if they are the team trying to get the ball back. In this situation, the Navy sideline did allow the ball to hit the turf, but after review, the officials added 1 second to the clock to give USF some hope. The Bulls made it past midfield to create some drama on their lateral play, but Navy made the stop well short of the end zone to close out the win. Kennesaw State 27, Liberty 24, 2024. Catch it on the sidelines. Liberty got the defensive stop and took over on their own 35-yard line with just 0:06 remaining in the game, and as Liberty's pass sailed over the receiver and into the sideline. The game was seemingly over as Kennesaw State stormed the field and celebrated their first FBS victory in program history. However, several minutes of video review determined that there was 0:01 on the clock when a gentleman in a gray sweatshirt caught the ball on the Liberty sidelines. As the play is dead once the ball contacts something/someone on the sideline, all sideline personnel should be aware of whether catching the ball or allowing it to drop to the ground is more advantageous for the team in that specific moment. The application of this is if a team or an opponent is trying to execute a hang play at the end of a half, let it hit the ground if it's your team, or get someone there to knock it out of the sky if it's the opponent. All or nothing defense. As the clock winds down and the offense leads by 1 point or trails, sometimes the defense just needs that possession to end, whether it's on a stop, turnover, or touchdown, which still leaves the game in the balance at 8 points. In these cases, the defense can sell out on the run so that the only two outcomes are a quick stop or a touchdown. Page 69. Memphis 32, Arkansas 31. Final sequence in Memphis. Clinging to a 1-point lead with the Razorbacks in the red zone and less than 2 minutes to go in the game, the Memphis defense wanted to be in all-or-nothing defense mode, as the goal for the Tigers was for the Arkansas drive to end quickly, ideally by forcing them into a field goal, but if not, by giving up a touchdown with more than 1 minute on the clock so they could have a reasonable chance to match the score themselves. The Tigers held the initial first down run in this sequence to a gain of 8 to bring up 2nd and 2, where they forced a fumble on the Arkansas running play to regain possession. The Tigers were fortunate to get this result as they were taking down the ball carrier just beyond the first down marker. So without the fumble, Arkansas would have been able to run out the clock and set up a walk-off chip shot field goal. Louisiana 54, Marshall 51, 2 OT. Lose the battle, win the war. With the Thundering Herd driving and the game tied in the final minutes, they connected on a 2nd and 7 throw to the end zone to take a 7-point lead with time starting to run low. While this wasn't the most ideal outcome for Louisiana, they had the right approach with an all-or-nothing defensive strategy by leaving their corner on an island. The Ragin' Cajuns had 2 timeouts prior to the second down play, so they could force a field goal and still get the ball back with a chance to tie around the 1 o'clock mark. Had they allowed a first down but not a touchdown on this series, though, Marshall could have run the clock all the way down and kicked a walk-off field goal for the win. It ended up working exactly as planned, and even though Louisiana gave up the touchdown, they had enough time to respond with a score of their own to force overtime, where they prevailed after 2 extra sessions. South Dakota 53, Southern Illinois 51, Salukis all-or-nothing approach. This set of downs was an outstanding all-or-nothing defensive approach from Southern Illinois. South Dakota made it into the red zone with 1:32 remaining in a tie game, and the Salukis wanted to sell out for the stop to force a field goal. But if South Dakota did break through for a first down, they wanted to just give up the touchdown as well to avoid a walk-off attempt for Coyotes. SIU made 3 straight stops on the series to force a field goal, which, even though it was made, gave their offense a final chance with 1:09 left in regulation, minimizing the opponent's chance of a response. When the offense cannot completely run out the clock leading late in the game, it must balance the desire to pick up a clinching first down with keeping the clock moving and giving the opponent as little time as possible for a final drive should a kick be necessary. Colorado 24, Iowa State 17. Aggressive throw closes it out. With 1:55 left in the game, Colorado faced 3rd and 17 at their own 28-yard line, with Iowa State down to just 1 timeout. A conversion on this play meant the game was over, but needing 17 yards from this field position, a lot of teams would probably just hand it off, burn Iowa State's final timeout, and then play defense. But credit Colorado for staying aggressive, and a perfect pass down the middle of the field was completed for a 38-yard gain to seal the victory. An incompletion on this play wasn't a terrible result, since Iowa State still had the 1 timeout available anyway, and the chance to avoid a dangerous Iowa State final drive was worth this risk. Colorado did hand the ball off unnecessarily on the ensuing 1st and 10 play, but then realized they could get to the end with kneel downs. Page 70. Texas Tech 30, Arizona State 22, 2024. Sun Devils run out of time. Leading by 14 with less than 5 minutes left in the game, Texas Tech made multiple wise choices to continue to wind the clock to limit the probability of an Arizona State comeback. Particularly on 3rd and 10 from their own 32-yard line, Texas Tech took a sack rather than throwing the ball out of bounds and stopping the clock, or unnecessarily throwing the ball into heavy traffic and risking a turnover. Arizona State spent their final timeout of the game after this sack. Arizona State got the ball at their own 33-yard line with just under 4 minutes left in the game, but had no timeouts and still trailed by 14. The Sun Devils needed to score prior to the 2-minute timeout to have a chance at another possession without recovering an onside kick. Although Arizona State did score at the 1:39 mark, they didn't get the onside kick they needed, and Texas Tech got the win. In this case, the extra time burned off by taking that sack made the difference in being able to take knees following the recovery. First down/go down. A first down/go down play for a team leading occurs when the team wants to gain enough yardage to gain a first down, but go down quickly following, as the team can run out the clock for a win. This is the countermeasure to the all-or-nothing defense. With the victory secured, the team does not want to risk a fumble or score a touchdown, allowing the game to continue unnecessarily. Iowa State 24, Kansas State 21. Cyclones' max aggression call for the win. This bold yet calculated call paid off for Iowa State, as Beck found his running back Carson Hansen out of the backfield for an easy conversion. After getting the necessary yardage, Hansen made multiple defenders miss and dove for the end zone that was initially ruled a touchdown on the field. Although the play was a great outcome given the conversion, this was also a first down/go down spot where the perfect outcome was to get the first down and then go down, or simply run out of bounds, as this was prior to the 2-minute timeout and the clock would start back up, as the Cyclones could sit on a knee 3 times with Kansas State out of timeouts. Iowa State ended up catching a huge break as the play was reviewed, and he was marked down at the one where Iowa State did indeed take 3 knees to seal the win in Ireland. Chapter 18, Killing the Clock. Chapter 18, Killing the Clock at the End of the Game, Part 2, Northwestern 22, Penn State 21. First down/go down for the win. On the 2nd and 9 play from the plus 19-yard line with 1:19 remaining, this was a phenomenal play by the Wildcats to break free for the first down and slide 2 yards shy of the end zone. Had this gone for a touchdown, Penn State would have had a real chance in the closing minute, getting the ball back trailing by 8, a potential one-score game, with over 1 minute remaining and holding 2 timeouts. Instead, the Wildcats were able to kneel it out for the upset victory as a result of their execution. Vanderbilt 31, LSU 24, veteran quarterback goes down for the win. Similar to the ending of Northwestern and Penn State the previous week, Vanderbilt's Diego Pavia made a smart, selfless move to go down immediately once the first down was achieved on this 3rd and 7 play from the LSU, the plus 12-yard line, knowing their offense could kneel out the win, with the clock set to go to the 2-minute timeout after this conversion and the Tigers out of timeouts. While they would still be in great position to come away victorious if he had scored, LSU would have a sliver of hope to get back in the game with a touchdown, onside touchdown sequence, and would have the 2-minute timeout to help make it happen. Page 71, Georgia Tech 27, Duke 18. What do you think, Coach? With just over 2 minutes remaining in the game, Georgia Tech quarterback Haynes King broke free, but he hesitated as he neared the goal line, motioning to the sidelines, seeking a quick opinion on whether he should score or go down intentionally. With a 10-point lead and more than 2 minutes on the clock and Duke still holding 1 timeout, the Yellow Jackets could not completely run out the clock if he had gone down, so this wasn't technically in first down/go down range. However, Georgia Tech could have run it down to 20 to 25 seconds with knees, which would make it almost impossible for Duke to get 2 scores in that amount of time, so he couldn't have really gone wrong either way. Louisville 38, Boston College 24, missed first down/go down, leads to targeting call. After the 1st and 20 play was stopped for no gain to get to the 2-minute timeout, Louisville broke free for a 67-yard touchdown to secure a 2-touchdown edge. This was a missed first down/go down spot for the Cardinals, and while the score also put Boston College in a really difficult spot, they still had a chance with a touchdown onside recovery touchdown sequence. Perhaps even more pertinent in spots where it will increase the lead to 2+ scores is that it forces the defense to go back out for an additional drive, opening the door for injuries when they could be easily avoided. Louisville nearly found that out the hard way, as on the ensuing Boston College drive, a Cardinals defender was called for a targeting, and although it was overturned, not going down put the player at risk of missing the first half of their next game. Villanova 26, Tarleton State 21. Am I there yet? Holding a 5-point lead late in the game, Villanova faced 2nd and 13 at their own 8-yard line with under 2 minutes to play and Tarleton State holding just 1 timeout. On the play, the Wildcats quarterback flipped it to a receiver in the flat who looked like he was going to get a first down. This was a first down/go down situation for Villanova, but the player slid well short of the sticks to stay in bounds and made things interesting on 3rd and 2 following a Texans timeout. Villanova ended up converting on 3rd and 2 and kneeled out the clock from there. But even if the player had gone out of bounds on the play, he very likely would have gotten the conversion, which would put Villanova on the edge of delayed knee range. Going down as he did gave Tarleton a real chance to get the ball back with more than 1 minute remaining and a chance to take the lead with a touchdown, though the Wildcats were fortunate to avoid this situation. When to take a knee after a turnover on defense, Army 24, Kansas State 21 defensive. Go down following a late score by Army to take a 24-21 lead. The Wildcats had moved the ball into plus territory and were faced with a 3rd and 10 at the plus 49-yard line. On the play, the Kansas State running back had trouble handling the pass, which led to an incredible interception by Army off the tip. The Black Knight defender started his return before going down at the first sight of a Kansas State player. This was good awareness by Army to know the situation and avoid a fumble on the return. The Army offense did have to execute a couple of delayed knees to run out the game, but did so effectively. One simple note is that, with the clock running down to about 0:45 before a 3rd down snap was needed, Army simply called timeout before the snap. Taking a delay also would have worked here, with the point being that the team could get to the finish line if executed properly, But if the offense snapped early, page 72, could have started to get tight. Either using a timeout or taking a delay eliminates that possibility of a quarterback getting a little itchy and snapping early. Cal 28, Boston College 24 Bears. Escape after a premature slide. Leading by 4 late in the game, Cal intercepted the pass in the end zone, but the defender ran out of the end zone before going down at their own 1-yard line, which left the Golden Bears pinned while trying to take knees to end the game. The Golden Bears had a nice strategy to overcome this, though by trying hard counts. On the first 2 plays, an offensive lineman jumped, though the penalty for this was just a couple inches. A sneak on the eventual snap kept Cal from a safety, but Boston College used their last timeout to force one more play. Cal tried another hard count and finally drew a defender offside, which provided more than enough room to take a knee to run out the clock. The other strategy Cal could have considered here would have been to run a couple of hang plays, dropping back and throwing the ball high and out of bounds. But BC did still have 1 timeout, and in the confined space of the end zone, multiple hang plays would be needed to get to the finish line. As such, CAI thought that the Bears nailed this closing, going for the hard counts and sneaks, with only 1 successful sneak ultimately needed to get to the end. Page 73. Chapter 19, Timeout Usage Part. Chapter 19, Timeout Usage Part 1. Timeout Usage. Timeouts should be treated like gold, with teams making it a priority to hold on to them until the end of each half. This is particularly true in the second half in a close game when behind, where timeouts can make the difference between the game ending and gaining a final possession to try to win. Developing an effective communication plan that starts early in the set of downs, teams should not need to waste timeouts that could be used to serve a critical purpose in a close contest. End of first half timeouts. At the end of first half, timeouts conserved should be utilized to maximize the opportunity to score or save to minimize the chance of the opponent getting a score of their own. CAI produces supplemental charts that advise teams on when to use timeouts on defense to save time for another possession and when to hold on to them and avoid aiding the opponent. These supplemental charts are based on a variety of inputs. 1. Time. CAI typically does not recommend time-saving timeouts before the 2:30 mark because those timeouts could save time that an average 2-minute offense might not end up needing. As the clock winds down, timeouts can be more fruitful in maximizing a subsequent possession, and they can also be less risky if the opponent would struggle to drive down for a score even with the clock stopped. 2. Score. Teams facing large deficits should be liberal with their time-saving timeouts because they have more to be gained from an extra possession than to be lost from an opposing score. Conversely, teams with large leads can afford to sit on their timeouts, play defense, and make sure the opponent doesn't have a chance to cut into those leads. 3. Number of timeouts. If a defense is running low on timeouts and doesn't have full control of the clock, that is, if the opponent would still be able to run out the clock even after that timeout, defensive timeouts are less valuable. 4. Field position. Early in the clock, when the opponent is in the red zone, there's little doubt about whether the opponent will be able to finish a drive, so defensive timeouts can be helpful. When the opponent is pinned inside their own 10-yard line, extra possessions are important because a defensive stop can produce a chance for the offense near midfield. In between those spots, timeouts can lift the opposing offense to a score it might not have otherwise been able to deliver. 5. Down/distance. This is the final arbiter of whether a timeout would be useful. When the down and distance are favorable for the offense, and that offense is likely to convert, defenses should generally avoid timeouts lest they be erased by an opposing first down. When the defense looks likely to make a stop, timeouts are more fitting. Miami 10, Texas A&M 3. Hurricanes run short on timeouts. Miami had to use 2 timeouts in the first quarter, one on defense with the Aggies lined up and ready to go for it on 4th and 6 at the plus 40-yard line, and another to avoid a delay of game penalty prior to a critical 3rd and 6 for their offense. This limited their ability to manage the clock in multiple spots throughout the first half. Page 74. One out-of-the-box spot they could have used was to force a Texas A&M punt into the win late in the first quarter. CAI agreed with letting it go since Miami only had one left, but the Aggies used the wind to their advantage after the field flip to start the second quarter and punted the ball 44 yards on the play while netting 40. A couple of drives later, the Hurricanes had to take a delay of game penalty prior to a 3rd and 8 at their own 32-yard line to save the timeout and bring up 3rd and 13. Though not ideal to be out of timeouts, CAI was in favor of taking the final timeout here, as this would make the third down much more manageable, and there was no guarantee that there would be a subsequent spot to use the timeout, where they could find similar value. The lack of timeouts did nip the Hurricanes on their last drive of the half, as they had no other option but to try a 40-yard field goal on 4th and 2 as time expired. A spot they might have gone for it had they had more time/timeouts, an effort that was missed in the howling wind. Montana State 48, Montana 23. Timeouts don't carry over, now trailing 20-9. A 17-yard gain on 3rd and 3 set up the Grizzlies up with a 1st and goal at the +4-yard line with less than 2 minutes in the first half remaining. Montana State had done well to save their full allotment of timeouts to this point, but opted not to use them while the clock ran before Montana's 1st, 2nd, and 3rd down plays. The Grizzlies eventually found the end zone on 3rd and goal to cut the lead down to 4, which left Montana State with just 12 seconds left while still holding all 3 timeouts. The Bobcats ended up riding a 21-point fourth quarter to a resounding victory, but not using their timeouts to steal an extra possession before the first half ended was a big missed opportunity in a matchup of 2 of the FCS's best offenses. Timeout usage down 2 or more scores. Down by 2 scores late in the game, CAI highly recommends teams use them defensively by the 5 o'clock mark on any running clock play where a full 0-40 can be saved. Down 2 scores and the team likely to try an onside kick after a score, there is no guarantee that the team will be on defense again, where the maximum amount of time can be saved. Texas A&M 45, Arkansas 42. Razorbacks saved timeouts to their detriment. Arkansas chose not to use either of 3 timeouts following running clock plays by the Aggies, trailing by 10, allowing the clock to run to 4:02 prior to an A&M punt. Down by 2 scores, CAI strongly advocates for using a defensive timeout, right around or below the 5 o'clock mark with 5:38. Certainly close enough to start deploying the timeouts. There's no guarantee that the Razorbacks would be on defense again with a chance to save a full 40 seconds, and as this played out, after passing on this chance, Arkansas ended up having virtually nothing to show for their timeouts in the end. Boise State 38, UNLV 21. No time like the present, CAI encourages teams trailing by 2 scores to use their timeouts following any running clock play under 5 minutes because they will likely try an onside kick following the first score if they get it, and there is no guarantee they will be on defense again with a chance to save a full 40 seconds. UNLV had several chances on this Boise State drive but seemingly wanted to use it prior to a field goal attempt on 4th down. As it happened, though, Boise State threw incomplete on that 3rd and 7 at the +33-yard line, which allowed them to save the timeout. This became a moot point after the Broncos made the kick to push the lead to 17, but if they, page 75, had missed the long kick, UNLV would have been kicking themselves for not using the timeout earlier, as now needing a touchdown plus onside plus touchdown, there would be no room to apply that timeout on defense where the full 40 seconds would have been saved. Montana State 21, Yale 13. No need to wait on timeouts. Following the interception, Yale used their first timeout at 4:23, down by 15, after Montana State had run for a first down. This was a perfect time to start using the timeouts under 5 minutes, and while lots of teams still seem opposed to using one, when it either becomes a 2nd and short, or if the play goes for a first down, it still saves the same amount of time. What happened next highlights why the move is to deploy the timeouts at the first opportunity. After a 3-yard gain on the next play and a second timeout, Yale then forced a fumble, making the time they saved on those 2 plays extremely valuable. The Bulldogs scored the first touchdown they needed at 2:09, just in time to utilize the 2-minute timeout as an extra timeout. Thanks in part to this initial timeout they called, timeout usage down 1 score. When trailing by a score late in the game, teams want to wait until about 3 o'clock to play before using their timeouts defensively. This is ample time to conduct a final drive and allows the team to keep the ability to manipulate the clock as needed. Teams also want to use the timeouts after running clock plays when a full 40 seconds can be saved. On plays where the opponent gains a first down, the timeouts can be saved for following the first, second, and third down plays. UNLV 38, Idaho State 31, better uses for the timeout. After getting a huge stop on 4th and 22, UNLV took over with a 7-point lead and 3:06 left in the game. The first play of the drive was a play-action fake that was completed for a gain of 11 to move the chains and keep the clock rolling. Idaho State seemed content to hold their timeouts following this play, but ended up using it as UNLV was lining up for the ensuing first down snap. This cost the Bengals a valuable timeout in a situation they sorely needed it, as they let 18 seconds come off the game clock prior to burning it. Calling it when they did at 2:41 also prevented them from using the 2-minute timeout as a defensive timeout, as the next UNLV play brought the clock under 2:40 and allowed the Rebels to take the game to the 2 o'clock mark without a timeout. It's not clear why Idaho State used the timeout at this juncture, but the Rebels took advantage of the mistake by moving the chains on the next set of downs, allowing them to sit on a knee 3 times following the 2-minute timeout to seal the win. LSU 17, Clemson 10, save time. While you can, with 2:35 remaining in the game and holding a 7-point lead, LSU faced a 3rd and 11 at their own 17-yard line while trying to run out the clock and finish off a road win. Nussmeier found his running back out of the backfield for a gain of 4 yards to keep the clocking running and bring up 4th and 7 in a clear punting situation. Following the play, Clemson opted not to use their final timeout, instead letting 28 seconds come off the clock before the 2-minute timeout. CAI would strongly advise a timeout in such a spot. Yes, it's the final one, but there will never be a spot to follow that would save more time than this one. The 28 seconds is guaranteed savings, and then, depending upon how the 2-minute timeout hit on the drive that followed, another 10 to 20 seconds could have been saved on top of it. As it played out, Clemson got a nice chunk on the punt return before gains of 19 and 17 quickly. Page 76. Moved them into the red zone to make the timeout moot, but LSU's defense stood tall and forced a turnover on downs once Clemson was in the red zone to seal the win. Nebraska 20, Cincinnati 17. Get in the timeout. Before the 2-minute timeout, trailing by 3 in the fourth quarter, Cincinnati used a timeout at 2:16 before a 4th down play. Commentators questioned the call, saying it only saved 16 seconds. In reality, it preserved much more. In addition to the 16 seconds that were prevented from coming off the clock prior to the 2-minute timeout, the 1st and 10 play at 2:10 was a quarterback scramble that gained 8 yards, leading right into the 2-minute timeout. If not for the 2-minute timeout, that play probably wouldn't be snapped until the 145 to 150 range, meaning that the Bearcats' timeout saved an additional 10 to 15 seconds here, for a total of 25 to 30 seconds saved by using the timeout where they did. This was great value for this timeout, and given their time constraints at the end, served them well to maximize the opportunity. Per the chart below, CAI does recommend timeouts heading into the 2-minute timeout prior to 4th down if there is more than 2:10 on the clock. Under those circumstances, a minimum of 11 seconds will be saved. The punt should finish before the 2-minute timeout, allowing for additional time to be saved by a running clock offensive play leading into the 2-minute timeout. Note, the original document includes a chart here. Please refer to the corresponding page in your CAI training guide. Michigan 21, Purdue 16 timeouts in the 2:41 to 2:55 range, trailing by a score with time running low. Purdue used their final timeout at the 2:44 mark following a 3rd and 4 conversion by the Wolverines. The issue with this timeout was that after the next play on 1st and 10 ended, the clock ran from 2:32 all the way down to the 2 o'clock, with Purdue having no ability to stop it. Had they held on to the timeout, Michigan's first down play would have been snapped around the 2:10 mark, and the clock would have ran to the 2-minute timeout immediately with Purdue still holding the timeout. While it didn't end up making a difference with Michigan converting the next set of downs, this was the difference for the Boilermakers of getting the ball back with around 1:05 left if they avoided the timeout prior to first down, or at 0:25 because of the 2-minute timeout implications. Indiana 27, Penn State 24, avoid the 2:01 to 2:10 timeout/throw to win. Trailing by 4 late, Indiana was down to its final timeout with 2:14 left and Penn State facing 2nd and 10 at its own 39. After a short run gained a yard, the Hoosiers burned that final timeout at 2:09. That was a mistake. By calling it immediately, Indiana eliminated the downside of a Penn State incompletion on the next play. Even if Penn State threw incomplete on third down, the ensuing punt would take the game to the 2-minute timeout, leaving Indiana out of timeouts. Had Indiana held its timeout, third down would have occurred right at the 2-minute mark, and an incompletion would have stopped the clock, giving the Hoosiers one last timeout for their final drive. From Penn State's perspective, CAI would have recommended a bit more aggression on the second and third down plays, as a first down would effectively seal, or come really close if accomplished on second down, the game. The Nittany Lions did throw on third down, but the short play-action toss was stopped well short of the sticks. Page 77. Yale 43, Youngstown State 42. Patience on timeouts leaves minimal response time. After the touchdown cut it to 6, Youngstown State took over with just over 5 minutes remaining, looking to run out the clock. The Penguins burned off more than 2 minutes of clock on the drive, but Yale forced a punt to get the ball back with just under 3 minutes left in the game. Following a quick strike for a touchdown on a 56-yard run, the Bulldogs now had the lead and left YSU with 2 minutes and 30 seconds to respond. A point on that drive was that, with fourth down upcoming and the clock set to run to about 3 o'clock at the time of the punt, Yale wisely saved all 3 of their timeouts. The 2:57 in all 3 timeouts was more than enough for a final drive, and after they scored in just one play, it was in fact less time they wanted to have on the clock, not more. Timeout usage. Tie game teams may also want to utilize their timeouts defensively in a tied game to allow time for a final drive. Similar to the end of the first half, if the opponent has enough time to finish their drive or the defense is confident in getting a stop, extending the game through timeouts may be the best option. Hawaii 23, Stanford 20. Call the timeout or let it play out. Now in the fourth quarter, the game was even at 20-20, with Hawaii gaining possession with less than 2 minutes remaining. On the 6th play of the drive, a gain of 24 moved the Rainbow Warriors into field goal range with a 1st and 10 at the plus 21-yard line and less than 30 seconds remaining. An incompletion on a pass to the end zone put Hawaii in 2nd and 10 with 23 seconds left on the clock, where they kept the ball on the ground for a gain of a yard. The play ended with 19 seconds left and both teams choosing to let the clock run down to 0:03 before Hawaii called a timeout to set up a game-winning field goal attempt. The announcing crew was shocked Stanford let the clock go. As with all 3 timeouts, they did have a chance to force a kickoff with about 10 seconds if they got a stop on third down. Hawaii was facing a 38-yard attempt into the wind, though, which was by no means a sure make. And if Stanford had called a timeout, it might have allowed Hawaii to inch closer and set up an easier attempt for the win. Given both factors, CAI was fine with Stanford letting it ride to force the attempt to come from 38 yards. As it happened, though, Hawaii's kicker knocked it through the uprights to give the Rainbow Warriors their first win over a power conference team since 2019. Georgia 44, Tennessee 41, final sequence in Knoxville. After a remarkable 4th and 6 conversion for Georgia tied the game with under 3 minutes to play, Tennessee started a 14-play, 50-yard drive to set up a walk-off field goal attempt for the win. During the drive, CAI agreed with Georgia, waiting until the Vols were in field goal range before deploying their timeouts, and also agreed with the usage of the first one after a 1st and 10 rush at the plus 35-yard line was held to 3 yards with 0:34 to play. However, once the final first down was secured, CAI would have let the next 2 timeouts go. As the Bulldogs no longer had an opportunity to force a kick with any time, The timeouts gave the Vols a chance to plow forward to make for an easier field goal. In fact, had Georgia not burned their timeouts, CAI would have recommended Tennessee do the same to set up an easier attempt. Even with a strong kicker, the 42-yard field goal still held a 1 in 4 shot of missing and taking on a little more risk of a negative play or turnover with an aggressive play call was worthy of consideration. The next two plays were rushes, which gained 5 valuable. Page 78. Yards, though those 5 yards were canceled out by a Tennessee false start to set up a 42-yard attempt with just 6 seconds remaining. The kick couldn't find the mark, sending the game to overtime, where the Bulldogs pulled out the dramatic win. As we see in the chart below, in the 0:20 to 0:59 range, CAI has no issue with calling timeouts in spots where a kick can be forced with time remaining. However, under that figure, the stance is to hold them and not give the opponent a chance to improve their field goal position. Note, the original document includes a chart here. Please refer to the corresponding page in your CAI training guide. Kennesaw State 48, Liberty 42, 2 OT, EOG timeouts in a tie game. With the game tied 35 to 35, Liberty completed a 2nd and 9 pass to the plus 32-yard line with 0:50 on the clock. At this point, Liberty was out of timeouts and Kennesaw had 2 remaining, leaving the Owls in a tricky spot defensively about whether or not to deploy a timeout right away prior to 3rd and 4. This set of downs started at the plus 38-yard line and out of field goal range, but the completion to the plus 32-yard line likely put Liberty at least on the edge of their max distance. Their season-long attempt was from exactly 50 yards. Using the timeouts here to hopefully force a long field goal with time still remaining would generally be the choice. But an additional factor to consider was that Liberty was out of timeouts and forcing the Flames to operate on the fly had merit as well. Liberty snapped 3rd down with 0:30 remaining, and had Kennesaw's defense stopped this short Liberty, the Owls would have had the option to force a kick with about 0:25 remaining or force the Flames to execute a semi-fire drill field goal on the fly. The other advantage to waiting was that, given the 1st down, Liberty was now more pressed for time and didn't have as many plays available to push closer for what might still be a very long attempt. Now what? After the 14-yard run set up Liberty with 1st and 10 at the plus 18-yard line, Kennesaw immediately used their 2nd timeout with 0:25 left. This was another difficult spot, but with Liberty pressed for time because of their lack of any timeouts, CAI would have instead recommended letting this one run as, with 0:25 to play, the Flames still had time to comfortably run an extra play and spike. A clever ploy might have been to call a timeout in the 12 to 14 second range instead. That would have forced Liberty to make a choice between just trying the field goal and leaving some time on the clock following, or else trying to run one more quick play / kneel and spiking, which would be a tough ask. Without any options to prevent a likely walk-off attempt, the idea would be to just put some more pressure on their decision-making for this final sequence. Liberty ran it once more for 5 yards and then spiked, leaving 0:05 on the clock, but their 32-yard field goal attempt went wide right, and Kennesaw eventually prevailed in double overtime. Timeout usage leading by 1 score or less. Leading late in the game, teams can still consider timeouts late in the game. If the opposition has plenty of time to finish a drive that is likely to either take the lead or tie the game, conserving time for a final drive may be the ideal strategy. Chapter 20, Timeout Usage Part Chapter 20, Timeout Usage Part 2. Virginia 46, Florida State 38, UVA saves their timeouts. On the game-tying drive for FSU, a 6-yard gain on 2nd and 6 from the plus 13-yard line moved FSU into 1st and goal with around 1:30 left in the game. Following a sack on 1st down, UVA opted not to use a timeout, with Florida State getting off their 2nd down play at the 0:58 mark. CAI would have encouraged the Cavaliers to use one here to save time for a final drive of their own. The key here was the fact that FSU was out of timeouts, page 79. Yet with this being goal to go, had ample time to finish their drive. Given those two components, had the Cavaliers produced a stop on this drive, the game was over with knees. But if the Seminoles scored, they would have more time to work with on a final drive, where they would have complete control over the clock. Ultimately, the Cavaliers got the ball back with 0:36 and the 3 timeouts, which wasn't a bad position from which to work, but couldn't get a drive started and went to overtime, where they ultimately prevailed in a thriller. UConn 20, Buffalo 17 Huskies deploy defensive timeouts. While leading by 7, with Buffalo driving to tie the game and the ball inside the plus 10-yard line, UConn took some smart defensive timeouts to ensure they had a chance for a drive of their own, and saving all 3 allowed them to keep enough time on the clock to drive for the winning field goal after the Bulls eventually tied it up. With the Bulls down a timeout, UConn would have been able to get all the way to the end with a 4th down stop. Army 27, UTSA 24 late game, goal-to-go clock management, a gain of 19 set up the Black Knights with a first and goal from the plus 10-yard line, needing a touchdown to take the lead with under 5 minutes to go. Following the second and goal play, UTSA used a timeout at 2:53, hoping to preserve time for a drive of their own, with Army about to secure the edge. CAI would have recommended waiting one more play to start deploying timeouts, with the big concern for UTSA being that this timeout would make it harder to run out the clock if their defense ended up making the stop on the drive. Further, the Roadrunners still had ample time to get a full drive in with all 3 timeouts, and the Army possession likely to end around the 2-minute timeout. Army ended up scoring on the next play, which gave UTSA more time on the next drive, but the Black Knights made the stop to come out on top of this matchup. Timeout usage. When is it worthwhile to burn a valuable timeout? Cal 28, Boston College 24, too early to prevent the runoff. Taking over with 1:26 left on the clock and needing a touchdown, Boston College gained 16 yards on the opening play of the drive to move to their own 41-yard line. Prior to the next play, they committed a false start, which called for a 10-second runoff, with the clock now running after stopping quickly for the conversion. Boston College elected to use their second timeout here to avoid the 10-second runoff. This was way too early to make that call, as the timeout almost certainly would save the Eagles more than 10 seconds at some point in the last 1:06 of the game at some point. And with a quick touchdown, it might even work out where the 10 seconds lost would be a positive. The Eagles did make it to the red zone after losing this timeout, but threw an interception on second and goal from the plus 5-yard line to finish off a Cal win. Kennesaw State 19, Jacksonville State 15, Owls' final offensive sequence. On the next set of downs, the Owls were flagged for intentional grounding on 2nd and 4 and used a timeout to avoid the 10-second runoff before the 3rd and long. CAI would have kept the timeout and accepted the runoff. Dropping the clock to 0:57 still left Kennesaw State with enough time and 2 timeouts to score a touchdown if the drive unfolded well. Conversely, if the 3rd down play had gained enough yardage to bring a field goal into consideration on 4th down, Jacksonville State would have immediately called. Page 80. Timeout to preserve time for their own final possession. In either case, the Owls were more likely to benefit from having the extra timeout later rather than spending it to save just 10 seconds here, especially since another natural timeout opportunity was likely to emerge later in the drive that likely would have saved 10 seconds, if not more. An incompletion on 3rd down prompted the broadcasters to suggest attempting a field goal on 4th down, but Kennesaw State kept the offense on the field, knowing their kicker didn't have the necessary range. Heavy pressure forced the quarterback to scramble toward the sideline, where the chain gang member holding the line to gain marker bailed out early as the quarterback approached, leaving him without a clear visual target to reach. Fortunately for the Owls, the play was ruled a first down on the field, and the call was upheld on review, despite the added drama created by the early retreat. One play later, Kennesaw connected on an 11-yard touchdown pass and eventually sealed the win with a defensive stop, securing the 2025 CUSA championship. Air Force 24, Wyoming 21. Cowboys used the wind and their timeouts. Wyoming burned their last 2 timeouts to force the Falcons to punt into the wind before the first quarter was over. It worked out as intended, with the punt traveling just 27 yards before hitting the turf, but the Wyoming returner lined up way too deep and let the ball drop and for another 15 yards, netting the Falcons 43 yards on this kick, about what a team would expect in normal conditions and spoiling the Cowboys' plan. Wyoming ended up having the ball for the final possession of the first half and had a 1st and 10 at the plus 35-yard line with just under 1 minute left. However, a sack for a loss of 4 and 2 penalties for a combined 15 yards pushed them back to 2nd and 29, where they ran the ball for a gain of 13 and took the game to the half. Penalties did them in as much as anything here, but if they had not utilized all 3 timeouts in the first quarter, they would have still had a chance at a field goal on the drive, needing just 15 to 20 yards to get into range and 2 potential plays to get it from their own 46-yard line. North Texas 31, Navy 17, hate to lose it, but gotta use it. Trailing 24-10 early in the third quarter, Navy ran into trouble on a 2nd and 4 play at the plus 19-yard line, committing a false start. On the next play, they weren't ready and were hit with a delay of game penalty, pushing them back to 2nd and 14. For a team trying to come from behind, losing a timeout here is frustrating, but CAI would have recommended using one to avoid the 5-yard setback. While the goal is usually to save timeouts for the end of the game, this was a clear situation where the immediate benefit outweighed the cost, giving Navy a better chance to maximize the current drive. Navy responded with a 5-yard run and then a 6-yard gain on the following play, eventually facing 4th and 3, which they converted for a touchdown. While it worked out this time, the hope would be to avoid a high-leverage 4th down entirely, and using the timeout likely would have avoided this scenario where, had they missed, the game could have gotten out of hand quickly. Timeout usage, icing the kicker. CAI has found that there is some statistical merit behind the idea of icing the kicker. CAI has found that icing short field goal attempts, 30-yard attempts and less, essentially has no impact on the outcome of the kick. However, for 31-plus yard field goal attempts, kickers do significantly worse on field goal attempts, particularly poor kickers and kicks tried late in the game and overtime. While there is merit to trying icing, page 81. Attempts with time remaining on the clock, teams should also consider the value of the timeouts that might be lost to gain a slight advantage in the icing attempt. South Dakota 53, Southern Illinois 51. Don't allow a practice try. Following the go-ahead field goal by USD, SIU moved the ball 57 yards in 8 plays to get to the plus 18-yard line, setting up a 35-yard field goal attempt to force overtime. Prior to the try, the Coyotes iced the kicker, but waited far too long, calling the timeout right as SIU snapped it to give the Saluki kicker a practice kick which flew wide right. After the icing timeout, the actual attempt split the uprights to force the extra period. CAI has found icing timeouts to be successful, especially on longer attempts, but teams don't want to give kickers a practice attempt when calling them. Northwestern 38, Minnesota 35 extra ice, served at Wrigley, Minnesota, quickly made it into field goal range following the go-ahead kick by Northwestern. They threw incomplete on the first play following the 30-yard gain to bring up 2nd and 10 at the plus 26-yard line with just under 30 seconds remaining. On that play, Northwestern's defense made the key play of this final sequence by tackling the next pass in bounds for a gain of just 4. The Gophers didn't want to spike with still close to 20 seconds on the clock, but also were unprepared to line up for one more snap and take a shot at the end zone before kicking the field goal. They were very fortunate to get the final snap off when they did, as by the time they finally lined up and got the play in, the clock showed just 1 second left after an incompletion, and they nearly missed out on a field goal opportunity altogether. Northwestern made a shrewd decision to challenge the call that there was any time remaining when the ball hit the ground. This didn't work, and in fact, the officials added 2 extra seconds to the clock. However, what it did do is it served as a particularly long icing attempt, as the Minnesota kicker had to wait around 30 minutes of real time between the final offensive snap and the game-tying field goal attempt. This strategy worked to perfection with the Gophers' kick flying wide left to secure a bowl bid for the Wildcats. Page 82. Chapter 21, Pace of Play. Chapter 21, Pace of Play Considerations. Pace of Play Considerations. College teams today are increasingly focused on playing at a faster tempo. Though this can provide advantages for wearing down the defense, There are additional considerations in deciding on pace of play. The chart below displays the drive rates for FBS teams since 2016. While the number of plays per game has generally been in decline over the years, the new rule changes a few seasons ago had a clear impact on the total number of snaps per game, minus 4.5, and is especially clear when considering that all other drive metrics generally fell in line with previous years. Note, the original document includes a chart here. Please refer to the corresponding page in your CAI training guide. Impact of new timing rules, season average play clock. Off plays, points per drive run, percent completion, percent plays per drive. Snaps per game, 2016, 13.4, 2.1, 852, 0.3%, 59.0%, 5.48, 183.2, 2017, 13.22.1, 152.1%, 59.2%, 5.4, 100, 79.2, 2018, 13.5, 2.1, 852, 0.2%, 59.9%, 5.5, 0, 179, 0.7, 2019, 13.4, 2.20, 51.5%, 60.6%, 5.5, 2 100, 77.6, 2014, 0.0, 2.23, 51.2%, 61.2%, 5.62, 179.0, 2021, 13, 72.22, 51.0%, 61.5%, 5.63, 175.520, 2213.62.2, 50.0%, 61.1%, 5.58, 175.620, 2313.62.2, 50.1%, 61.5%, 5.56, 171.0, 2024 13.2, 2.2, 550.4%, 61.4%, 5.63, 170.9, 2025 13, 0.32.2450, 0.6%, 62.3%, 5.72, 170.7a. Fast pace of play plays into the hands of the favorite. The pace of play will affect the number of possessions played in the game. Teams that are big favorites want to play games featuring a large number of possessions, while underdogs want to limit them. For the team with the talent advantage, more possessions equate to more opportunities to assert dominance. As an example, under Chip Kelly, Oregon playing at a high pace of play made perfect sense. The Ducks were commonly big favorites and rarely would be upset in such games. Though a fluke play or two could keep the game close for a while, over the course of a game featuring a high number of possessions, it is improbable that the breaks of the game would continue to work against Oregon and lead to a loss. With the lower number of plays per game due to the NCAA's rule changes, picking up the tempo is considerably more important when playing as the favorite. Teams that are ahead in a game can benefit from playing at a slower tempo. This is particularly true if they are also the underdog. Teams commonly play more slowly in the final 5 to 10 minutes of the game, but should consider enacting this strategy earlier in games. Small things that run more of the clock can add up. For example, teams can run precious seconds off the clock by being conscious of when a quarter can end after a play, or by telling their punt team to run as much time as possible before kicking. Teams playing at a slower pace can be aggressive offensively. This is a key consideration for underdogs that are leading a game. A team that is a 21-point underdog might be leading by 14 points in the first half, but still not be favored to win. Thus, it should be aggressive with its strategy while looking for opportunities to run the clock. Page 83. Boise State 38, UNLV 21. How much time is left again? UNLV burned far too much clock on their next possession, using over 4 minutes to gain just 10 yards on 8 plays, ultimately resulting in a punt. The team huddled extensively throughout the drive, often waiting until fewer than 15 seconds remained on the play clock, and in several instances, snapping with less than 5 seconds left. The drive ended with a 4th and 32 punt, highlighting that punting and hoping to maintain field position, as they did on the earlier 4th and 2, doesn't guarantee more manageable situations later in the game. Alabama 41, Georgia 34, 2024. Roll clock, roll leading 33-28 with 5:39 remaining in the game. Alabama began their drive at their own 3-yard line and continued to operate with an unnecessarily swift pace. While the game clock was running, the Tide snapped consecutive snaps with 21, 17, 20, and 16 seconds remaining on the play clock. These crucial seconds could have been critical in limiting Georgia's comeback attempt, and utilizing as much time as possible was the optimal strategy for Alabama. The Crimson Tide ball carrier came just short of the line to gain on 3rd down, and Alabama allowed the play clock to hit 0:02 before punting the ball away to Georgia on 4th and 1 from their own 26-yard line. The Bulldogs took over at their own 33-yard line with 2:42 left to play and remarkably scored a touchdown on the first play of the drive. Georgia's 2-point conversion was unsuccessful, and the Bulldogs claimed a 34-33 lead with 2:31 remaining in the game. On the 4th and 1 play, though it wouldn't have quite put the game away with Georgia still holding its 3 timeouts, CAI did still have this as a go in what had become a game where both offenses were incredibly difficult to stop. In fact, had Alabama bled the clock on this drive and converted this 4th down, a whole lot of the late drama could have been avoided. Notre Dame 27, Indiana 17, 2024. Hoosiers play fast get burned, tied 0-0 just over 3 minutes into the game. Indiana rushed to the line after converting 3rd and 14 from the plus 45-yard line with a 28-yard completion. Although IU seemed to be using the fast tempo to potentially avoid a replay review and keep Notre Dame on their heels following the explosive play, the tactic backfired as Notre Dame secured an interception on the plus 2-yard line on the following play. Compounding the critical sequence for the Hoosiers, Notre Dame responded with a 98-yard touchdown run on the first play of the preceding possession to take a 7-0 lead with 10:57 remaining in the first quarter. Page 84. Chapter 22, 2-point conversions part. Chapter 22, 2-point conversions part 1, 2-point conversions. In college football, 2-point conversions are generally underutilized. With offenses becoming more prolific, the average conversion rate was up around 46% in 2024, but returned to 42% this past season. Many games now with high-powered offenses will have an expected conversion rate that is close to or even exceeds 50%, which can make the long-term point expectation for 2-point conversions nearly equal to that of just kicking the extra point. In the section below, CAI will review the common situations when 2-point attempts would be recommended for each specific point differential. First, let's review the basics of 2-point conversion strategy. Know your 2-point conversion call. One central component of a good 2-point strategy is knowing what the 2-point call will be before the touchdown is scored. Similar to 4th down decision-making, knowing ahead of time will allow the coordinator to prepare a play, have the offense stay on the field, and avoid losing unnecessary timeouts or taking a penalty to debate the call. Kentucky 41, Ohio 6, 2024. Bobcats curiously change course. Ohio scored a touchdown to cut the deficit to 27-6 with 14:53 remaining in the game and lined up for the extra point. However, Ohio reversed course and called a timeout, ultimately sending the offense back onto the field for a 2-point conversion attempt. Kicking the extra point was the correct decision in this scenario, as it would cut the deficit to 20 points and allow Ohio to win the game with 3 preceding touchdowns and XPs. To cap a difficult sequence for the Bobcats, the 2-point conversion attempt was unsuccessful, and Kentucky's lead remained at 27-6. Western Kentucky 38, Old Dominion 35, 2023. Time to go for 2. Now, after cutting the lead to 1 point with 0:19 left in the game, the Western Kentucky sideline debated whether to go for 2 and the win. This did fit CAI's criteria of going for the win, with the score occurring with less than 20 seconds left in the game. But in an evenly matched game, CAI agreed with the Hilltoppers' decision to kick the extra point and force overtime. This decision particularly made sense when paired with WKU's strategy to kick an extra point after cutting the lead to 8 earlier in the game. Going for 2 at that point would have given the Hilltoppers a chance to win with a touchdown plus XP on the final drive if converted, and they would still be able to tie the game with another 2-point conversion try if the first was missed. Because they opted to bypass this approach, it wouldn't have made sense to go for 2 in an all-or-nothing situation at the end. Go for 2 to go up by a complete score, or to tie the game. Particularly in the second half of games, the CAI recommendations will be to go for 2 when it would tie the game or provide a lead that is a complete score ahead of the opponent. The plus 21-yard line, the plus 14-yard line, the plus 7-yard line. With no guarantee of a subsequent touchdown to follow, seeking to create a full score lead when the opportunity presents itself is generally the CAI recommendation. Additionally, the concept of chasing points is a myth in games in which the rate of 2-point conversions is expected to be closer to 50%, since attempting 2-point conversions would yield more points than kicking extra points in the long run. Page 85. UCLA 42, Penn State 37. 2-point conversions, up 12. UCLA's patience pays off. UCLA was lined up to go for 2, leading by 12, near the end of the third quarter, which CAI agreed with. But a false start moved it back and changed the recommendation to a kick. Had it been early in the fourth quarter, then CAI would have leaned towards still going for 2 backed up 5 yards. They later scored once more to increase their lead to 12 with just under 7 minutes left in the game and converted the 2-point attempt for a full 2-possession lead. This is the reason to be a little more patient with a decent amount of time still remaining in hopes that another touchdown will come along that would allow for a 2-point attempt from a more manageable position. Florida 23, Mississippi State 21. 2-point conversions, up 12. When to go for 2 after a penalty. Florida found the end zone early in the fourth quarter to lead by 12 and tried to go for 2 to push the lead to a full 2 scores, but ended up being called for a 12 men in the formation penalty to force the try to come from the plus 8-yard line. Although this made it a more difficult attempt, CAI was still in support of a 2-point try even after the penalty. Possessions were running low with the game now in the fourth quarter, and the plus 12-yard line to the plus 13-yard line XP wasn't changing the fact that Mississippi State needed 2 touchdowns to stay alive and take the lead. As it happened, the Gators didn't get another touchdown, and the Bulldogs were primed to take a 1-point victory in the closing seconds as a result. Clemson 20, Louisville 19. 2-point conversions. Up 5, not too early to go for 2. Following their touchdown early in the third quarter to retake the lead, Louisville decided to kick the extra point instead of going for 2 to try to push their lead to a full score. The two teams traded field goals on the next 2 drives before a Clemson touchdown midway through the fourth quarter gave them a 20-19 lead and ultimately the win. While some would agree with the call by Louisville to kick the extra point, believing it was too early since it was still the third quarter, this is exactly why CAI encourages going for 2, up 5, 12, 19, 26, etc. at any point in the second half, because you're never guaranteed another touchdown with a chance to go up a full score. Ole Miss 39, Georgia 34, 2-point conversions, up 5 Rebels, try for 2 in quarter 2. Following their score early in the second quarter to jump ahead, 12-7, Ole Miss left the offense on the field to go for 2. Both teams were expected to score a lot in this matchup, so going for it at this point was just a toss-up call from CAI with more chances to go for 2 likely to come down the road. As it happened, Georgia made the stop to stay within 5 points. Missouri 29, South Carolina 22-point conversions. Up 4, when to go for Doze at the plus 4-yard line. Missouri went for 2 after a touchdown put them ahead by 4 points, which they converted to take a 6-point edge. There are pitfalls to this strategy in that if kicking and the opponent gets a touchdown, the opponent will go for 2 to go up a field goal. The general thought is that with a 2-point play tending to be less than a 50-50 prop, you'd rather defend 1 than make 1. However, one advantage of going up 6 is that, with page 86, a subsequent field goal, it is a definitive 2-score game. This is exactly what happened with the Tigers' field goal that followed putting them up 9, which turned out to be the margin of victory. Ole Miss 39, Georgia 34, 2-point conversions. Up 1 meanwhile, the Bulldogs stick with a kick. Georgia responded with a touchdown drive of their own on the next possession to pull back ahead 13-12. Georgia also could have considered going for 2 here to try to get the lead to a full 3 points, but CAI agreed with bypassing the early 2-point attempt. This was still quite early in the game to go for it in this specific spot, and there was an advantage to a 2 versus a 1 point in that a subsequent touchdown, as the Bulldogs got, made it a sure 2-score advantage. Down 1 point, playing for 2 and the win. There is a time and place for going for 2 and the win, though teams tend to overutilize this strategy. For underdogs, taking a 40 to 45% shot at winning on a last-second play can be a better proposition than making an extra point and winning an overtime session. However, going for 2 late in the game does not tend to be a good value proposition, particularly with significant time on the clock. West Virginia 31, Pittsburgh 24, 2-point conversions, down 1, go for the throat. CAI did, however, agree with West Virginia's decision to kick the extra point and force overtime after their touchdown cut. Pitt's lead to 1 point, though it was close. This did fit CAI's criteria of when to go for the win, with the clock under 20 seconds and West Virginia as the underdog. But they came into the game as just a 7-point underdog, with winning in overtime and making the 2-point play both slightly less than 50-50 prospects. Playing for overtime proved to be fruitful for WVU as they opened the overtime session of play with the ball and found the end zone before forcing a turnover on downs to clinch a win. Navy 32, Temple 31, 2-point conversions, down 1-2. Reasons to avoid going for Doe's Navy's touchdown came on a 51-yard run with 0:39 remaining, and they chose to go for 2 and converted to take the 1-point lead. Temple then made it to the plus 40-yard line, but a Hail Mary attempt came up short and Navy prevailed. While this strategy worked in the end, CAI was in firm favor of kicking the extra point. Navy was a 10-point favorite in this one and wouldn't want to put themselves in position where one play was going to decide it, especially one play that Temple would be favored to stop. The second issue was that there was just too much time left on the clock. While a miss was going to seal Navy's fate, barring an onside recovery, a make was still a long way from winning them the game. As discussed above, Temple would still have close to a 20% chance to come back and get the field goal they would need to win. Putting it all together, choosing to go for 2 here only gave Navy about a 35 to 40% chance to actually win the game, a proposition the 2-score underdog Temple would gladly take. Duke 46, Clemson 45. 2-point conversions, down 1, Blue Devils go for the lead. After cutting the lead to 1, Duke went for a 2-point conversion and made it, taking the lead late in the game. Their defense then held to secure the win. CAI typically only recommends going for 2 in this. Page 87. Situation if you're the underdog with less than 20 seconds left. With 40 seconds on the clock, the Tigers still had plenty of time to get the field goal they needed to win. Plus, converting a 2-point attempt is usually less than a 50-50 shot, and pulling off both the conversion and the defensive stop is tough. Still, credit to the Blue Devils for making it happen. Illinois State 29, NDSU 28, 2-point conversions, down 1, bad process, but a good result. Despite mostly dominating statistically, Illinois State still found itself trailing by 14 points late in the game, due in large part to throwing 5 interceptions while also allowing a punt return touchdown. But with 2:44 left, the Redbirds found the end zone on a great catch to get within 8 and in prime position to go for 2 to try to get to their own 6-yard line, where one more touchdown plus XP could put them in the lead. And if they missed here, they would still have a second chance to go for 2 after the next touchdown to get right back on track, where they would have been with 2 kicked XPs. Instead, they kicked the XP to get within 7. After kicking deep, Iowa State deployed some questionable timeout usage, using their first one right away at 2:39 defensively, but then bypassed their second one at 2:33 and let it run all the way to the 2-minute timeout prior to 3rd and 4 for NDSU. Out of the break, Illinois State forced a fumble on the 3rd down drop back and recovered to take over at the plus 23-yard line with 1:53 left. 6 plays later, they found the end zone on a 4th and goal play from the 6-yard line to get within a point with exactly 1 minute left. At that point, the Redbirds went for 2 and were able to convert for the 29-28 lead. NDSU was able to get 8 plays off in response, but only moved 22 yards up the field, and Iowa State hung on for perhaps the biggest upset in the history of the FCS playoffs. CAI had multiple issues with how Illinois State handled their 2-point strategy down the stretch. The most glaring oversight was the fact that they kicked the XP after cutting it to 8 points instead of going for 2. Had they made this initial 2-point try, this would have given them the same result they ended up with, a 1-point lead. But had they missed the initial attempt, doing so early would have allowed for a second try here and the opportunity to go 1 for 2 and still be tied. Waiting until the end, missing meant they would be out of luck without an onside recovery. The second concern was the amount of time left when they made the decision near the end. While going for 2 in the win was a strong play for Iowa State in this matchup, doing it here was a long ways from simply sealing it with a conversion. Not only did they have to make the 2-pointer, approximately 40% chance, but they also had to prevent NDSU from getting a field goal on the back end on a desperation drive, where the Bison would be expected to still win about 30 to 35% of the time. With a simple make on the XP, the Bison would have needed to be much more cautious on that drive, and winning in overtime wasn't that much worse of a proposition than trying to make the 2-point play. Use 2-point conversions to define your strategy. Teams can use the 2-point conversion to provide clarity to their late-game strategy. When a 2-point attempt is needed at some juncture, it is best to try this early such that the team can react to the outcome of that play. The best example of this is when trailing by 14 late in the game. When going for 2 after pulling within 8 points is almost always the proper call based on the unique mathematical scenario this creates. Based on the result of this play, the team will plan its strategy after a subsequent touchdown around the result of this attempt, creating a significant advantage. Page 88. Yale 43, Youngstown State 42. 2-point conversions, down 22, 2-point conversion. Down 22 makes the difference. In a miraculous 28-point comeback to secure the Ivy League's first FCS playoff victory, the Bulldogs got things started by going for 2, following a touchdown, to cut the lead to 22 towards the end of the third quarter. They went for it from the 3-yard line, and a pass interference penalty on the YSU allowed them to go for it from the plus 1-yard line, 0.5, where they converted to get within 20. The logic for this attempt is that, if converted, a pathway exists to kick after 3 subsequent touchdowns and go on to win by a point. As improbable as that sounds, and going back to 2016, this is the first occurrence of a successful 2-point play, making the difference down 22. Though we have seen this same approach work when trailing by 15 and 8, this is exactly what happened in this contest, with the Bulldogs finishing up with a 21-0 run following this conversion to win the game. Had Yale missed at this point, an option existed to make up for that lost point following the next touchdown, and even if the first 2 had been missed, they could have gone 2-4 on 2-point plays and still broken even. Fortunately for the Bulldogs, converting on the first one as they did, those permutations weren't necessary, and the simple path forward turned out to be all they needed. Miami 28, Florida State 22, 2-point conversions, down 19, down 11. Seminoles' 2-point strategy, while trailing after a touchdown, cut the Miami lead to 19 with 10:04 remaining in the game. Florida State made a good call to go for 2, using the opportunity to determine whether a field goal could serve as one of the 3 scores needed to tie or take the lead. After a defensive pass interference penalty on the initial attempt, the offense converted from the plus 1-yard line, 0.5, to trim the margin to 17. Later in the fourth quarter, the Noles again found themselves in a strategic 2-point situation, this time fitting a variation of the down 8 2-point recommendation, where a conversion on a 2-point attempt will allow the team to take the lead with another touchdown plus XP, or in this case, a touchdown plus XP and field goal, since they were down by 11. The Seminoles converted on this try as well to put them in position to take the lead in the final minutes if they could get the necessary scores. North Texas 49, San Diego State 47, 2-point conversions, down 9, down 16, Aztecs down 9/16, PAT strategy. Trailing by multiple scores late, San Diego State repeatedly faced the decision of how to handle PATs when down 9 or 16. After the first two touchdowns, cutting the margin to 16 and then 9, the Aztecs kicked extra points both times with more than 10 minutes remaining. Later, with under 5 minutes left and still down 9, they went for 2 and missed, remaining down 9. CAI consistently recommends going for 2 when down 9 or 16 late, since a 2-point conversion will be required at some point to tie the game. Attempting it earlier helps determine whether the situation is truly one score or two. The earlier a team goes for 2 in the second half, the more flexibility it has to adjust strategy, onside kicks, timeout usage, and offensive tempo. So CAI would have preferred attempting the conversion on one of the earlier touchdowns rather than waiting. That said, the late 2-point attempt was still supported, as it clarified the situation and made the ensuing kickoff a clear onside kick decision, rather than leaving that choice unresolved. Page 89. UL Monroe 31, UTEP 25, 2-point conversions, down 15, down 15. PAT strategy, a touchdown got UTEP within 15 early in the fourth quarter, and they made the decision to keep the offense on the field to go for 2. The Miners converted the attempt to chip an additional point off the deficit, opening the door for a 14-0 run to win the game. Although their comeback fell just short, this was a fantastic move and proved influential throughout the final quarter, as they got a stop and added another touchdown following to pull within 6, and later had the ball back with a chance to take the lead. The exact reason for trying this strategy. Had this initial attempt failed, they would have gone for 2 after the next score to make up for the lost point. ECU 28, Army 6, 2-point conversions, down 15, Army tries for 2, down 15. The Black Knights fell behind 21-0 at halftime, but responded with a touchdown drive to open the second half to cut the Pirates' lead to 15. Following the touchdown, Army lined up to go for 2, coming up just short on the play, after which the national TV audience was treated to the following words of wisdom from the ESPN commentating crew. Their book and their analytics may tell them this is the time to do this, but you put yourself back in the ball game, kick the extra point, and go play some defense. While having a strong opinion on the decision is within their rights and many other coaches would kick in a similar spot, what was missing from their anti-analytics rant was any sort of explanation for the viewing audience as to why Army had chosen this particular strategy. Taking 10 seconds to say, they are trying to get within 13, which would be less than a 2-score versus a full 2-score game, and if they miss, they will go for 2 again later, followed by whatever their view was on the scenario would have been more than fair. Simply stating that analytics equals bad, particularly after a miss on the play, is a lazy take for commentators who haven't taken the time to understand basic strategic concepts. Commentary such as this is a disservice to the audience, who could have learned something about game strategy, a subject they tend to care passionately about and discuss with their friends, and is unfair to coaches that are actually making informed choices that are giving their teams the best chance to win. Louisville 33, Clemson 21, 2024. 2-point conversions, down 13, extra point, down 13. After Clemson scored a touchdown to cut Louisville's lead to 26-13 with 6 minutes remaining in the game, the Tigers opted to kick the XP to bring the deficit to 12 points. While making consecutive 2-point plays is a challenge, there is little harm in at least trying to see if tying the game with a 2-touchdown, plus 2-point conversion, plus field goal strategy, as there isn't a big difference in being down 13 versus 12 late in the game. It is also ironic that, having tried for a field goal earlier, hoping to go down that same pathway to tie the game, the Tigers bypassed that strategy entirely when getting a touchdown instead. The 12-point deficit was quickly extended as Louisville recovered the onside kick and ran for a 45-yard touchdown on the first play of the drive to give the Cardinals a 33-14 lead with 5:50 left to play. The Tigers responded with a touchdown with 2:13 and once again kicked to pull within 12. Page 90. Chapter 23, Two-Point Conversions, Part. Chapter 23, Two-Point Conversions, Part 2. Texas 34, Vanderbilt 31. Two-point conversions, down 12. Define your strategy. Late in the fourth quarter, Vanderbilt connected on a 67-yard touchdown pass to cut it to a 12-point margin with 3:54 remaining. They went for two and converted to move within 10 points and clarify that a field goal now had clear value, whereas kicking to stay down 11 points would have made it much more of a toss-up as to whether those 3 points would be useful down the stretch. Georgia 44, Georgia Tech 42, 8 overtime, 2024. Two-point conversions, down 11 Bulldogs, missed down 11 attempt, pulling within 17-6 early in the third quarter. The Bulldogs opted to go for two and missed. The logic of this was twofold. One, a pathway that could have played out is that, with a touchdown plus field goal would now take the lead versus simply tying the game. With still 25 minutes to play, another reason for this was that it was simply a way for a team with a strong offense to make up a point. There tends to be more to be gained from moving a point closer than falling another point behind when down double digits in the second half. As this game ended up in overtime, there were many critics that claimed that had the Bulldogs simply kicked, they would have won by a point in regulation. While it's possible that kicking could have made the difference, it is rarely as simple as that. The Bulldogs outscored the Jackets 27-10, once down 17, and GT almost certainly would have gone for two on their touchdown if the Bulldogs had kicked in this spot. The Jackets also would have been more aggressive on their final drive if they were trailing versus tied. Heck, who knows if Georgia would even have made the XP if they kicked instead. The Bulldogs were hardly alone in trying this strategy as, just this past weekend, CAI noted 5 college teams tried a two-point play down 11 in the second half. Oregon State and Colorado State converted to pull within 9, while Georgia, San Diego State, and Pitt missed. It wasn't a big factor in the outcome of the other games. The Jaguars also did this in the NFL on Sunday, missing the first two-point play to stay down 11, but got the second one after their next touchdown to pull within 3 late. Tarleton State 26, McNeese 23, 2024. Two-point conversions, down 10, deadly delay and doink duo. After a McNeese touchdown to pull within 10 with 9:22 remaining in the game, going for two was the obvious choice. But the Cowboys were unable to get the two-point conversion off in time and received a delay of game penalty. Pushed back 5 yards, McNeese sent out the kicking unit and promptly doinked the XP off the upright. CAI supported the two-point conversion attempt even after the 5-yard penalty. Teams may note on the CAI two-point chart that this is applicable when there is a 5 in a green box. Though the odds of successfully executing 2 consecutive two-point conversion attempts were slim, and those conversions would just tie the game, the Cowboys also didn't want to concede that they would need 2 more scores in under 10 minutes to avoid defeat. They almost pulled this off, but choosing the path they did left them with no outs unless things went perfectly down the stretch. Page 91. Houston 31, Baylor 24. Two-point conversions, down 9 rationale for going for two. Down 9, the Bears cut the lead to 9 early in the fourth quarter and chose to go for two, a decision CAI agreed with since the result of a two-point attempt would determine if this was a true one or two-possession game and allow them to adjust their strategy moving forward. With the conversion on the attempt, they cut the lead to 7 points, a surefire one-score game barring the extra point try. A few minutes later, the Bears had the ball again, still within 7, and faced a 4th and 9 on the edge of field goal range. This decision perfectly encapsulates why CAI encourages going for 2 down 9 in the fourth quarter, as the 4th and 9 was a clear go for Baylor, with a field goal providing very little value since it would still require the Bears to get a touchdown following. Had they been down 9, this was also a straightforward decision if they felt good about making the field goal since they had to have 2 scores. However, the decision was trickier if they were down 8. It was possible they could convert on the 4th and 9 and later finished the drive with a touchdown. Both big ifs, but they would still need a 2-point conversion to tie the game, less than a 50-50 proposition. Going for 2 while trailing by 9 instead of waiting to try down 2 isn't a math problem because the odds to convert are the same in either spot. It's a logic problem to help teams determine what is required of them the rest of the way. Since 2016, college teams, FBS and FCS, have converted more when going for 2 down 9 in the fourth quarter, 44%, compared to going for 2 down 2, 37%, albeit with fewer attempts, 43 versus 261, since 2016. Additionally, the most common criticism there is to going for 2 down 9 is that missing will halt whatever momentum teams created after scoring the touchdown. This research from Next Gen Stats and posted by Greg Olson suggests otherwise, though, as NFL defenses have forced 3-and-outs at a higher rate when trailing by 9 or 10 than they have down 7 or 8. This indicates that historically the trailing team doesn't stop competing until the final whistle, even if missing the 2-point attempt is a gut punch. Kentucky 24, Toledo 16. 2-point conversions, down 9 OPI takes down 9 conversion. Off the board following a touchdown to cut Kentucky's lead to 9 at the 9:38 mark of the fourth quarter, Toledo made a great decision to keep the offense on the field and go for 2. CAI agreed with the decision as trailing by 8 leaves teams in an ambiguous spot as they're not sure if it's a 1 or 2 possession game until they know the outcome of the 2-point attempt. And going for it after the first touchdown down 9 is what CAI recommends so teams can adjust their strategy accordingly the rest of the game. The Rockets converted on the attempt, but the play was called back for an offensive pass interference penalty, forcing the Rockets to settle for an extra point from the plus 18-yard line to cut the lead to 8. Illinois 34, USC 32. 2-point conversions, down 8 Trojans. Play to win. After USC scored a touchdown with a little under 10 minutes left in the game to cut the Illinois lead to 8, the Trojans made a phenomenal call to go for 2, and the strategy worked to perfection, as they converted on the attempt and took the lead, following another touchdown and extra point with just under 2 minutes in the game. Unfortunately for USC, the Illini made a walk-off field goal to win the game, but still a superb decision to pull the trigger in a spot most teams just kick the XP, despite this being a great strategy to win in regulation and avoid overtime. Page 92. Credit also to Joel Klatt for providing a solid explanation for why USC tried this approach, unlike the debacle during the Army/ECU broadcast, where this exact same strategy was being deployed. He didn't necessarily give it a full-throated endorsement, stating that he liked it because it worked, but by at least informing the audience as to why the tactic was tried, allowed them to form their own view. Baylor 35, Kansas State 34. 2-point conversions, down 8. Baylor plays the odds down 8. The call of the game came after the Bears cut the lead to 8, following a touchdown midway through the fourth quarter and went for 2 on the PAT. The Bears converted, and following a pick 6 on the following Kansas State possession, took the late lead, which is why CAI recommends this strategy. Even if Baylor missed the initial attempt, they could go for 2 following the next touchdown to get back on track, allowing them to play for the win in regulation while not closing the door on overtime. The Bears used this strategy to take a 1-point advantage, and following a late exchange of field goals, this choice was the difference in the win. When to kick the extra point, down multiple scores. There were a few times where teams believed they were in a 2-point scenario, opting to keep their offense on the field instead of just kicking the PAT. In these instances, there was minimal value in gaining another point via the 2-point conversion, and the optimal play was to kick the extra point. USC 48, Colorado 41, 2023, 2-point conversions, down 21, down 21. 2-point conversions, also not a thing. Colorado pulled within 21 after a TE screen went for a touchdown with 1:03 remaining in the third quarter. Colorado decided to keep the offense on the field after the touchdown and inexplicably still decided to go for 2, after a delay of game penalty moved the attempt back to the plus 8-yard line. There was absolutely no reason to go for 2 at his juncture, as an XP would allow the team to take the lead after another 3 touchdowns just as well. The 2-point conversion was unsuccessful, and after scoring 2 more touchdowns, the team was down 7, not 6, and in prime position to take the lead, as they would have likely been by merely kicking from this spot. Alabama 24, Ole Miss 10, 2023. 2-point conversions, up 8, Tide goes up 10 on a 2-point try. Following a touchdown to go up 15-7 with 6:37 left in the third quarter, Alabama opted to go for 2, converting to go up by an even 10. Despite the success, CAI was not in favor of this decision. There was certainly benefit to being up 10 versus 9, where a touchdown plus field goal would only tie the game and not give the Rebels the lead. However, there is a bigger difference in being down 9 versus down 8, as a miss would still keep this a potential 1-score game. This is effectively the inverse of the logic on why a team that pulls within 10 in the second half would want to go for 2, as to leave open that chance that the game could be tied with a subsequent touchdown. Page 93. 2-point conversions. When to take a knee on the extra point, Arkansas State 34, Central Arkansas 31, 2024. 2-point kneel down, Arkansas State scored to take a 2-point lead over Central Arkansas with just 3 seconds left in the game. With less than 5 seconds remaining, a field goal was out of play for Central Arkansas, which eliminates the value of extending the lead to 3 points. However unlikely, taking a knee rather than kicking the XP eliminates the possibility of the opponent blocking and returning the kick for 2 points, which would have tied the game and almost certainly forced overtime in this scenario. Overtime 2-point decisions. When one team opens overtime with a touchdown and the opponent answers with a touchdown, there exists the possibility for an all-or-nothing 2-point try, similar to the last play of regulation. The decision on whether to try that comes down to a number of factors, mainly the point spread. Underdogs are generally advised to try to win on a 2-point conversion rather than keep playing in subsequent overtimes, where they would be unlikely to prevail. Georgia Tech 30, Wake Forest 29 overtime. 2-point conversions. Overtime. Down 1, Wake goes for the win. While it didn't work out, CAI strongly agreed with Wake's decision to go for 2 and the win following their touchdown to cut the lead to 1 against Georgia Tech. The Demon Deacons came into the game as a 14-point underdog, so kicking the extra point to extend the game into another overtime was not in their favor, especially because they would now be on offense first and wouldn't have the benefit of knowing whether or not they needed the touchdown. Virginia 17, North Carolina 16, 2-point conversions, overtime. Down 1, Tar Heels go for the win. Although it didn't work out, the call to go for 2 and the win in this spot was the right one from the Tar Heels. As a sizable underdog, extending the game with an extra point was not in their favor, particularly because they would have to go first in the second overtime period and would not know what score they needed to stay alive or win the game. Ultimately, the play was stopped inches short of the goal line by UVA to avoid an upset. Page 94. Chapter 24. Overtime Strategy. Chapter 24. Overtime Strategy. Overtime Strategy. In the section that follows, CAI will review overtime strategy, looking at best practices for the opening drive and then the second drive, whether the team is tied, down a field goal, and down a touchdown. Getting the ball first in overtime. Texas 16, Kentucky 13. Right process, wrong result. On the first possession of overtime, the Wildcats missed on a 4th and goal attempt from the half-yard line. Though failing to convert on the play is likely to lead to a defeat, teams that don't score on the opening drive of overtime win just over 10% of such games. Making a field goal is still a losing proposition as well, as a made field goal on the first possession of overtime leads to a win right around just 30% of the time. On the other hand, an opening touchdown leads to victory about 70% of the time, making such risks warranted. This was also a defensive battle, and CAI only had this as a go from the +1 yard line. For that reason, it just didn't work out for the Wildcats in this case, with the play stuffed and Texas making a longer field goal for the win. Duke 27, Virginia 20. Don't know what you'll need after the Cavaliers' 10-0 run tied the game and thus sent it to overtime. Duke started the first overtime session with the ball and faced 4th and goal from 1.5 yards out. They chose to go for it, a decision CAI supported. With a field goal, Duke would at best hope to force a second overtime, with UVA starting their possession already in field goal range. While there was a risk of coming up empty on 4th down, historically, teams that settle for a field goal in this spot win just over 30% of the time, compared to roughly 70% when scoring a touchdown. The risk-reward calculus favored going for the touchdown, and Duke successfully converted on a rollout pass to take a 7-point lead before intercepting UVA's first overtime pass en route to the ACC title. Another note on the sequence, UVA was penalized for roughing the passer, giving Duke the choice to attempt a 2-point conversion from the +1 yard line, 0.5, or force UVA to start their overtime possession at the +40 yard line. Forcing the Cavaliers to go further for the needed touchdown was the clear choice and made the task of getting the stop much easier for the Blue Devils' defense. Win percent for teams going first in overtime, session initial drive, result record touchdown, 286 to 122, 70%. Field goal, 67 to 140, 32%. No score, 18 to 150, 11%. All 371 to 412, 47%. Getting the ball second in overtime. Tied, holding the opponent to no points on an opening possession, a team is in tremendous position to close out the game. However, the offense should not become complacent in these circumstances and rely on the kicker to make a 40-plus yard attempt for the win. Though the team doesn't want to be careless with the ball, efforts should be made to allow for a shorter attempt and even getting the touchdown outright. Page 95, SMU 26, Miami 20, don't leave it to the kicker. After SMU intercepted a Miami pass in the top of the initial overtime session, the Mustangs did an excellent job of pushing the ball forward down the field, using 6 consecutive rushing plays to make a potential game-winning field goal, more likely to succeed or, as in this case, scoring a touchdown that avoided the need to attempt the field goal altogether. On the winning play, the running back reached the ball out for the goal line on the 2nd and 4 play from the +8 yard line, putting it at risk of a fumble. In this particular example, had he not scored, the Mustangs were set to have 3 tries from the +1 yard line following the play. And even if they didn't score on those, they were in position for a chip shot field goal. With victory almost certain, there was no need to take such a risk. Fortunately for SMU, he held on to the ball, and they found the end zone on the next play, getting the ball second in overtime. Down a field goal. Down a field goal in overtime, the team has an opportunity to win with a touchdown and can extend the game with a field goal. Going with a field goal attempt poses a challenge in that the team must both make the field goal and then win a subsequent overtime session while having the ball first, a strategic disadvantage. Teams should be willing to take some risks under these circumstances to bypass the field goal and secure the win. Cal 29, Louisville 26 Bears. Walk-it-off Louisville started overtime with the ball and had to settle for a field goal before Cal took over, needing a field goal to extend the game and a touchdown to win. After the Cardinals held 3 goal-to-go plays shy of the end zone, the Golden Bears left the offense on the field for a 4th and goal play from the +3 yard line and converted with freshman quarterback Jaron Keosagapalutele hitting senior receiver Jacob DeJesus on the whip route to get the road win. No matter the result, CAI was firmly in Cal's corner on the decision to go for it, as they came in as a significant underdog of nearly 20 points and had the chance to go for the kill. Had Cal chosen to extend the game with a kick, odds were not in their favor in the next overtime session, both by having to go first and also from being the heavy underdog in the game. Page 96. Chapter 25. Penalty, accept, and. Chapter 25. Penalty, accept, and decline. Penalty, accept / decline. The logic on most penalty, accept / declines would be to take the down and distance that is most likely on offense, or least likely on defense, to lead to a subsequent first down. Because of the proliferation of offenses and passing attacks that average 7 to 8 yards per attempt, CAI has found that teams should consider taking the down over the distance far more often than they do today. As an example, 2nd and 10 is much better than taking a 5-yard penalty and 1st and 15. Similarly, putting a team in 3rd down is highly encouraged over 2nd down unless the yardage difference is dramatic. Oregon 34, Northwestern 14, 3rd/4th down penalty. Decision for Ducks on defense. In the middle of the first quarter with the score tied on the Evanston lakefront, the Ducks had a tricky penalty, accept/decline decision, choosing between 3rd and 8 for Northwestern and what appeared to be 4th and 2 after a gain of a yard on 3rd and 3. The Wildcats had just gone for a 4th and 1 at their own 43-yard line on the previous set of downs, so it seemed likely that a 4th down attempt was forthcoming. The Ducks chose to move NU back, which did prevent a 4th down attempt and made it a bit more challenging for the Wildcats to pick up the 1st down. The twist in this scenario is that by pushing the Wildcats back, this would presumably give them a free shot at a 1st down, and they had the ability to punt on 4th down if they didn't pick it up, or get close enough to try a 4th down attempt. Thus, the other rule for these spots is that if it's a borderline 4th down choice, letting the opponent try the 4th down tends to be the play. In this case, since it was a borderline choice on 4th and 2, and the penalty was just 5 yards, CAI would have leaned towards taking the 4th down, forcing the Wildcats into a difficult conversion where the Ducks would get the ball back near midfield with a stop. As it happened, this decision couldn't have worked better for Oregon, with the 3rd down pass resulting in an interception that was returned well into Wildcat territory, though this easily could have been a pass interference penalty, with Northwestern taking over in plus territory, having not risked a 4th down at all. SMU 34, Stanford 10. Stanford takes points off the board for a 4th and 1 attempt. Stanford made a fascinating choice to take points off the board after connecting on a 52-yard field goal when a penalty against SMU moved the ball to a 4th and 1 at the plus 29-yard line. The Cardinal converted on the 4th and 1 and were poised to go in for a touchdown to have this strategy pay off, but got stopped on 4th and goal from the plus 1-yard line for a turnover on downs. While taking points off the board for a penalty resulting in a 1st down is almost always a good thing, taking them off to try a 4th down is a trickier scenario. The charts below outline how to answer this question. With the first of this, a normal, their own 7-yard line, to the plus 7-yard line chart, and the second, a look at what that chart would look like if there was 100% certainty that the field goal would be made. Page 97. The key takeaway from this chart is that on shorter field goals, the charts don't fundamentally change. The reason for this is that, at shorter distances, the odds of making a field goal are already quite high, and getting those guaranteed points on the board isn't a huge consideration. However, on longer kicks, getting the guaranteed points is a huge deal, as the kick might not be much more than a 50-50 prop to go through the uprights. Turning down a field goal for the 4th down attempt, both the 4th down needs to be converted and a significant distance traveled to upgrade that to a touchdown. In most cases, CAI would support taking the long field goal over a 4th and 1. However, in this instance, Stanford came in as nearly a 20-point underdog, was already down 10, and it was 4th and 1. Thus, taking on a little more risk to come away with 4 extra points had more merit than what it normally would have been. Florida State 34, Virginia Tech 14. Noles take points off the board. This sequence was well played by the Seminoles, as after the incompletion on 3rd down brought up 4th and 5 from the plus 9-yard line, FSU sent out the field goal unit. Virginia Tech was called for an offsides on the attempt, prompting Florida State to decline the penalty and send the offense back out for a 4th and inches attempt at the plus 5-yard line. CAI's stance here varies by field position. On longer attempts, the usual move is to take the 4th D L1 yards to G, O, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1, O, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 4, 1, 5, 1, 6, 1, 7, 1, 8, 1, 9, 2. O 4th D N yards to G, O, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1, O, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 4, 1, 5, 1, 6, 1, 7, 1, 8, 1, 9, 2. O Tim E. Rem, aiming Q1, Q2, greater than 4. MD differential their own 7-yard line to the plus 7-yard line, First D OWNM marker, yard line GOL Timmy Rem, aiming Q1, Q2, greater than 4 MD differential their own 7-yard line to the plus 7-yard line. First D RNM marker. Yard line GOLN in STATE versus TEC, H-chart and NOTs. If GAMI is close, follow standard strategy, aggressive approach on goal, to go to get touchdown or leave opponent bad field position. STATE vs TCH. GUARANTED MAKE chart and notes. If GAMI is close, follow standard strategy, aggressive approach on goal to go to get touchdown or leave opponent bad field position. Note, the original document includes a 2-point conversion chart here. Please refer to the corresponding page in your CAI training guide. Page 98. Points since the long-range kick carries more variance, and the value of the conversion is reduced by the amount of yardage still needed to upgrade the drive to a touchdown after a successful try on 4th down. Near the goal line, the math shifts. Short field goals are already high percentage, so the guaranteed 3 points are not as valuable as the strong chance to upgrade to a touchdown. FSU made the right call by putting the offense back out, and they converted on the play to set up a 1st and goal at the plus 1-yard line before finishing the drive with a touchdown and a 2-score lead. Miami 10, Texas A and M3 penalty accept/decline on a kickoff, tough outcome for the Hurricanes on this kickoff sequence, as they forced the Aggies to re-kick following a fair catch at about the 1-yard line on the initial kick where A and M was offsides. That was certainly a defensible choice with the windy conditions on the day, but Texas A&M kicked this one about 5 yards deep for a touchback from their own 30-yard line, which cost the Hurricanes 5 yards from where they would have had it if they just enforced the offsides to start their next drive. 3rd/4th down penalty, accept/decline. An interesting penalty, accept/decline, came from Miami as they had the choice between 4th and 9 from the plus 41-yard line, or 3rd and 21 after a 3rd down sack with the game tied with just over 4 minutes to play. CAI did lean toward declining the penalty as the Hurricanes did, leading to the Aggies' punt. The Hurricanes were right in expecting that Texas A&M would punt on 4th and 9 in such a low-scoring game, and accepting it would give A&M a free chance to convert on 3rd and long or possibly set up a shorter 4th down they were more likely to try. Even if the Aggies decided to go for it after declining the penalty, Miami's defense was in a great position to make a stop on 4th and 9. After the Aggies did go with a punt, Miami took advantage by driving the lone touchdown of the game. From the Texas A&M side, it wouldn't have been crazy to go for this one even in such a low-scoring game. A conversion would put them in the driver's seat to get the go-ahead score with under 5 minutes to play, possibly on a walk-off field goal to prevent a Miami response. If they were unable to convert, Miami was far from guaranteed to score with their next drive starting in negative territory, especially with the field goal struggles they had on the day. Just because it had been a low-scoring game to that juncture didn't mean that the defenses would continue to dominate, and in fact, the game ended with 2 really long drives, one that went for a touchdown and another that came up just short of that goal. ECU 23, Pitt 17, 3rd/4th down penalty, accept/decline on defense. Late in the first half, Pitt faced a choice to decline a holding penalty that would have created a 4th and 9 at their own 41-yard line, a spot where most teams would decline and expect a punt. CAI's charts viewed the decision as borderline, generally favoring acceptance when the penalty creates a 3rd and 25 or longer and moves the offense back 10 or more yards. Pitt chose to prioritize field position, accepting the penalty and allowing ECU a free 3rd down play. Given the low-scoring flow of the game, just 3 total points in the first 28 minutes, the decision was sound and paid off, as the Pirates gained only 4 yards on 3rd down and were forced to punt from 10 yards deeper. Penalty accept/decline, field goal range. In field goal range, the value proposition on penalty accept/decline can be a little trickier, as defenses must consider whether applying a penalty can prevent an opportunity to get 3 points on the board. This is also an area of the field where going for it on 4th down is more common, and teams may need to make a judgment on what the 4th down strategy of the opponent might be. Page 99. Nichols 20, Incarnate Word 6. Pushed them back with 5:24 remaining in the first quarter. Incarnate Word had 3rd and 27 at their own 20-yard line and completed a 12-yard pass while also committing a holding penalty. Nichols opted to decline this penalty to bring up 4th and 15. While it's generally a win to get the opposing offense headed to the sidelines, CAI still would have liked to see the Colonels enforce this penalty, as accepting it would have pushed UIW into 3rd and 37 at their own 10-yard line, or a whopping 21 yards of field position from where the ball was punted from their own 31-yard line. The penalty accept/decline rules for such positions are on the bottom of the penalty accept/decline chart. In a team's own territory, if an accepted penalty would make it 3rd and 25 plus, if the penalty moves the ball 10 plus yards back from where it would be on 4th down, accepting is a good play. In this case, with a difference of 21 yards, accepting was the overwhelming choice. Another 3rd/4th down penalty decision. Later in this matchup, another 3rd/4th down penalty decision for the defense came up, this time for UIW. Nichols was called for an illegal formation on their 3rd and 3 play at the plus 18-yard line with 4:56 left in the second quarter. The result of the play was an incompletion, giving UIW the choice between 4th and 3 for Nichols at the plus 18-yard line or 3rd and 8 at the plus 23-yard line. The rule in this scenario is stated below. If opponent is likely to make a poor or has a borderline 4th down choice, do not accept penalty. If it's a borderline situation, as this one was, it doesn't matter all that much what the opponent decides. On the flip side, if the penalty is accepted, the opponent is then given a free shot at a 1st down, still leaving the chance to kick if it doesn't work out. In this case, Incarnate Word made the perfect call to decline the penalty, as Nichols sent their field goal unit out on 4th and 3 and missed to keep the game within 10 points. Penalty accept/decline, end of game decisions. In many cases, the point differential and time remaining will heavily influence the penalty accept/decline decisions. Arizona State 27, TCU 24. 3 strategic testers in Tempe. After forcing a fumble to get the ball back in plus territory, the Sun Devils had a 1st and goal at the plus 5-yard line with 1:35 remaining. Tie game. Horned Frogs holding 2 timeouts, leading to 3 interesting dilemmas for the team down the stretch. The second choice was whether to accept that penalty to bring up the 3rd and goal at the plus 12-yard line or 4th and goal at the plus 1-yard line. In normal scenarios, pushing a team back to the plus 12-yard line would be a no-brainer, but in this case, CAI did agree with the choice to decline the penalty. While going back to the plus 12-yard line could potentially make for a more challenging kick, and it was possible that ASU might still go for it from the plus 1-yard line. The 45 seconds that would likely be saved from avoiding another 3rd down play, plus the 40-second runoff to follow, held tremendous value, and the Sun Devils would still need to make a short kick to make that happen. Florida 29, Texas 21. Runoff allows Texas to take game to the half. After the Texas offense committed a penalty on a 2nd and 10 snap from their own 12-yard line, Gators holding 1 timeout, CAI would have recommended Florida decline the 10-second runoff and leave the game clock stopped until the snap at 1:19. Per the CAI defensive end of half supplemental chart for plus 8 to plus 16 points. CAI recommended a defensive timeout before 2nd and 10 plus in this field zone. With this amount of time on the page 100, clock if the team had 2 timeouts, which is exactly what was presented here, as the Texas penalty offered Florida a free 2nd timeout. Because the runoff was applied and then the clock restarted before the snap, the 2nd down play didn't end until just 0:55 remained, and with a Gators final timeout coming at 0:41, a Longhorns rush was enough to get them to the half. Oregon 26, Washington 14, Ducks EOH 10-second runoff choice with a lead. The Huskies connected on an 11-yard gain on 3rd and 6 to set up a 1st and 10 on the edge of the red zone with a little over 1 minute left in the first half. They committed a false start prior to the snap on 1st down, though, and gave the Ducks the option of a 10-second runoff, which they chose to decline. CAI would have leaned towards accepting this one. However, at this point, both teams had 2 timeouts, and Oregon was ahead by 13. With the lead in mind for Oregon, there was more to be gained by preventing a touchdown than adding points prior to the half with whatever limited time they were left with following the end of Washington's drive. So taking the time off would be a good play if there was a chance it could hamper the Huskies' ability to comfortably complete this drive. It's not a one-to-one comparison because Washington's play calling likely would have changed with the limited time, but the Huskies ended up scoring on a 3rd and goal pass with just 13 seconds left, a spot they would potentially have kicked the field goal if Oregon had taken the runoff, and there were only 3 seconds left. One good indicator for how to play this is to check the EOH supplemental chart for defensive timeouts. In this field zone, the only timeout Oregon would use under 1 minute is prior to a 4th down play, so removing the time and letting the clock restart headed into a 1st down play would be a good move since the chart is relaying that the intent to get the ball back has diminished quite a lot at this specific point. Penalty accept/decline, conversion attempts. A unique penalty accept/decline is one where the defense can choose between applying a personal foul to an XP attempt or the following kickoff. There is no firm rule on such situations with the quality of the opponent's kicker and game circumstances influencing the better choice. Northern Arizona 31, Portland State 17. Failing to take advantage on a return from their own 20-yard line, Northern Arizona was called for an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty after a Lumberjack touchdown with just 0:10 on the clock, making for an interesting decision for the Vikings to close the half. With so little time remaining in the half and odds of scoring so low, enforcing this on the extra point try would have been the CAI recommendation to perhaps steal a point before the break. Portland State chose to enforce it on the kickoff, where they called for a fair catch on a ball that was set to land at their own 20-yard line. Though it was a kickoff from their own 20-yard line, the fair catch rules still count this as a touchback that comes out to their own 25-yard line, with the Vikings failing to take any sort of benefit from the penalty. CAI would have highly recommended a return, hoping to position themselves for at least a Hail Mary to close the half. Page 101. Duke 32, North Carolina 25, gotta keep our composure. Following the Duke touchdown that came right after the fake, UNC was flagged for an unsportsmanlike penalty, which was an enormous mistake since the Blue Devils needed to go for 2 ahead by 5. That moved the try to the 1.5, and Duke was able to convert to go ahead 32-25. Following that conversion, Carolina again was flagged for another unsportsmanlike penalty, which allowed Duke to kick off from midfield. The Blue Devils sent a firm squib down the field, which UNC had to pick up around the 7-yard line and could only bring out to their own 17-yard line, making their final chance just a little bit tougher, with their final drive quickly fizzling, allowing the Blue Devils to exit with the win. Pittsburgh 42, Georgia Tech 28. Where to apply the penalty on a PAT? Late in the game, the Yellow Jackets added a touchdown midway through the 4th quarter to cut the Panthers' lead from 21 down to 15. On the PAT, Pitt was called for a personal foul, giving Georgia Tech the option to try a 2-point conversion from the plus 1-yard line .5 or apply it to the kickoff. CAI will always recommend going for 2 down by 15 in the second half, as a conversion will put the trailing team in a great position to take the lead with 2 touchdowns plus XPs. However, CAI was good with the choice to apply it to the kickoff so the Yellow Jackets could attempt an onside kick from midfield given the 2-score deficit. Georgia Tech did try the onside, but the Panthers were ready for it with the hands team on the field and made the recovery. In that same sequence, the Yellow Jackets lost 20 seconds of very valuable time as it took a while for the officials to stop the game and review if the 1st and goal play was stopped short of the end zone or not. The play was snapped at 8:47 and the Georgia Tech player appeared to cross the goal line right around 8:44. But the officials initially marked him short and didn't stop the game to review the play until there was 8:26 on the clock. After the review, they determined it was a touchdown, but did not add the time back to the clock. The ESPN broadcast brought on their rules official for the game, who said that it was the correct ruling after a rule change was added this year to keep the game moving and not correct the clock unless it was at a crucial time of the game. He added that they would have added the time back if the clock was under 2 o'clock, and potentially if it was under 5 o'clock. but they apparently decided not to with more than 8 o'clock left. Even though the Jackets might argue that every second mattered at that juncture, with their playoff hopes hanging in the balance. Page 102. Chapter 26, Special Teams, Chapter 26, Special Teams, Part 1. Special Teams Kickoff Strategies, Onside Kicks. The success rate of onside kicks varies tremendously by game circumstance. While teams have little luck when the opposition expects the onside kick, 11% success rate when trailing in the fourth quarter, kickoff units benefit tremendously from onside kicks that hold the element of surprise. Despite a rough season for onside recoveries, the success rate typically rises to over 30% on onside kick attempts that are not made under dire circumstances, over 3 times higher than the success rate when the opponent knows the attempt is coming. Obvious onside kick attempts, PFF, surprise onside kick attempts, PFF, season ons, KRCV ons K success rate, season ons KRCV ons K success rate. 2020-13, 109.11.9%, 2020-17, 4339.5%, 2021, 22, 158, 13.9%, 2021, 17, 48, 35.4%, 2022, 9, 153, 5.9%, 2022, 16, 47, 34.0%, 2023, 10, 136, 7.4%, 2023-21, 58, 36.2%, 2024-11, 156, 7.1%, 2024-13, 42, 31.0%, 2025-5, 141, 3.5%, 2025-7, 43, 16.3%. Total 7,853, 8.2%. Total 91,281, 32.4%. Given the ratio of points added on the average successful onside kick to the 50-yard line, 2.73 points added, to those lost on the average failed attempt to the kickoff, units their own 45-yard line, minus 1.36 points added, the math works out to a 33% chance of recovery needed for a surprise onside kick attempt to be a worthwhile attempt early in the game, which falls right in the line with the recovery rate on surprise onside kick attempts over the last 5 years. This tactic is a particularly good strategy for underdog teams in high-scoring matchups where field position is less of a consideration because of the likelihood the opponent scores points regardless of field position. On the flip side, return units should be making sure that they are not leaving themselves susceptible to a surprise onside kick attempt, particularly when playing a team that kicks a lot of touchbacks and doesn't allow many return chances. There is no reason to give up a high percentage onside kick attempt. Alabama 27, Missouri 24, tight onside decision for Missouri. This was a relatively close onside decision for the Tigers, while still holding all 3 timeouts. I supported the call to try it, given they had only one chance to make a stop. Missouri didn't recover the attempt, but was still able to force a 3-and-out to get the ball back at their own 18-yard line, which might have been just 10 to 20 yards of field position difference had they kicked off and gotten a stop. Miami, FL 34, Virginia Tech 17. Incredible onside keeps Hokies alive. The Hokies scored a touchdown late in the fourth quarter to cut their deficit from 17 to 10, setting up an obvious onside with the limited time remaining. On the attempt, the Virginia Tech kicker had one of the best onside kicks you'll see, with the second bounce going high in the air to allow a Hokies coverage player to wrestle the ball away from a member of the Miami Hands team. Unfortunately for Virginia Tech, a fumble, a few. Page 103. Plays later halted the comeback, but a lot of credit goes to the Hokies kicker for giving his team a chance in the final minutes. Virginia 22, Washington State 20. Washington State, onside decision from their own 20-yard line. Washington State sent the following kickoff deep while holding 1 timeout and 2:41 on the game clock. CAI's onside kick chart had this as an onside try, although this was just into the clear onside territory. There is a little more merit in kicking deep when needing to try the onside from their own 20-yard line, as if this is unsuccessful, the opponent is generally already in field goal range, and given it was close, kicking deep was a fair choice. However, with the 2-point differential, giving up a field goal would still have given the Cougars a chance, and there was no guarantee that the long field goal would even be made, as a recovered onside would hold overwhelming value, and there was no guarantee of a subsequent possession regardless. The Cavaliers did run out the clock after a deep kick. CAI would have stuck with the onside rec, though this was close. Northern Arizona 52, Southern Utah 49 Lumberjacks steal a possession to start the second half. Northern Arizona opened the second half with a surprise onside kick and easily recovered the bunt, which was targeted and executed perfectly. After stealing that possession, NAU drove for a touchdown to take a 21-14 lead after coming out of the locker room tied at 14-14 and kicking off to start the third quarter. This ended up as a key difference in a game that had over 100 combined points and saw the Lumberjacks win by 3. Syracuse 34, Clemson 21, Orange steal a possession. After jumping out to a 7-0 lead with a touchdown on their initial drive, Syracuse stole a possession with a surprise onside kick and added a field goal to their total to go up 10 points before Clemson had a chance to possess the ball. CAI is a strong advocate for surprise onsides for any team, but especially for a team that came into the game as a 17-point underdog as the Orange did in this one. Oregon 21, Wisconsin 7 surprise. On the opening kickoff in Eugene, Oregon executed a surprise onside kick, creating exactly the chaos they were aiming for. Wisconsin was unable to recover, and the Ducks fell on the ball at the plus 42-yard line. CAI is a strong advocate for surprise onside kicks, as their overall success rate of 37% means that even a moderate level of confidence, around 25%, can justify attempting one. Georgia 35, Texas 10 Dogs aggression. Doesn't stop with fourth down. The Bulldogs weren't done being aggressive after that drive, following it up with an onside kick that they recovered to steal a possession from the Longhorns. This was a well-designed and executed onside that no one saw coming, and Georgia again took advantage, driving for another touchdown. The Longhorns offense, who had put together a nice drive to pull within 14-10, with 5:21 to play in the third quarter, next took the field down 28-10, with 8:49 to play in the fourth because of the aggressive tactics from the Bulldogs. Since 2019, surprise attempts have close to a 40% success rate, and with there being more value gained by trying to steal a possession where the offense will get the ball near midfield, than lost by giving up 25 yards of field position on a failed attempt. This continues to be a strong tactic, particularly in cases like the one tried by Georgia, where the opponent least suspects it. Page 104. Kickoff strategies, squibs and pooches. Late in either half, teams often will squib a kick, believing that this strategy will reduce the odds for a big return. CAI recommends a squib kick only at the end of the first half, if the other team would be taking a knee after receiving the ball, and B at the end of the game, if the team needs a touchdown to win or does not have enough time to get into field goal range. In college football, kickoff returns go for touchdowns less than 2% of the time. The value proposition for the kicking team is reducing the 2% chance of giving up a touchdown on the kickoff in exchange for providing the opposition with good field position due to a short squib kick. It is usually best to kick deep, trying for a touchback and trusting your coverage team. CAI has the following rules for deploying the squib kick. 1. At the end of the first half, only if the other team would take a knee after receiving the ball. 2. At the end of the game, only if the team needs a touchdown to win or does not have enough time to get into field goal range. Given how good many kickoff specialists are in forcing touchbacks and avoiding the return, along with the excellent field position that the squib kick can deliver for the opponent, the squib kick is rarely the play. Pooch kickoffs can also be used effectively to avoid kicking off to a dangerous returner. The risk of giving up a kickoff return for a touchdown or of giving the opponent good field position may outweigh the yardage that may be lost by pooching a kickoff. CAI recommends that teams practice directional kickoffs and pooch kickoffs so that they can take advantage when kicking off from midfield and avoid kicking off to a returner who could potentially change the game in one play. Arkansas 52, Alabama A, and M7 squib kick execution. Arkansas went for a squib kick with just 6 seconds remaining in the first half, but the ball was drilled directly off a member of the front line of the kick return unit, bouncing back into the kicker's arms for essentially an accidental onside kick. Arkansas didn't opt to take advantage of this since there was just 1 second remaining, but this is a strategy worth considering, particularly for teams trailing late in the game or for a unit that is kicking from midfield. The outcomes of such a kick would be a squib that should be well down the field or a 50-50 ball near midfield, which is generally an advantageous position for the kicking team. Army 24, Kansas State 21 aim and fire. Following a field goal to cut the Kansas State lead to 4, the Black Knights called for a squib kick on the ensuing kickoff after allowing a kick return touchdown earlier in the half. The hard line drive kickoff went directly at a Kansas State player on the front line, hitting off his leg and bouncing back hard into the arms of Army's kickoff unit to set up a 14-play, 56-yard drive that gave Army a lead they never surrendered. Because of the combination of long Army drives and those two kickoffs, when Kansas State took over on offense with 2:52 remaining in the fourth quarter, they had run just 4 plays on offense in the entire second half. Arizona State 26, Texas Tech 22. Too early to squib, leading by 4 with just over 30 seconds on the clock. 2 squib kicks were deployed by Arizona State, one of which resulted in the Red Raiders returning the kick to their own 34-yard line, and after Texas Tech requested a re-kick, the other to their own 36-yard line. The average deep kickoff since 2022 has resulted in the offense starting at the page 105, 25.2 minus 25.3 if it was returned, while in that same time frame, squib kicks in the final minute of each half have resulted in an average starting field position of their own 31-yard line. 16% of which have reached their own 40-yard line, or better compared to just 2.6% of deep kickoffs. With still 30-plus seconds on the clock, it was too early for a squib kick from CAI's perspective to concede that yardage with minimal time coming off the clock. Arizona State was also offsides after the first kickoff, giving the Red Raiders the option to decide between a re-kick from their own 30-yard line or accepting the ball at their own 39-yard line after the 5-yard penalty. It was going to be hard to start in a much better spot, and with their offense up against the clock, this was a penalty CAI would have declined as the decision to force another kick. After the second kickoff, the resulting field position was 3 yards worse, and this cost their offense an extra 7 seconds, which was a tough outcome. With the help of the squib kick approach, though, the Red Riders moved the ball to the plus 28-yard line for a Hail Mary attempt, but the Sun Devils knocked it down to complete the upset. Indiana 27, Penn State 24. The pitfalls of a squib kick with 0:36 on the clock, Indiana chose a squib kick, a feeble effort that barely trickled to their own 35-yard line, giving Penn State possession at its own 36 while draining only 1 second off the clock. With the Lions still holding 2 timeouts in a strong kicking game, this was a dangerous situation for the Hoosiers, and a deep kick would have been strongly recommended. Only 15% of returns reached their own 36-yard line, and being allowed to take over there without using any time in the process was a huge boost to the Nittany Lions' chances. Montana State 48, Montana 23. Oh so close, Montana State called a squib kick on their kickoff, following a touchdown to extend their lead to 20-3 early in the second quarter. The ball bounced right next to the returner before going into the end zone. Unsure if it hit him or not, the Grizzlies returner ran into the end zone to retrieve the ball, but ended up letting it sit in the end zone for the Bobcats coverage team to pick up, which elicited touchdown celebrations from MSU. However, the officials ruled it as a touchback and upheld the call after a lengthy review where it was nearly impossible to tell if the ball grazed the returner in this spot. Montana could have avoided a lot of drama here by simply picking the ball up in the end zone and taking a knee, as a muff does not change the status of the kick for the return team, and they were fortunate to avoid disaster here with the touchback call. UAB 52, Alabama State 42. Creative pooch kick nearly pays off with 4:19 left in the fourth quarter. Alabama State executed a pooch kickoff and nearly recovered the ball, with the UAB return man acrobatically securing it out of the air. With the Blazers' hands team on the field, this was an excellent attempt to secure an additional possession. In a game where both offenses moved the ball at will, this nearly functioned as a turnover, and even when the Blazers secured the kick, this cost the Hornets only 7 to 8 yards of field position versus a touchback. Florida 29, Texas 21. Longhorns execute perfect pooch kick against the hands team. With 3:20 on the clock and 0 timeouts left, CAI had a lean towards onside/pooch kick, a valid option. Recommendation, with the expectation that a possession could be had with around 1:10 on the clock, given an immediate 3 and out. Texas executed a perfect pooch down the field against the hands team in an area where it couldn't be caught in the air, and Florida ended up having to fall on it at the 5-yard line. Though they did recover it, the Gators were now in a much tougher spot to kill the clock while backed up. Page 106, North Texas 31, Navy 17. The perfect time for a fair catch. After scoring to cut the deficit to 14-3 midway through the second quarter, Navy tried a surprise onside kick with a pooch kick. Almost instantaneously upon the kick, a North Texas returner wisely waved for the fair catch just 10 yards away from the spot of the kick. As this occurred, a Navy player collided with the UNT player who had made the signal, which resulted in a 15-yard penalty and allowed the Mean Green to take over at the plus 31-yard line, where they quickly moved in for a touchdown to go ahead 21-3, thanks to this heads-up play. Kickoff strategies. Kickoffs from midfield. Kickoffs from midfield provide special teams coaches with a chance to be creative. Blasting the ball through the end zone is a missed opportunity to pin the opponent inside their own 25-yard line or even pick up a possession in plus territory. Rutgers 34, Ohio 31. Smart kickoff execution by the Bobcats. With 11:10 left in the third quarter and Rutgers set to return a kickoff from midfield, Ohio deliberately sent the ball out of bounds inside their own 20-yard line. By rule, the ball is placed either 30 yards from the spot of the kick or at the out-of-bounds location, whichever is more advantageous to the receiving team. In this case, Rutgers was forced to start at their own 20-yard line, a favorable result for Ohio. Virginia 30, Louisville 27 Cavaliers take advantage of midfield kicks. Virginia had 2 opportunities to kick off from the 50-yard line after Louisville penalties, and both times the Cavaliers did a great job of trying to make something happen. First, an onside kick produced a loose ball that Louisville recovered at their own 30-yard line, costing Virginia just 5 yards for a very good chance to steal a possession. On the second kick, UVA tried a high, short floater that Louisville caught inside the 5-yard line and tried to return. It was a poor decision by Louisville to not call for a fair catch here, as the Cavalier kickoff team was within 20 yards of him by the time he caught the ball and dropped him at the 12-yard line. Unfortunately for Virginia, the Cavaliers were called for targeting that tackle, but Louisville still only started the drive at their own 27-yard line. Kickoff strategies. Kickoff returns and fair catches. The rule allowing return units to fair catch any kickoff and take possession at their own 25-yard line adds complexity to kickoff and kickoff return strategy. Should teams take a fair catch? It depends upon where the kick lands. 1. CAI has found that returning kicks from the end zone has proven to be a losing strategy over time, as teams have only been able to get 31% of returns taken from there past their own 25-yard line. Teams have wisely accepted touchbacks on 83% of these kickoffs with a return rate of just 17%. 2. Return units have been aggressive on kicks landing at their own 1-yard line to their own 2-yard line, returning 76% of these kickoffs while reaching their own 25-yard line on just 37% of their efforts. Kick returns in this area of the field are still generally losing propositions, and the fair catch rate should be higher. 3. Kick returns from their own 3-yard line to their own 5-yard line have been returned past their own 25-yard line on 44% of all returns, with teams choosing to try a return 78% of the time. This is generally seen as the break-even point of kick returns, where the game situation and quality of kickoff teams should dictate whether a return is good strategy. page 107. UAB 52, Alabama State 42. Kickoff bounces bring drama early in the second quarter. UAB kicked deep, and the Hornets' return man signaled to let the ball go. It landed at their own 2-yard line and barely skipped into the end zone, a fortunate break for Alabama State that could have pinned them inside their own 5-yard line. Later in the third quarter, another kickoff brought confusion when a Hornets player who was not the returner extended his arms to the side. By rule, this constitutes a fair catch signal, which forced the play dead at their own 5-yard line, a huge loss in field position. Iowa State 16, Iowa 13. Letting the ball drop after a fair catch. The Cyclone kick returner signaled for a fair catch on this kickoff, but didn't catch it on the fly, leading to the Iowa State offense having to start this drive at their own 3-yard line in a tie game. Once the ball bounces after the fair catch signal, the team then has to take over where it possesses the ball, and the miscue by the Iowa State returner resulted in a long field for the Cyclones. Tulane 26, ECU 19. Save the time, avoid a return. After allowing a touchdown to fall behind by 7 late, ECU brought the kickoff out from 7 yards deep in the end zone and returned it to their own 18-yard line, losing 7 yards and 5 seconds of clock in the process. Generally, returning the ball out of the end zone is not a winning strategy, with return units getting past their own 25-yard line just 27% of the time, and that played out in this situation as well, with the Pirates likely wishing they had let it go for a touchback. Virginia 22, Washington State 20 fair catch by non-returner spells. Trouble for the Cougars following a UVA score to even things late in the game. A non-returner called for a fair catch on the kickoff, which led to the Cougars starting a critical late-game drive at their own 2-yard line. After an incompletion on a batted pass, false start, and completion for no gain, brought up a 3rd and 11 from their own 1-yard line for Washington State, Virginia prevented the Washington State rush from getting out of the end zone to result in a safety. Kickoff strategies, return rules. Along with the fair catch rule, returners need to be aware of when they need to field the kick versus allowing it to bounce and taking the touchback. Kickoffs close to the sidelines are another area of opportunity, which can be the difference in taking over at their own 35-yard line or inside their own 5-yard line. Hawaii 23, Stanford 20. No fair catches after a kick bounces. Following an opening drive field goal for Stanford, the Rainbow Warriors got themselves in a bind when their kick returner tried to fair catch a ball off the bounce, forcing the officials to spot the ball at their own 1-yard line. One option for the returner was to try to get 1 foot out of bounds to enforce a free kick out of bounds to get the ball at their own 35-yard line as the ball was close to the sidelines. Letting the ball go was also an option as it seemed to be heading into the end zone or out of bounds, though catching the ball inbounds after calling for a fair catch put the offensive in an impossible spot on the opening series. A sack/fumble on the first play of the drive led to a recovery for Stanford in the end zone for a touchdown. Page 108, Chapter 27, Special Teams, Chapter 27, Special Teams, Part 2, Nebraska 20, Cincinnati 17, Sideline Awareness by Bearcats. At 14:56 of the second quarter, Cincinnati's kick returner showed excellent awareness with a 1 foot in, 1 foot out grab that spotted the ball at their own 35-yard line. It appeared the ball was likely going to bounce out of play anyway, but this was still good awareness by the return man to take advantage of the rules and leave nothing to chance with a pair of Cornhuskers bearing down on him. Fake punts and field goals. Fake punts and field goals can be a valuable part of any team's arsenal, but teams should be careful when attempting a fake punt or field goal. Time of the game, score, field position, and probability of converting are among the factors to consider. ECU 28, Army 6 Pirates get sneaky. Later in the second half, Army's defense came up with a big stop for a loss of 2 on a 3rd and 1 ECU rush at the plus 30-yard line. The Pirates initially lined up to go for it before sending their field goal unit on the field after calling a timeout for a 50-yard try. However, they opted for a fake and ran 32 yards in for a touchdown to take a commanding 22-point lead with time running low. Regardless of how they went for it, CAI was fully behind a conversion attempt, given a 50-yard kick was no sure thing, with the creativity shown by ECU putting the game away. Duke 32, North Carolina 25. Quite a time for a fake field goal. Trailing by a point, Duke set up for a 44-yard FGA on 4th and 3 from the plus 27-yard line with 2:28 left in the game. The Blue Devils then pulled out a fake and caught Carolina screaming in off the edge, and the holder pitched it out wide to the kicker, who took an easy stroll for 26 yards down to the 1-yard line. Duke punched it in on the next play and converted their 2-point attempt to go ahead by 7 points. Kennesaw State 41, Missouri State 34. Over-the-top aggression? On the 4th and 10 from the plus 34-yard line, several options were defensible, with CAI's rankings: field goal greater than go, greater than punt, quite close in value. Attempting the long field goal, their kicker's career long is 49, and he is 0 for 3 from 50 plus, may not have been a super exciting prospect for the Bears, though if it was in range, offered up an opportunity to take the lead late. Going for it on a conventional play was also an option, with a conversion leading to a walk-off on what would likely be a much easier field goal attempt. Punting could also be considered, though it's hard to pass up a chance to take the lead for what might have been as little as 14 yards of field position, if not executed well. Fake field goals historically aren't high-percentage plays, but if Missouri State anticipated a full Kennesaw State block attempt, as Duke did against UNC, the decision to fake certainly had merit to try to pick up a valuable first down. In the end, credit goes to the Owls for staying alert and executing well to stop the play. Washington 48, UCLA 14A, fake field goal. Gone sideways week 13 seemed to be the week of fake field goal attempts, as the Bruins also tried one late in the first half while trailing 13-0 against the Huskies. The worst possible outcome played out for UCLA, as the pitch from the holder was too far out in front of the kicker, leading to a scoop-and-score touchdown for Washington to extend the lead to 20-0. Not a lot went right for UCLA in this game, especially on offense, so taking a page 109. Chance with an unconventional 4th down attempt was justified, even though it didn't turn out the way they had hoped. Special teams, fake punts. USF 34, Boise State 7. Fake punt sparks Bulls, holding a 10-7 lead midway through the third quarter. USF lined up to punt on 4th and 6 from the plus 46-yard line. The Bulls executed a fake punt that broke for an explosive touchdown. Based on field position, CAI viewed this as a likely go situation anyway, with the fake a creative and generally effective way to handle such a position. James Madison 14, Georgia State 7, back-to-back fakes keeps them guessing. In a remarkable sequence, James Madison converted 2 fake punts on back-to-back down series, including one on 4th and 17 from their own 32 to move the ball into plus territory. Georgia State eventually turned them over on downs in the red zone to prevent the calls from paying off with points, but the unconventional move still deserves some love, considering no team would expect their opponent to try a fake punt after running one just 3 plays earlier. USC 38, Northwestern 17, fake punt with a fake punter. If you didn't know any better, you would have thought the USC punter had amazing throwing mechanics, as the player lined up as USC's punter threw a dime to move the chains and steal a possession from Northwestern on this fake punt. Later in the broadcast, though, it was discovered that USC changed one of their backup quarterbacks' number to number 80, matching the look of their punter to sneak him on the field here and execute this fake. The Big Ten released a statement following the game saying this should have been a penalty for unfair tactics. But that was too late to help the Wildcats, with the Trojans taking full advantage of this conversion by driving for a score en route to 38-17 victory. Pittsburgh 42, Georgia Tech 28, is 40 yards of field position. That harmful? After the missed onside, Georgia Tech's defense forced a 3-and-out to bring out the Pitt punt unit with just over 7:05 remaining. The Panthers had other ideas, though, and tried to keep the ball out of Georgia Tech's hands with a fake punt. Unfortunately for Pitt, the Yellow Jackets weren't fooled and made the stop to take over at the plus 38-yard line. leading to a quick touchdown drive to cut the lead to 7. The broadcast team couldn't understand why Pitt would take such a risk in firm control of the game, but CAI felt they were a little too harsh. While yes, the likely 40 yards of field position Pitt lost was harmful, the Yellow Jackets were set to get the ball back with more than 7 minutes left and had all 3 timeouts. That was certainly enough time to get the 2 touchdown drives they needed to get back in it, and if Pitt felt like they had a good look to keep the ball out of their hands, taking a chance on a fake at this juncture was a fine strategy. The Panthers rallied back after Georgia Tech got within 7, going on a 4-play, 75-yard touchdown drive to increase the lead back to 14 and closed it out from there. Page 110, Texas Tech 34, BYU 7 fake awareness by the Red Raiders. CAI has long been a strong advocate of fake punts if a team feels like they have a good look at one because of the tremendous success they have had historically, both in terms of conversion rate and explosive play rate. BYU dialed one up here halfway through the second quarter while struggling to get anything going against the Red Raider defense. But Texas Tech was not fooled and forced the incompletion to take over in plus territory. Despite that result, not all was lost as BYU forced a field goal attempt, which Texas Tech missed, and the Cougars came out of this sequence unscathed. Punt returns. When to field or return a punt. In certain scenarios, whether receiving a punt around the end zone, at the end of the first half with a few seconds left, or in the fourth quarter when leading, game circumstances can dictate whether fielding a punt or letting it bounce is justified. With fumbles being lost on 1.4% of all punt plays, avoiding a disastrous play might be more important than gaining a few yards of field position. Michigan State 23, Western Michigan 6, touchback still available. Following a muff behind 23-0, midway through the third quarter, Western Michigan's defense forced a Spartan punt on 4th and 8 from their own 45-yard line. The Bronco returner lost track of where he was and fielded the punt in the end zone and compounded the mistake by muffing it. Fortunately for the Broncos, the ball dropped in front of him, though still in the end zone. The muff was picked up and returned, where the adventure ended at their own 12-yard line. Clearly fielding the punt in the end zone was a problem from losing track of field position, but an additional note is that, following a muff with the ball in the end zone, simply falling on it was still in play and a touchback the result if he had been able to do so. Cal 27, Minnesota 14, Gopher punt return struggles. The Golden Gopher punt return unit has seen better days than this one. Their first mistake came midway through the first quarter when the returner called for fair catch inside the 5-yard line, forcing the offense to start at their own 3-yard line. The group went 3 and out and had to punt from their own 10-yard line, which led to a Cal touchdown after they started the drive near midfield. Later in the game, Cal punted well short of where the returner was lined up, and the kick took a favorable bounce for the Golden Bears. The returner tried to pick up the rolling ball to better their starting field position, but he muffed it, giving Cal a 1st and goal at the 8-yard line. 3 plays later, the Golden Bears cashed in with a back-breaking touchdown to extend their lead. Air Force 24, Wyoming 21, heads-up play by Cowboy punt returner. Air Force had a perfect punt that was bouncing on their own 1-yard line when the Air Force punt team knocked it away from the goal line to prevent it from resulting in a touchback. The Wyoming kick returner made a great play by picking up the ball and returning it to their own 8-yard line. This was a savvy move by the returner, knowing he could pick the ball up with no risk of a fumble since the Air Force coverage team touched it first, and the gain of 7 on the return significantly improved the outlook of the Cowboys' final offensive drive of the half. Page 111, Texas 52, Arkansas 37. Know where you're at. The Arkansas punt in this sequence took a favorable bounce for the Longhorns into the end zone, but the Texas returner seemed to lose track of where he was on the field and caught it off the bounce. He still could have gone down on a knee and taken the touchback, but the returner brought it out and was tackled at their own 8-yard line to force the Longhorn offense to start backed up. Punting strategy, taking advantage of the rules. From punts that never travel beyond the line of scrimmage to partially deflected punts, understanding the rules on what can happen next can lead to a big play of an alert unit. Baylor 48, SMU 45. Bizarre result on a punt leads to Mustang ball. SMU punted on 4th and 24 from their own 26, with the score even at 24 late in the third quarter. But Baylor was called for a penalty for blocking a defender in the back. And even though that defender ran into the punt returner, no penalty was called for catch interference since the defender was blocked into the returner. Worse yet for the Bears, the ball hit the returner's foot and was recovered by SMU, allowing them to regain possession only 22 yards from the end zone. This happened more than once over the weekend, with the coverage unit getting quite a bit of latitude to hit returners when partially blocked, leading to what turns into big plays for the punt unit. Tulsa 19, Oklahoma State 12. Stopping the punt too early, on this short field punt, the Cowboys picked the ball up while it was rolling towards the goal line to allow Tulsa to start at their own 5-yard line. Though it was a good result on the punt, all yardage is not created equal, and there is extra value in pinning an opponent at their own 1-yard line or their own 2-yard line, particularly in a 10-point game where a safety would have made it a potential 1-score game for the Cowboys. Toledo 45, Akron 3. Oh so close in yet another chaotic sequence on a punt. The Akron punter picked up the ball after getting his kick blocked, which is allowable in this instance, and advanced it 16 yards. Unfortunately for the Zips, it was 4th and 17, so this was just short of the yardage needed to move the chains. But it was a phenomenal effort to give his team a chance at a conversion and take advantage of this unique rule. North Texas 31, Navy 17, can't let it cross the plane. On the next drive, North Texas faced a 4th and long from their own 38 and went for a punt. The kick looked outstanding, landing around the 3.5-yard line and bouncing high toward the goal line, where a UNT player attempted to swat it back to a teammate. At first glance, it seemed like a pin at the 1-yard line, but the official ruled the ball had crossed the plane in midair, even though the North Texas player remained in the field of play until after tipping it backward. This is an important rule to remember. It's not about where the player is, but where the ball is. For punts near the goal line, the player's footwork doesn't matter, nor is batting the ball backwards a thing. The only thing that matters is if the player downs the ball before it has broken the goal line plane. Page 112. Oregon 18, Iowa 16. Hawkeyes saved themselves with a legal bat. A wild snap with the Hawkeyes lined up to punt on 4th, and 2 rolled all the way to the 1-yard line, where the Iowa punter used his hand to knock the ball backward into the end zone before kicking it out for what was ruled a safety. According to SEC officiating coordinator John McDade, this ruling was correct, and the play itself was a heads-up move by the Hawkeyes punter to legally move the ball into the end zone. The status of the ball is that of a backward pass, McDade explained. This is not a kick, and therefore there is no concept of an illegal touching spot here. Each team is allowed to bat a ball toward its own goal line while the ball remains in the field of play. The batting in this case was legal. However, once the ball is in an end zone, no team may bat a loose ball in any direction. No team is ever permitted to kick a loose ball like this, whether it is in the field of play or in the end zone. That act constitutes a foul. Because the spot of the foul in this case occurred in the end zone, enforcement results in a safety. If the defense were to decline the penalty, the outcome would still be a safety since the loose ball crossed the offense's end line, with the offense responsible for putting it there. In short, the punter made the right play to use his hands to get it into the end zone versus his feet. By using his hands to get it into the end zone, he had minimized the damage to a safety. Had he kicked it from the field of play, the enforcement spot would have been the 1-yard line, and after penalty enforcement, the next snap would have been from the 1/2-yard line for the Ducks, an almost certain touchdown. Wisconsin 27, Illinois 10, wrong sport of football. On the initial punt in this sequence, Wisconsin appeared to have pinned the Illini at their own 1-yard line for the start of their next drive, but the Badgers were called for an illegal bat when their long snapper kicked the ball to keep it from rolling into the end zone for the touchback. This resulted in a re-kick from 10 yards further back for the Badgers, and the Illini ended up starting their next drive at their own 14-yard line following the second punt. Iowa 34, Vanderbilt 27, can't cross the line. Most of the Iowa return unit retreated quickly to set up a return, which allowed the Vanderbilt punter to hold on to the ball a little to give his coverage unit time to get down the field. That was a good idea, but he ran past the line of scrimmage prior to kicking the ball to incite an illegal bat penalty that gave Iowa a first and goal at the plus 10-yard line late in the half. It proved to be costly as Iowa found the end zone on the first play of their next drive to extend their lead to 11. Kick blocks. When to avoid a roughing penalty. When attempting to block a kick, a penalty for roughing the kicker is a concern. Teams should consider the game parameters when making the choice to attempt this call, as well as whether more than 5 yards are needed for the first down. If it is more than 5 yards, then running into the kicker is not a first down, and more leniencies can be given. Teams that are trailing and are underdogs should attack more kicks than teams that are leading or are favored. Page 113. Memphis 38, Georgia State 16. Tigers steal 3 points to end the half after a gain of 13 yards, and a timeout set up a 1st and 10 at the plus 42-yard line with 2 seconds remaining in the half. Memphis sent out their field goal unit for a 59-yard attempt. Prior to the play, Georgia State was called for a defensive delay of game penalty for disconcerting signals to make this a slightly more manageable attempt for the Tigers. The miscue proved costly as the kick just snuck over the crossbar to give Memphis a 1-point halftime lead. Teams need to be very cautious about jumping offside, running into the kicker, or other infractions in such spots where a kick is going to be challenging to make, as to not provide additional opportunities for the kick from shorter distances. USC 33, Purdue 17. All that matters is the smooth transition of possession. A huge TFL by the Trojan defense on third, and one brought out Purdue's punt team in negative territory, but a member of the USC return unit was called for leaping the shield to give the Boilermakers a gain of 15 on the personal foul and a fresh set of downs near midfield. Purdue took advantage by later putting 3 points on the board with a field goal to get back into the game. Utah State 49, Air Force 30. Critical penalty leads to late 3-possession lead. Trailing 35-24 with under 5 minutes remaining in the game, Air Force's defense came up with a sack to bring up 4th and 15 at the plus 19-yard line and force a Utah State field goal, a massive win on the play that looked like it was going to give them a chance in the final minutes, still within 2 possessions. Utah State made the kick, but the officials threw a flag on Air Force for leaping over the blockers on the field goal unit to give the Aggies a new set of downs. While it was understandable for the Falcon player to want to make a play by blocking the kick, this costly penalty set up a touchdown 2 plays later to give Utah State a 3-possession advantage and essentially took Air Force out of the game. FIU 27, Jacksonville State 21. What's the value of a block? CA. I has discussed at length the limited value of a +3 to +6 points field goal for a team late in the game. This 4th and 7 from the plus 20-yard line was a toss-up for FIU, and they initially sent the kicking unit out in a tough spot to convert. The kick was made. However, the Gamecocks were called for a running into the kicker penalty, which led FIU to wipe the points off the board and send the offense out for a 4th and 2 attempt. This was a good call by the Panthers from CAI's perspective because of the lower value the field goal provided, and it also would allow them to continue killing the clock if they converted. While a block on the kick would have brought a field goal back into play for the JSU offense on the next drive, the penalty was a devastating blow since it gave FIU the chance to go for it, as forcing a field goal on the drive was a huge win. Despite the bad penalty, the Gamecock defense overcame it by forcing a holding penalty on 4th down to push it back to 4th and 12 and bring out the kicking unit once again for FIU. The kick was made to extend the lead to 6, and the Panthers' defense made the stop on the next drive to seal the win. Oregon 42, USC 27, an especially costly leap. Oregon lined up for a 44-yard FGA on 4th and 17 with 2:18 to go in the first half. The kick clanged off the left upright, and it looked like USC was poised to get the ball back, with about the perfect amount of time on the clock for a final drive, still trailing 21-14. However, one USC defender had tried jumping over the page 114. center going after the block, and was called for a personal foul leaping penalty. This erased the field goal miss, gave Oregon a fresh set of downs, and the Ducks capitalized with a touchdown. Oregon 23, Texas Tech 0, keep your eye on the ball. Despite their offense struggling to this point, Texas Tech was still down just 13-0 with 11:44 left in the game when their defense forced a punting situation on 4th and 2 at their own 28-yard line, leaving them with some chances to still get back into it. But the Red Raiders punt return unit made a critical error with one player going offsides, which not only cost them over 3.5 minutes of game clock, but also eventually resulted in an Oregon field goal, make to go ahead 16 points and very likely 3 scores with only half a quarter left. Chapter 28, Special Teams, Chapter 28, Special Teams Part 3, Punting Strategy, Quarterback Punts. Using the quarterback as a pooch punter can be an effective way to pin the opponent deep in their own territory, especially when punting from plus territory, when a fake punt or going for it on 4th down is a consideration. Clemson 24, Virginia Tech 14, 2024. Penalty accept/decline and a go/punt option play. Leading 7-0 with 3:06 remaining in the second quarter, Virginia Tech opted to decline a holding penalty to force Clemson into 4th and 5 from the plus 44-yard line. On the 4th and 5, Clemson deployed a go/punt option from the plus 44-yard line, with the quarterback opting to punt the ball after rolling out to this right and finding no receivers open to move the chains. Unfortunately for the Tigers, the punt flew toward the sideline and netted just 19 yards, though that was at least more yardage than would be found from an incomplete pass. Clemson 31, Notre Dame 23, 2023. Well-executed pass-punt option leading 31-23. Late in the third quarter, Clemson had 4th and 4 at the plus 41-yard line and kept the offense on the field. The quarterback rolled out to his right and looked for a quick completion, but he didn't have his receiver open on the play and went with the pooch punt that was downed at the Notre Dame 4-yard line. While this was a strong go recommendation, CAI could still get behind this clever maneuver, as the punt was a nice pivot to gain 37 yards of field position versus chucking one into heavy traffic. Oklahoma State 27, Oklahoma 24, 2023. Straight pooch leads to Cowboys touchdown. Oklahoma had a 4th and 5 at the plus 40-yard line with 12:50 remaining in the fourth quarter, leading 21-17. The Sooners kept their offense on the field, and after the offense checked the sideline with about 0:10 left on the play clock, the quarterback took a few steps back and pooch punted the ball down to the Cowboys' 4-yard line. Oklahoma State ended up driving 96 yards for a touchdown following this effort, giving the Cowboys a 3-point lead with about 8 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter. Contrasting this with the Clemson play, while both ended up with quite similar results on plays, this particular play didn't have an option built in to gain the first down, which was the preference in both cases, with chances to take 2-score advantages. Field goal strategy. Know your field goal. Kickers range coaches should know the maximum range of their kickers. Bad things can happen on long attempts, and practice defending returns on long, missed field goals. A Hail Mary attempt from midfield might be a better option than a long kick, because Hail Mary passes do have a 5 to 10% chance of success when the quarterback, page 115, can reach the end zone. Similarly, coaches need to know the range of all their quarterbacks and have a Hail Mary quarterback. One suggestion: the quarterback with the strongest arm might not be the starting quarterback. Iowa 25, Penn State 24. Know your limits. This was a great example of why every team needs to know the range of their kicker when deciding between an end-of-half Hail Mary or a field goal. Try as the Hawkeyes lined up for a 66-yard attempt before Penn State called a timeout to ice the kicker. Iowa still got the snap off and tried the free kick, though it came up at least 5 yards short of the crossbar. The Penn State sideline wasn't happy that the refs didn't shut down this practice attempt, as it seemed clear now that Iowa would change course and just throw a Hail Mary, or even try a quick sideline pass with 0:06 on the clock. Just anything besides another FGA that didn't appear to have much shot. However, the Hawkeyes sent the kicker back out for the real attempt after the icing, and the result could not have been more disastrous for the Iowa, with Penn State blocking the kick and taking it in for a score to go into the half with a lead. Field goal strategy. What to do with a blocked field goal? Similar to blocked punts, once a blocked field goal passes the line of scrimmage, return rules will apply, and defenses need to be careful to field the ball as to not hand the offense a fresh opportunity to score. Miami 10, Texas A&M 3. Dangers of returning blocked field goals on short kicks. Miami came up with a huge play to block this chip shot, field goal, and keep the Aggies off the board early in the second quarter, but made a risky choice of picking the ball up at their own 2-yard line and trying a return. They gained just 11 yards and were forced to start their next drive at their own 13-yard line, losing 7 yards of field position from where they could have started at their own 20-yard line following this miss. Georgia 50, LSU 30, 2022. Heads-up special teams play. Georgia got their initial score of the game on a heads-up special teams play. After blocking an LSU field goal and the ball rolling around in the Bulldogs' backfield, most of the 22 players had figured the play to be over. However, just before the ball came to a rest, Georgia's Christopher Smith recognized the opportunity, picked up the ball, and ran 96 yards for the opening touchdown. Page 116. Chapter 29, Intentional Safeties. Chapter 29, Intentional Safeties. Intentional safeties, late in the game when backed up deep in minus territory, it might be preferable to take a safety to trade better field position from a kickoff from the 20 in exchange for losing 2 points. The CAI intentional safety guidelines, embedded into the late game strategy charts, provide the point differentials in time remaining for when this strategy makes sense. In some scenarios, such as the plus 6-yard line and the plus 13-yard line, losing the 2 points does not have significant ramifications, whereas in others, from the plus 3-yard line to the plus 5-yard line, more consideration is required. The intentional safety is something to think about in the final 30 seconds when up from the plus 3-yard line to the plus 8-yard line. The plus 3-yard line, take the safety. Though an opposing field goal now wins the game with Nevada up by just a point, the safety puts the opponent in a tough position to get one. Had Nevada punted from this position, Air Force would have had an excellent chance to get a field goal attempt to tie in the final seconds. The plus 4-yard line, very difficult call, as the team can now lose with a field goal. In this situation, CAI would recommend Nevada take the safety because of the poor Air Force kicker. Against an opponent with a good passing game and an elite kicker, CAI would lean toward the punt. The plus 5-yard line, as described above, take the safety. The plus 6-yard line, always an easy call to take the safety. Anytime a team is backed up in the final few minutes, it can take a safety from this position and little is lost. The plus 7-yard line, very tough call. Going from the plus 7-yard line to the plus 5-yard line, the chance to go to overtime and win following a touchdown is lost. Taking the safety needs to cut the opponent's chances of scoring a touchdown by half or more. The plus 8-yard line, punt. Moving from the plus 8-yard line to the plus 6-yard line takes away the chance to go to overtime to win. The odds of the opponent scoring the touchdown would have to drop by more than 75% to justify a safety up by 8. To summarize, up 6, 5, and 3 are the times to strongly consider an intentional safety under 0-30. Ahead by 4, 7, and 8 points are possibilities in extreme circumstances. Oklahoma 24. Auburn 17, safety keeps Auburn alive. After multiple penalties backed them up while needing a touchdown late in the game, Auburn had a monumental task of trying to convert a 3rd and 25 series from their own 8-yard line. On the play, the Sooners dropped their former quarterback for a loss of 4 on the sack to bring up 4th and 29 with Auburn down to their last timeout. This was a spot where the Tigers probably wanted to burn the final timeout at 1:32 after the play, as at this point, there wasn't a chance to get the ball back following a 4th down miss anyway, and it was as good time as any to save clock and get organized. On 4th down, The Oklahoma Rush got home again with a sack in the end zone for a safety, which was, in fact, the best result the Tigers could hope for on the play, barring an unlikely conversion for the first down. The Auburn quarterback didn't want to blindly throw this one away, as an incompletion would have ended the game, and Auburn was still within a touchdown following the safety. The Tigers couldn't recover the onside that followed, however, ending the game. Page 117, Indiana 20, Iowa 15. Hoosiers take unnecessary and dangerous intentional safety. Trying to kill the clock and get out of Iowa City with a road win, the Hoosiers took a safety from their own 40-yard line, and the snap coming with 0:03 on the clock. From CAI's perspective, this had to be a hang play where the Hoosiers would scramble out of the pocket and throw it out of bounds to run out the clock. Multiple teams did this without issue this past weekend. Iowa pretty much needed to score a touchdown on the play, and IU voluntarily bringing the ball a full 40 yards backwards to the end zone was pretty wild to even risk a disastrous fumble of some type. James Madison 35, Georgia Southern 10. When to take an intentional safety on punts. An unusual moment unfolded when the long snap sailed over the punter's head and rolled back toward the James Madison goal line. Hustling to recover, the punter checked for defenders before scooping the ball and getting off a rushed kick that shanked out of bounds, setting Georgia Southern up at the plus 23-yard line. Situations like this create an interesting trade-off. Is it better to attempt a hurried punt under pressure or to deliberately take the safety and use the free kick from their own 20-yard line? In this scenario, factoring the result of the kick and a hypothetical safety, it was essentially an even outcome for the Duke's punter, as offenses score 4.68 points per possession from the plus 23-yard line compared to 2.55 from their own 38-yard line, the average field position following a free kick from their own 20-yard line, where they would also get 2 points on the safety to bring the total to 4.55. As it played out, the decision to get the punt off worked out, with Georgia Southern turning the ball over on downs in the red zone and James Madison escaping the half without damage. UCLA 42, Penn State 37, UCLA takes intentional safety. The Bruins weren't quite out of the woods after making a key fourth down stop with a little under 40 seconds remaining while holding a 7-point lead, as Penn State had done well to hold on to all 3 timeouts until the final minute. After the Nittany Lions stuffed 3 straight runs, UCLA was faced with 4th and 11 at their own 11-yard line with just 25 seconds remaining and opted for an intentional safety. While this didn't fit exactly into CAI's chart recommendation, it wasn't far off and was a fair play with so little time left. The advantage that's lost by this tactic is the ability to go to overtime if Penn State scored a touchdown to close the game. But playing as a big underdog, it wasn't as big of a deal for UCLA to lose out on an overtime session, which the Nittany Lions would be favored to win. Adding in that Penn State had already blocked a punt, just removing the risk of a touchdown coming directly on the punt play itself from either a block or a return made a ton of sense. UCLA ended up burning 8 seconds of clock prior to taking the safety, in part because the Nittany Lions sent a minimal rush to seemingly set up a return and made the stop after the free kick to come away with the win. Bowling Green 28, Toledo 23 Falcons. Kill the clock with intentional safety. Bowling Green perfectly executed an intentional safety from their own 23-yard line on 4th and 14 to kill the clock and finish off a win against Toledo. With just 6 seconds remaining, CAI supported the intentional safety from the Falcons in this scenario. The Toledo defense had good pursuit of the ball carrier and attempted to force a fumble, but he was able to safely run out of the end zone with the clock showing zeros. Page 118, Minnesota 27, Purdue 20. No intentional safety, no problem leading by 7 with the clock at 0:21 and the ball on their own 14-yard line. The Golden Gophers could have considered an intentional safety, but CAI agreed with the decision to punt. This was similar to the UCLA situation the previous week where CAI supported the intentional safety because of the massive underdog the Bruins were going to be in overtime against Penn State. In this case, the Gophers were the favorite in the game and didn't want to throw away the opportunity to win in overtime or stop a 2-point play. When punting as they did, the Boilermakers would be hard-pressed to get anything more than a Hail Mary opportunity. Villanova 14, Lehigh 7, just take the safety. A late game conversion on 3rd and 8 put Villanova right on the edge of delayed knee range with 1:36 on the clock and Lehigh holding just one timeout. The Wildcats smartly chose to go that route to avoid the risk of a fumble, but they couldn't quite make it to the end of the game and were forced to take a timeout on 4th and 30 at their own 5-yard line with just 2 seconds remaining. With a 7-point lead, this was not a huge issue because they could just run around the end zone for a few seconds and then take an intentional safety to secure a 5-point win. However, they created some drama for themselves by taking another delayed knee at their own 1-yard line. The officials ruled the clock had run out and the game was over, but it was close enough to the line that they could have added 1 second back to the clock to give Lehigh one more chance to tie the game up. Fortunately for the Wildcats, that did not happen, and they moved on to the FCS quarterfinals. Page 119. Chapter 30, Understanding the Rules. Chapter 30, Understanding the Rules. Understanding the Rules. In this section, CAI explores the obscure rules that every coach should know. Iowa State 24, Kansas State 21. Don't try to limp off. Following the rules changed last offseason, designed to prevent faking injuries, Iowa State was charged a timeout around the 9 o'clock mark in the fourth quarter because a defensive player went down just after the ball was spotted. This was bad luck for Iowa State, as it seemed like a real injury with the player limping heavily on his way to the sideline prior to going down. But the officials still enforced the rule and took a timeout away from the Cyclones. They went on to win the game without needing the timeout, but it was a huge call at this juncture that left them with just one timeout for the final 9 minutes of a 3-point game. Central Michigan 16, San Jose State 14, hold on to your hats. Following a missed San Jose State field goal, with 1:09 left in the game, the Chippewas took over at their own 20 with an opportunity to run out the clock. San Jose State used their 2 remaining timeouts following 1st and 2nd down, putting Central Michigan in an enviable position on 3rd and won at their own 29-yard line with 1:05 left in the game, with another 45 seconds set to come off after the 3rd down snap. The Spartans got a stop on 3rd and 1 to give themselves half a chance, but also got an incredible break when a Central Michigan player's helmet popped off while he was trying to block for the game-winning conversion. This stopped the clock and forced Central Michigan to punt with 0:59 rather than 0:19 remaining. Following the kick, the Spartans moved the ball 33 yards in 9 plays to set up a 56-yard walk-off attempt. Fortunately for Central Michigan, the kick flew wide, and the faulty lid didn't cost them the win. Memphis 32, Arkansas 31 final sequence in Memphis. Facing 3rd and 8 from their own 9-yard line, with Arkansas down to their last timeout, the Tigers moved the chains on an incredible effort play by their offensive line to push the pile forward after the runner was initially stood up near the line of scrimmage. Following the big conversion, Arkansas used their last timeout at 0:58. There was some confusion about whether Arkansas actually had one more left due to a Memphis player's helmet coming off on the prior 2nd down play. But regardless, with either 0 or 1 timeout left and a 1st down play upcoming, Memphis was in kneel-down range. The Tigers went with traditional running plays on the 1st and 3rd down snaps with a delayed kneel in between on 2nd down. It didn't end up hurting, but did put the ball unnecessarily at risk by giving Arkansas a chance to punch it out. Florida 29, Texas 21, strapped those helmets tight at the 2-minute timeout. Following a gain of 6 after the intentional offsides to get the game to the 2-minute timeout, a Florida player lost his helmet on the 2nd and 4 play with 2 minutes remaining, which was an enormous break for the Longhorns, saving them 40 seconds for a final drive. While not a big deal in most situations, in the final 2 minutes with the lead, offensive players simply can't lose their lids, with those as costly as running out of bounds. The Longhorns ended up forcing a punt with 1:06 left on the clock, but let the ball drop on the kick, which allowed Florida to run off another 5 seconds of clock by letting it roll. This ended up being crucial as the page 120. Longhorns tried to spike with 1 second left for a Hail Mary, but the clock ran out just a beat before the ball hit the ground to prevent them from getting an opportunity. The announcers weren't sure about Texas trying to spike since there was less than 3 seconds. but this was acceptable since the clock was running continuously following the previous play. It is after a stoppage, like a first down conversion, where offenses can't spike with less than 3 seconds. Mississippi State 24, Arizona State 20 can't participate. Without a lid, Arizona State was out of field goal range and out of time at the end of the first half, but 2 penalties on a Hail Mary attempt, which had fallen incomplete, allowed the Sun Devils to move up 15 yards and try a field goal on an untimed down. One of the penalties called on the Bulldogs was for a player continuing to participate after his helmet came off during the play. While the effort can't be denied, this is a penalty players need to be aware of, so they take themselves out of the play should it happen to them. Arizona State took advantage of this Mississippi State mistake by knocking in the long 51-yard attempt for their first points of the game. Pittsburgh 48, Boston College 7, protect your melon. After losing his helmet, Pittsburgh offensive lineman B.J. Williams wisely stopped engaging in the play, avoiding an illegal participation penalty, and ultimately benefiting from an illegal hands to the face penalty on BC. Well done by Williams to go against his instinctive nature, a task not as easy to do in the heat of the moment, and it proved fruitful for the Panthers as they later finished the drive with a touchdown. Tennessee 45, Syracuse 26. Tuck in those towels. Halfway through the third quarter in Atlanta, the Syracuse Orange forced a Tennessee punt down 20-38. The volunteer punt bounced well short of where Syracuse's return was set up before a Tennessee player downed the kick at their own 17-yard line. During the play, the ball bounced awfully close to an unaware member of the Syracuse punt return unit while he was blocking for the potential return. It looked like it might have grazed off his towel, which would have led to Tennessee regaining possession with great field position after the kick. But the ruling on the field was upheld to give Syracuse a sigh of relief. Iowa State 16, Iowa 13, sliding too early near the first down marker. Facing a critical 3rd and 2, deep in their own end, with the score tied and just over 7 minutes remaining, Iowa State called a designed rush for their quarterback, Rocco Becht. With an Iowa defender quickly approaching, Becht slid right at the first down marker, and the officials spotted the ball just beyond the line to gain before taking it to review. Fortunately for the Cyclones, the call was upheld, avoiding a 4th and inches, with the key conversion leading to the game-winning field goal. Western Michigan 23, Miami, OH, 13 can't slide on 3rd down. The Redhawks were up against a 3rd and 10 on their own 25-yard line halfway through the opening quarter when the quarterback took off on a scramble looking to keep the drive alive. With a defender quickly approaching, he started his slide 2 yards short of the first down marker, which promptly led to the punt unit coming on the field. Certainly, it's understandable to try to avoid taking too many hits as a quarterback, but on a play as important as a 3rd down in a conference championship game, going all out for the line to gain was something the Miami gunslinger had to do. Page 121. Miami, FL, 24, Ohio State 14. Avoiding the slide in key moments. CAI has highlighted numerous examples throughout this season of quarterbacks sliding short of the sticks on 3rd down to bring up 4th and short instead of a new set of downs. A ton of credit goes to Miami quarterback Carson Beck for doing the exact opposite on a key 3rd down early in the 4th quarter, shortly after Ohio State cut the lead to 3. Multiple Buckeyes were waiting for him right at the line to gain, but he lowered his shoulder and got just enough to convert. It's completely understandable to try to avoid hits as a quarterback to stay on the field, but a great job by Beck to recognize the moment and put his body on the line. Air Force 26, San Jose State 16. Just bat it down. In a chaotic sequence, an Air Force defensive lineman deflected a pass with San Jose State throwing from the end zone. The quarterback wisely attempted to bat the ball down, but a deflection off a helmet resulted in the ball remaining in the air. In direct contrast to his teammates' attempt to force an incompletion, the running back leaped to catch the ball surrounded by defenders in the end zone. As he secured the catch, Air Force swiftly made the tackle to earn a safety, increasing the Falcons' lead to 16-3 and earning another possession to close the first half. While Air Force was unable to record an additional score on their final drive, the Falcons happily took a 16-3 lead into the locker room. Rutgers 27, Purdue 24. Just bat it down. Rutgers ended their previous drive with a field goal to tie the game, and Purdue took over at their own 33-yard line, needing only a field goal to win and 1 minute and 6 seconds left to get in position for the kick. On the opening play, Rutgers tipped the Boilermaker pass in the air before it eventually came down in the arms of the Purdue quarterback, who caught it and tried to get upfield, but had the ball ripped out of his hands by the Scarlet Knights for a critical turnover. Batting it down was recommended, as even if the fumble didn't happen, catching the ball was going to result in a loss of several yards. Following the turnover, Rutgers moved the ball to the plus 13-yard line to set up a walk-off field goal for the win. Eastern Kentucky 33, Utah Tech 10. Another ill-advised grab on a batted pass. Utah Tech was already up against it, trailing 24-10 with 2:44 left in the game when they got the ball back at the 9-yard line. On the first play of the drive, their pass was knocked backwards by the EKU defensive end, and the quarterback caught it while he was fading back into the end zone, where he was immediately tackled by the same DE for a safety. Perhaps still shell-shocked from the play, Utah Tech then followed it up by booting it deep on the ensuing free kick instead of trying an onside they desperately needed now, down 16 points. Georgia 35, Texas 10 teach tape for batting the ball down. After a couple weeks in a row of CAI, including a scenario of a quarterback/RB inadvisedly catching a ball in the pocket that came back to them after being tipped at the line of scrimmage, Georgia quarterback Gunnar Stockton showed exactly what to do when in this situation by batting the ball down here. This avoided the likely loss on the play and the risk of a fumble in a spot he had really no chance of picking up the first down. Page 122. Illinois 45, Duke 19. Seeing double behind 14-13 to open the second half, the Duke defense forced an Alini punt on the first drive to get the ball back with a chance to retake the lead. The Alini booted the ball away, and the Blue Devil offense was set to take the field near their own 20-yard line before a penalty flag stopped play after the kick. The call was for an equipment violation on Duke for having two players with a number 8 jersey on the field. The punishment was a harsh one for the Blue Devils, as it gifted Illinois new life at their own 35-yard line, where they drove 65 yards in 8 plays to increase their lead to 8 points and take advantage of this big mistake. Cal 27, Minnesota 14. What play clock? In an unusual scenario, Minnesota was allowed to let the clock run to the 2-minute timeout in the first half without being assessed a delay of game penalty, even though it appeared that the play clock had expired when the game clock was at 2:02 or 2:01. No delay flag was thrown and no penalty was assessed, even though the TV rules analyst commented that the clock situation was reviewable. This is a strategy to consider, particularly in the fourth quarter, where there might be a half-second difference between the play clock and the game clock. For teams trying to get to the finish line, taking a chance to avoid running an extra play could be a nice trade-off for losing 5 yards on a delay. Oklahoma 24, Auburn 17. Sooners play hide-and-seek in one of the more controversial calls of the season so far. Oklahoma found the end zone on a 2nd and 22 pass from the plus 24-yard line after a receiver acted like he was getting subbed out while walking to the sideline, where he stopped and remained in bounds as the play was being snapped, leading to as easy of a touchdown as one will get in the SEC. ESPN rules expert Matt Austin said on the broadcast that you cannot use the substitution process to deceive your opponent, and thought it should have been a 15-yard penalty. After the game, the SEC released a statement agreeing with Austin and saying, appropriate accountability will be applied without additional comment. From the Sooners' perspective, they had cleared this play ahead of time with the officials, and if they were going to use the tactic, this was the right time to do so, turning a really difficult down and distance into a touchdown. Michigan 30, Nebraska 27. Questionable false start moves Huskers to 3rd and 8. A huge call by the officials early in the second quarter of this one, as it looked like Nebraska drew multiple Michigan defenders offsides, but ended up being called for a false start when their left tackle reacted to them, turning a Nebraska conversion on 3rd and 3 into a difficult 3rd and 8. When the referee made the announcement, he said it was on Nebraska because the Wolverine players who came off sides did not threaten the Husker left tackle, likely because they were on the right side of the field from the offense's perspective. Michigan took advantage and dropped the next play for a loss of 11 on the sack to force a punt. Syracuse 34, Clemson 21, don't forget about the clock. After a long injury timeout at the 8:40 mark, the clock restarted and the Syracuse snap came at 8:32 with 30 seconds on the play clock. Up by 13, the Orange wanted to burn as much time as possible to prevent Clemson from having a chance to get back in it. Teams commonly forget that the game clock can still restart after long delays and need to ensure they're using up as much clock as possible in these spots when leading late in the game. Page 123. Georgia 35, Texas 10. Clock awareness following an injury. To close out a very well strategized sequence for the Bulldogs, an injury to a Texas defender briefly stopped the clock a few plays after the onside kick. Prior to the next snap, Georgia wisely let the play clock tick all the way down from 40 to 15 before breaking the huddle and snapping with the play clock under 10 seconds. Too often in these moments, teams fail to recognize the clock resets after an injury and will snap with the play clock still in the 30s. In firm control of the game at this point and likely to go up 3 scores, the Bulldogs did well to not be one of those teams and killed some clock to decrease the ability for Texas to come back. Ole Miss 24, Washington State 21. Gotta stay out of the white. With 2:43 left in the game, Ole Miss started their drive at their own 25-yard line, leading by 3 points and trying to run out the clock with Washington State down to 2 timeouts. Their first play was an explosive completion for 42 yards down the sideline. But during the end of the run, an official chasing the play collided with an Ole Miss staff member who had ventured a little too far out into the white area. While the penalty hurt some from a yardage perspective, the real damage was going to be the time it saved Washington State. Had this play gone on as normal, the game clock was going to run to the 2-minute timeout before the next 1st and 10 snap was needed, or WSU was going to have to use one of their final 2 timeouts. However, when the penalty occurred at 2:29, that also reset the play clock to 25 seconds. That meant WSU could save their 2 timeouts and force Ole Miss to have to snap first down just ahead of the break, essentially stealing an extra timeout. Washington State didn't realize this clock change, though, as they took their timeout at 2:29 before the game clock started back up, which would have been the right idea under normal circumstances. Because of this, the eventual Ole Miss punt on this next set of downs came at 1:14. Had the Cougars waited and made Ole Miss snap prior to the 2-minute timeout, that same sequence would have resulted in a punt around 1:49, a difference of 35 seconds. Alabama 34, Oklahoma 24. Stay all the way off the white Oklahoma snapped a 3rd and 5 play at their own 30-yard line with around 30 seconds left in the first half. Alabama stopped the play well short of the first down marker and seemed poised to spend a timeout to force one more Oklahoma punt prior to halftime. However, an official ran into 2 Alabama staffers on the edge of the white, out-of-bounds stripe 30 yards past the play, prompting him to throw a flag for sideline interference, giving Oklahoma a fresh set of downs near midfield, with a real shot to take the lead before the half. Fortunately for the Tide, their defense held firm the rest of the way and got to the half with the score still even. But this serves as a healthy reminder to anyone on the sidelines of a game to stay off the white to avoid a game-changing penalty like this could have been. Louisville 38, Boston College 24. Application of Rule 3-4-3 Unfair Clock Tactics. The Eagles had already used all their timeouts on the previous set of downs while trailing late, leaving them unable to stop the clock except for the 2-minute timeout. On the next series, Louisville was flagged for holding on a first down play from their own 43-yard line with 2:30 to play. Boston College chose to accept the penalty, creating a 1st and 20 instead of a 2nd and 7, while the decision to take 1st and 20 would normally be. Page 124. Correct as it is a more challenging series to convert, in this specific clock situation, declining was the overwhelming choice, providing the opportunity to get the ball back with 40 to 45 additional seconds on the clock. With a decline, the Eagles could have received the ball back around the 1:10 mark, nearly tripling the available clock had they produced an immediate stop versus getting the ball back around 0:25 after they accepted the penalty, and an extra running clock play needed to be run before punting. Another interesting component of this scenario is that after the penalty was marked off, the clock, which was now at 2:21, did not restart as it could have, given that it was a running clock play and still above the 2-minute timeout. According to SEC officiating coordinator John McDade, who talked to CAI about this play, this was an appropriate application of Rule 343 for unfair clock tactics. Rule 343 gives referees the authority to prevent teams from benefiting from infractions. In this case, if the game clock had been allowed to run along with the 0:25 on the play clock, the clock would have gone to the 2-minute timeout prior to the 1st and 20 play, and the Cardinals could have then taken a knee to win. The Cardinals would have benefited significantly from the holding penalty, making it appropriate for the officials to invoke the unfair clock tactics rule and hold the game clock before the 1st and 20 snap. Mr. McDade continued by stating that even had the penalty been declined, the same principle would apply, and holding the game clock prior to the 2nd and 7 snap would also have been appropriate. Ole Miss 34, Florida 24. What's the rule? Just after the 2 o'clock mark of the second quarter, Florida was called for a hands-to-the-face penalty on an Ole Miss field goal attempt. Officials ruled that the play was over and enforced the penalty on the ensuing kickoff. The interesting wrinkle here is a rule many teams may not know. On a field goal or extra point, the play officially ends when the ball hits the net. There was some debate about whether the foul occurred before that moment, which it appeared that it did and would have given Ole Miss a 1st and goal, but the rule itself is the noteworthy part. Indiana 13, Ohio State 10, no PI behind the LOS. There is no pass interference behind the line of scrimmage, and Ohio State CB Lorenzo Styles Jr. took advantage of that rule perfectly late in the first quarter. He recognized the screen coming to his side, avoided the block, and prevented the receiver from making the catch. The ball popped off another Hoosier player who was trying to block him and bounced right into the hands of an Ohio State defender for a turnover that gave the Buckeyes the ball at the plus 25-yard line and turned into 7 points. Wake Forest 43, Mississippi State 29. How to legally leap the line and block a kick. The Demon Deacons pulled ahead 36-27 late in the fourth quarter and lined up to kick the XP for a 10-point lead, but a Mississippi State player perfectly leapfrogged the Wake lineman by putting his hands on his back. He made sure not to land on the defender to avoid a penalty and instead landed on the ground to easily block the kick. Another Bulldog player scooped the ball up and returned it for a 2-point conversion to quickly turn this back into a one-possession game after allowing the touchdown. Page 125. Chapter 31. Scoring a touchdown. Chapter 31. Scoring a touchdown. Scoring a touchdown, teams should develop a protocol for what to do when scoring a touchdown. A penalty or a premature dropping of the ball can have a devastating effect on the outcome. USF 63, North Texas 36. Take the win. The Bulls forced a fumble on this play and returned it for a score. On the return, the defensive player took his sweet time getting into the end zone while dancing around near the goal line and taunting the Mean Green. The officials threw a flag for this, which gave North Texas slightly better field position with the ensuing kickoff coming from their own 20-yard line. But USF was fortunate this did not turn out worse, as a North Texas player showed good hustle and nearly knocked the ball out of the USF player's hands before he went into the end zone. Additionally, this could have easily been ruled a taunting in the field of play, which would have negated the touchdown and given USF the ball at the plus 16-yard line instead. Ohio State 20, Penn State 13, 2024. High and tight leading 14-10, Ohio State seemed to be closing in on extending the lead around 7 o'clock to play before halftime as the Buckeyes had achieved 1st and 10 from the plus 13-yard line. However, Will Howard fumbled as he was racing towards the goal line, and the ball deflected off his thigh and soared out of bounds. Although the play was initially ruled a touchdown on the field, A video review determined the ball was loose prior to the goal line and went over the pylon. This critical fumble and touchback kept the game at 14-10 and allowed Penn State to take over at their own 20-yard line with 6:28 remaining in the first half. Oregon 37, Boise State 34, 2024. Hand the ball to the official in what likely gave all Duck fans flashbacks to the infamous 99-yard fumble return against Utah in 2014. The Oregon ball carrier let go of the ball short of the end zone on what looked to be game-tying 100-yard kickoff return touchdown. Fortunately for the Ducks, another Oregon player picked up the loose ball in the end zone, allowing the touchdown to stay on the board, and Oregon tied the game at 34-34 with 9:59 to play in the fourth quarter, and ultimately came out on top. Iowa State 38, UCF 35, 2024. Stop celebrating early. Leading 28-27 early in the fourth quarter, UCF intercepted an Iowa State pass on 3rd and 11 from the plus 39-yard line and looked to have a pick six. However, the ball carrier dropped the ball inside the 1-yard line. Since nobody on either team noticed the error and there was no immediate recovery, UCF avoided a disastrous turn of events and began their drive at the plus 1-yard line. The Knights scored on the following play to take a 35-28 lead with 11:38 left to play. Page 126, Chapter 32, Pre-Snap Defensive Strategies. Chapter 32, Pre-Snap Defensive Strategies. Pre-snap defensive strategies. As important as the scheme and execution is for the defense, coaches can put their team in advantageous scenarios before the snap of the ball. In this section, CAI details several pre-snap tactics that every defensive coach should know to give their team a leg up on the competition. Slow subbing, in some cases with the play clock winding down, the offense will bring in new personnel, which by rule gives the defense a chance to substitute their own personnel. If this tactic is wielded correctly, the offense can be forced into taking a delay of game or even burning a valuable timeout. Iowa State 24, Kansas State 21. What is an athletic pace? Really, after quarterback Rocco Becht scrambled to bring up a 3rd and 4 at their own 47-yard line with just over 5 minutes remaining in the third quarter, the Cyclones changed personnel with the play clock under 20 seconds. Kansas State matched the late sub with a sub of their own at a rather slow pace, causing the officials to hold the snap and force Iowa State to burn their first timeout. With the new rule change requiring an athletic pace from defenders on substitutions, CAI will be monitoring to see how often and to what lengths officials will enforce this rule, with the Wildcats tactic burning a valuable resource the Cyclones might need later on in a tight game. Utah 51, Kansas State 47. Subbing with an athletic pace. An interesting 4th and 2 sequence here, as Kansas State was subbing players off the field prior to the snap, and the officials were holding the ball to let the players get off the field, but stepped away from the ball before the Wildcat defenders were off the field, igniting a 12-men-on-the-field penalty on Kansas State to give Utah a free conversion even though the play looked like it came up short. It was tough to tell on the broadcast if Utah actually subbed, so it's possible the officials realized they were incorrectly holding the snap and backed off for that reason. However, Kansas State very likely would have been aware of this and gotten their defenders off the field quicker. Regardless, this seems to be the first time officials have enforced the new athletic pace point of emphasis when subbing on defense, and it came at a key moment late in the game where Utah could not afford to be stopped. Illinois 45, Duke 19 slow, submania. Illinois' defense was frustrating the Blue Devils by executing slow subs to prevent their opponent from using a fast tempo. This time, however, the Illini finally were burned for starting a substitution after the 3-second window they were given to match the offense's personnel change. The Blue Devils were given a free 5 yards for the infraction, turning a 2nd and 10 into a more manageable 2nd and 5. It didn't take long for the Illini to try another slow substitution, though, as later in the drive they implemented one to perfection, matching Duke's late substitution on offense with one of their own to force a delay of game penalty on the Blue Devils to bring up 3rd and goal at the plus 23-yard line. With extremely difficult conversion odds, Saving the timeout here was the right move for Duke, as they were already in comfortable field goal range and were unlikely to convert the set of downs. Page 127. ECU 38, Coastal Carolina. 0 Pirates get sneaky with a mass substitution. In a sequence reminiscent of last year's Sugar Bowl, ECU showed punt formation after a Coastal Carolina timeout, but mass substituted on the whistle, which put pressure on both the defense to respond and the officials to determine how much time the Chanticleers had to match personnel. The umpire stood over the ball for roughly 15 seconds before stepping back with only 3 seconds left on the play clock, leaving ECU without enough time to snap. The resulting delay of game moved the East Carolina offense out of go range and forced them to punt. Last-minute defensive strategies. With an offense in their 2-minute drill, the defense can deploy clever strategies to catch their opponent off guard to run more time off the clock, or prevent dangerous plays altogether with limited time remaining. UCF 17, Jacksonville State 10. Superior tackle forces the field goal. Near the end of the second quarter, a great hit by a UCF defender near the sideline forced the receiver backwards with 0:10 on the clock. Since the receiver was moving backwards while going out of bounds, time continued to run, draining the game clock to 0:05 before the Gamecocks, who were on the opposite sideline, recognized the clock was moving and utilized a timeout. The lost time meant that Jacksonville State needed to kick on the next play, and the 35-yard attempt was blocked on the final play of the half to keep the score 0-0. This was a great lesson for all involved that the clock doesn't automatically stop when someone steps out of bounds. There is value in pushing the ball carrier backwards, and coaches need to be looking for clues as to whether the clock is stopped. Northwestern 22, Penn State 21. When to challenge the quarterback on the sidelines. Trying to get to the sidelines out of timeouts at the close of the half, the Penn State defender did a good job of challenging the Wildcat quarterback on the sidelines in a case where forward progress could be ruled stopped in bounds, and the clock would have run out. Fortunately for the Wildcats, he was ruled to be out of bounds, and NU was still able to kick the field goal to get within 1 before halftime. Virginia Tech 42, Cal 34 protect the sidelines. With the game tied in the closing seconds of regulation, Cal completed a pass over the middle for a gain of 22, putting the Bears on the edge of field goal range. After a spike left 9 seconds on the clock, Cal tried to hit a sideline pass to make the field goal kick shorter, but Virginia Tech wisely lined up 3 defenders on each boundary, denying the Bears any access for a catch, and the pass had to be thrown away. Cal was forced to send the field goal unit out at this point, and the 48-yard attempt was no good to send the game to overtime, where Virginia Tech prevailed. North Texas 45, Army 38 win the war, not the battle. Later in the game, the Black Knights were trailing by 2 scores and had already used all their timeouts on the previous North Texas drive to extend the game. The Mean Green forced the Black Knights into a 4th and 3 at their own 32-yard line with 3:06 to play, which turned into a 68-yard touchdown pass. Page 128. From the North Texas perspective, while a 4th down stop would essentially clinch the win, they were still in great shape with an Army conversion as long as they didn't give up a quick score. If the Black Knights were unable to score before the 2 o'clock mark, barring an onside, UNT would be able to kneel it out. Also, if Army didn't score before the 2:40 to 2:45 mark, they wouldn't get it back before 0:30, barring a recovered onside or turnover. However, scoring immediately, as the Black Knights did, they were very much in the game, even without the aid of an unlikely onside recovery. On the flip side, this was a perfect time for Army to take a shot, hoping to take advantage of a defense that may be out of prevent mode and get the big play that was desperately needed. As it happened, Army connected on a pass that was just beyond the outstretched arm of a North Texas defender and ran all the way in for a score to cut the lead to 3. With that score, it now meant that the Mean Green needed to snap twice before the 2-minute timeout, giving the Black Knights a real shot at the end of the game. After a failed onside, North Texas fumbled on the first play of the ensuing drive, allowing Army to get the ball back with 2:49 left, where they drove for a field goal to force overtime. Duke 46, Clemson 45. Keep your composure. Clemson was called for a pass interference penalty on a 4th and 10 late in the game to keep the Blue Devils' hopes alive. After the play, the Clemson sideline didn't want to let it go and burned their last timeout prior to a first-and-goal play from the +3-yard line. While they were understandably frustrated, losing the timeout hurt, as Duke took the lead 2 snaps later on a 2-point attempt, which left the Tigers with no timeouts and just 40 seconds to get a field goal to retake the lead. 6 winning plays from the Duke defense. The final 3 plays of Clemson's last drive were an offensive penalty followed by 2 incompletions. All clear wins for Duke's defense, leaving Clemson facing 3rd and 22 with 26 seconds left. On 3rd down, Duke allowed a 17-yard gain, and on 4th down, Clemson converted for 7 yards. While these plays kept the Tigers alive and might look positive from their perspective, CAI viewed them as victories for Duke's defense. The 3rd down gain was tackled in bounds, keeping the clock running and burning 16 of the remaining 26 seconds. On 4th down, Clemson scrambled for 7 yards, but the outcome still favored Duke. It left Clemson with only 2 seconds on the clock and the ball 63 yards from the end zone, keeping Clemson shy of an always dangerous Hail Mary attempt. Without the ability to put the ball directly into the end zone on the fly, the Tigers were left with only a lateral attempt that never had a chance. Vanderbilt 17, Missouri 10, hands to yourself. With 1:33 left in the game and Vanderbilt clinging to a 17-10 lead, Missouri was in a bind, facing 3rd and 23 back at their own 12-yard line. On the play, Missouri's quarterback got flushed from the pocket, narrowly avoided a couple defenders near the sideline, and then threw a desperation pass in the vicinity of a receiver at about the 28-yard line. However, a Vanderbilt DB arrived well early to take down that receiver and was flagged for pass interference to give Missouri a fresh set of downs with 1:23 left. While a pass interference penalty is almost always a bad outcome for the defense, this was an especially difficult time to commit the penalty because even if he had just given up a tough catch and made the tackle, it would have been 4th and 7 with the clock moving, and Vanderbilt's defense would have still been in a strong position to get the stop to win the game. Page 129. Instead, armed with a new set of downs and the clock stopped, Missouri eventually made it to the +37-yard line and completed a Hail Mary on the final play of the game that came up a yard short of the end zone, and Vanderbilt hung on in dramatic fashion. Indiana 27, Penn State 24. Celebrate later. On the first play of Indiana's ensuing drive, Penn State came up with a huge sack, dropping the Hoosiers for a 7-yard loss. However, multiple defenders celebrated in the backfield like this sack happened in the middle of the second quarter instead of on a desperation drive where the offense was racing to get lined up. There seemed to be some confusion defensively as Indiana got set, and the next play was a 22-yard completion that erased the sack and jump-started the final possession. Ole Miss 24, Washington State 21, a good penalty, with just 0:11 left. Washington State snapped a first down play at their own 21-yard line, which turned into a pseudo-Hail Mary into double coverage around the +30-yard line. While Ole Miss was flagged for pass interference on the play, this was an ideal time to be ultra-aggressive on defense, as the only outcome the defense couldn't allow on this play was a catch into field goal range. Given the time left and the current field position for WSU, a 15-yard penalty wasn't going to make a difference if it prevented any chance whatsoever of a catch being made. This left Washington State with just one final snap with 0:03 left, still well out of Hail Mary range, and Ole Miss was able to hold on for the win. Page 130. Chapter 33, Snap Count. Chapter 33, Snap Count. Snap count. The snap count is the least talked about weapon in football, capable of gaining huge first downs without putting the ball in play and keeping the defense off balance. On the flip side, the ability for the defense to ignore the noise and not jump is a skill rarely discussed but can make or break a game. Teams should consider ways to use this to their advantage offensively and be alert of these defensively, particularly in the following situations. 1. Prior to punting with less than 5 yards needed for a first down, a new drive can be created simply by drawing your opponent offsides on a punt with less than 5 yards remaining for a first down. Given that the team is punting, a potential loss of 5 yards either through a delay of game or false start isn't particularly detrimental. 2. Prior to a huge play, many times, particularly in the final minutes, a team will call a timeout before attempting to draw the other team offside. Teams should practice doing this before using the timeout in the normal course of play to make this strategy less obvious. 3. Snapping when teams are in the neutral zone. Centers should be trained to snap the ball when they see that an opponent is in the neutral zone. 4. Snapping a moment after a hard count. The natural snap of the ball comes a moment after the hard count, anticipating that someone might jump, and the snap will come when the opponent is in the neutral zone. Oklahoma 24, Michigan 13. Both teams take advantage of the 2-minute timeout. Following the missed kick, the Sooners took over at their own 20 and gained 7 yards on the first 2 plays of the drive to bring up 3rd and 3 at their own 27-yard line. With the clock set to run to the 2-minute timeout prior to the play, the Sooners did well to use this as a hard count opportunity and drew the Wolverines off sides to get a free first down. From there, the Sooners used up nearly all of the final 2 minutes before putting a touchdown on the board to increase their lead to 14 with 0:22 remaining. Later in the game, it was the Wolverines who used the 2-minute timeout to their advantage. The Sooners snapped their first and goal play too early with 19 seconds still on the play clock, and it came at a critical time nearing the 2:40 mark, which allowed for Michigan to wait on a timeout and force the Sooner offense to snap again ahead of the break with 2:01 on the clock. This gave Michigan a perfect timeout after the play and then allowed their defense to use the last timeout after the 3rd down play. Had Oklahoma milked it for a few more seconds before snapping on first down, Michigan would have used their timeout, and the 2nd down snap would have run it to the 2 o'clock mark. And then the 4th down snap wouldn't have come until closer to 1:15 instead of 1:48. Ohio State 34, Illinois 16. Unique way to try a hard count. Facing a 3rd and 5 at the Illini, the plus 37-yard line while leading 20-10 midway through the 3rd quarter, the Buckeyes drew a defender off sides with an unconventional hard count. Ohio State was using a silent count while on the road, so instead of using the quarterback's snap cadence, the left guard fake tapped the center to catch the Illini. Page 131. Defender, anticipating the snap. This brought up 3rd and inches, where they converted to keep the drive alive before finding the end zone 5 minutes later to take a commanding 17-point lead. USC 26, Iowa 21. Hard count helps USC kill the clock. Iowa held the initial run on USC's following drive to a gain of 2 yards to bring up 2nd and 8 before calling an immediate timeout to stop the clock. Following the timeout, USC went with a hard count and drew the entire Iowa DL off sides for the free play. On the snap, quarterback Jaden Mayava connected with receiver Makai Lemon for a gain of 9 and a first down. This was a savvy move by the USC signal caller to hit the short throw for the first down instead of just chucking it deep, as a conversion was essentially just as good as an explosive play in this spot since it came with a new set of downs that allowed the Trojans to continue depleting the clock. Not only that, but since the pass was completed, Iowa was forced to use a timeout with the clock running prior to the snap on the next first down, something they might not have needed to do if the throw was down the field and had a lower chance of completion. Page 132. Chapter 34, Opening Coin Flip. Chapter 34, Opening Coin Flip. Opening coin flip, CAI recommends that teams defer to start the game. Just as in baseball when the home team bats last, in football there is a slight strategic advantage to having seen what your opponent has done on offense. Of course, if your opponent defers to the second half, take the ball. CAI also recommends taking the win in the 2nd and 4th quarters. Those quarters tend to have more plays run in them because of the use of timeouts, so more advantage can be taken of the conditions. Packers 33, Panthers 30, NFL 2023. Know the opening coin flip terminology. The Green Bay Packers nearly made a huge mistake on the opening coin toss, but were saved thanks to a referee who was in the holiday spirit. Jaire Alexander crashed the coin toss, though he was not assigned as a captain, and when the Packers won the toss, instead of saying they deferred, he said they wanted to be on defense. These are actually not the exact same, as the on-paper rule is that if you choose whether to start on offense or defense in the first half, which means the other team can make the choice in the second half, whereas if you defer your choice in the first half, which means you get to choose in the second half. Green Bay was fortunate that the ref was kind enough to ask Alexander to clarify his choice and explain the implications, but it's a noteworthy point of emphasis to any team's captains. UCLA 20, Texas 17, 2014. Opening coin flip mistake. Texas managed to bungle an opening coin flip. Upon winning the toss, UCLA chose to defer to the second half. Texas then chose to kick off versus receiving the opening kick, resulting in the Longhorns kicking off in both halves. UCLA ended up with 12 possessions in the game to 10 for Texas, and UCLA scored late to win 20-17. Page 133. Chapter 35, Interesting Game Case. Chapter 35, Interesting Game Case Studies, Part 1. Interesting Game Case Studies. Indiana 27, Miami 21. Final sequence of the first half for Miami. Late in the half, Miami wisely kept their offense on the field for a 4th and 1 try from their own 34-yard line while trailing by 10. They got just enough of a push from the offensive line to keep the drive alive and connected on a 25-yard pass on the next play to move the ball to the plus 40-yard line. From there, a quick pass on a perimeter screen kept the clock running and took the game to the 2-minute timeout. This was great work from the Hurricanes to get the game to the 2-minute timeout in just 2 plays after the 4th and 1 conversion, and they were now in great position to keep the ball away from IU and make this the final drive of the first half. On the ensuing 2nd and 8 play, IU stuffed the rush to bring up 3rd down, but the Hurricanes once again let the play clock run down before snapping with 1:25 remaining. After another receiver screen gained 6 yards, both sides let the clock run prior to a Hurricanes timeout with 0:01 on the play clock and 0:38 remaining in the half. CAI supported Indiana's decision to not burn a timeout immediately after the play with the potential for Miami to go for it on 4th down, but once it seemed clear Miami's strategy was to run the clock down, likely with kicking the field goal in mind, burning a timeout in the 1 o'clock range would have been a solid choice to get the most from the possession that remained. CAI was in favor of the Hurricanes going for the 4th and 2, while doing so relatively quickly to maximize the chance of a touchdown with a conversion. A field goal was far from a sure thing, and, given their status as an underdog and trailing by 10, additional risk would be supported. However, given the struggles of the offense to that point and having a solid kicker, keeping the offense on the field and burning off 40 seconds before kicking did have merit. Being able to run that time off was a big win for the Hurricanes, and once the clock got well under 1 minute, trying the long field goal was as good of an option as any, and had the field goal gone in and Miami gone to the half down 10-3, that would have been considered a win from the sequence. Alas, the 49-yard kick found the upright and bounced back onto the field, keeping the Canes scoreless in the first half. Missed timeout forces Hail Mary. After the missed kick, the Hoosiers seemed content to take the game to halftime with a run for a gain of 6 to their own 38-yard line, where they lost 24 seconds between snaps, taking the clock to 0:09 before connecting on a 12-yard pass to get to midfield before using one of their final 2 timeouts with 0:05 remaining. I had no problem with the opening run, but given the positive gain, an immediate timeout was needed after the opening play, or at least getting on the ball and snapping in the 15-second range. After the completion to midfield, they were now only 10 to 15 yards from reasonably trying a field goal. With all the time they lost in between the first 2 plays, they had no other choice but to try a Hail Mary with just 5 seconds on the clock. Miami forced the incompletion on the end zone heave on the final play of the half to get to the break, still within 10 points, with the Hoosiers leaving the field at 50, still holding 1 timeout that disappeared into the night. 2 key 4th down conversions make the difference. Up by 3 points, 2 big 4th down calls will go down in Hoosier lore, as they were both converted, with the second going directly for a touchdown and a 10-point fourth-quarter advantage. The first call was a fairly routine choice in no man's land that was too far to feel confident in a field goal, but the field position was far too good to simply punt it away. Miami's defense seemed to have covered everything well, but Mendoza connected with receiver Charlie Becker for a 19-yard gain to put the Hoosiers in the red zone. Page 134. The second fourth down call was made well into field goal range, but a kick to extend the lead to 6 had limited value because the Hurricanes would be able to jump ahead with a touchdown on their next drive. Credit the Hoosiers for pulling the trigger on it in a spot a lot of teams would kick with close to 10 minutes remaining in the game, and Mendoza had a Superman-type effort on the quarterback draw to make the call pay off by getting in the end zone for a 10-point lead. One negative for both of these sequences was that the Hoosiers didn't have a strong plan going into either decision, with the indecision costing them a valuable timeout prior to each call. While this didn't hurt in the end, the loss of both timeouts likely would have played a huge factor if Miami could come up with a stop on one of these fourth downs or secured a touchdown in the closing minute, as the Hoosiers now had very little ability to buy more time late. Canes saved their timeouts. Following the critical 3rd and 7 conversion on another throw to Becker, the Hurricanes could have considered an immediate timeout, with time starting to run out in the game. But CAI was fine with letting it play out after this snap, allowing the next snap at 2:21, where the Canes could still get in a couple of timeouts before the 2-minute timeout and allow the 2 o'clock stoppage to serve well as a timeout. However, CAI would have encouraged Miami to burn one immediately after the 1st and 10 play from the plus 33-yard line that ended right at 2:16, a play of 10 yards that went out of bounds. Perhaps the temporary stoppage threw the Canes off, but it quickly restarted and moved to the 2 o'clock mark. Calling a timeout at 2:16 would have forced IU to run an extra play or two above the 2-minute timeout and would have saved around 10 seconds for the final offensive drive had they forced the 1st and 2nd down plays to be run prior to the 2-minute timeout. As Miami had only 51 seconds and no timeouts remaining at the time of the interception that sealed the win for IU, an extra 10 seconds could have given Miami a little more flexibility. A hidden drama in the plays at 2:21 and 2 o'clock were whether these first down plays were going to be marked for a first down. The Canes were fortunate for that run on 1st and 10 from the plus 33-yard line to be spotted as a first down at the plus 23-yard line. The Hoosiers running back ran out of bounds right at the first down marker and could have been marked short to bring up 2nd and 1 instead of a new set of downs. 2nd and 1 is the best spot to be for an offense in 4-0-0 mode because of the extreme likelihood to move the chains while also getting to burn off 40 seconds prior to the play, and the Hurricanes were happy to simply move on to the next set of downs. The next play went for 9, which was a better result for IU, saved by a false start. After IU got the advantageous 2nd and 1, Miami rightfully burned their first timeout to stop the clock, which gave them a chance to talk over their options moving forward. A conversion on the 2nd and 1 play would allow IU to at minimum run the clock down under 20 seconds, as long as they avoided any play that would stop the clock. For that reason, CAI felt an intentional offsides was necessary, with the Hoosiers holding around a 90% chance to move the chains headed into a 2nd and 1 down series, whereas a conversion from the plus 9-yard line following a penalty would be closer to 60%. Had they done so and forced a kick on the next set of downs, the Hurricanes still could have gotten the ball back with close to 1 o'clock on the clock and had a real chance to drive for a touchdown. However, Miami decided to let it play out, but Indiana made a critical mistake with a false start to give the Hurricanes new life on 2nd and 6. From there, Miami stopped the 2nd and 3rd down plays for a gain of a yard to bring up 4th and 4. Why kick now? After converting in a very similar spot earlier in the 4th quarter, it was an interesting choice for the Hoosiers to go with a field goal with only 4 yards needed to clinch a national title. As mentioned, the field, page 135. Goal provided limited value for Indiana at this point, as Miami would no longer settle for a field goal on their next drive to keep the game tied and would instead be using all 4 downs in pursuit of a touchdown to give them the lead. Too close for comfort. After the interception by IU in the final minute, the defensive back did a good job to give himself up by quickly taking a knee to prevent any possibility of a fumble on the return. He went down at the 6-yard line, though, with a celebration penalty on the Hoosiers, making the final 2 plays interesting since they would be trying kneel downs very close to the end zone. The first knee was down for a loss of 2 to bring up a final play from their own 1-yard line. At this point, CAI would have strongly encouraged the Hoosiers to run the game clock all the way down, take a delay, and then take a slow trot out of the back of the end zone to remove the last 2 to 3 seconds from the clock. IU went with a far more dangerous approach by trying a sneak that gave the Miami defense a chance to punch the ball out near the end zone. In what is perhaps the most remarkable stats of an improbable run, the Hoosiers lost just a single fumble all season, and fortunately for Indiana, their fumble avoidance extended on this final play, with the successful sneak sealing the win. Montana State 35, Illinois State 34, caution flag on a fast track down, 14-0, midway through the second quarter. Illinois State just missed a chance at a big play on a throw down the middle of the field that fell incomplete to bring up a 4th and 5 at the plus 42-yard line. The Bobcats had already scored touchdowns on their first 2 drives, and while Iowa State had yet to score, they finished the game scoring touchdowns on 4 of their final 5 possessions of regulation and made it into field goal range on the 5th. So while this wasn't the easiest spot to consider going for it, with only about a 50-50 chance to convert, it was a decision CAI felt should have been made given the high-scoring game they were in. The kick resulted in a touchback, minimizing the field position gained with a net of just 22 yards, and allowing Montana State to start their drive in the open field at their own 20-yard line. Room to do better on both sides. The Redbirds forced a punt following and responded with a 10-play, 80-yard touchdown drive to get within a score before intermission. During that drive, Iowa State passed for a gain of 7 to convert on 4th and 2 and set up a goal-to-go opportunity with less than 2 minutes remaining. The Bobcats had saved 2 of their timeouts and should have used them here to get another possession before halftime. They let the clock roll, though, allowing Illinois State to run the play clock down to 14 seconds before their first and goal snap with 1:37 remaining. Montana State didn't call a timeout prior to 2nd and goal, which allowed Iowa State to huddle and eventually snap with 0:59 on the game clock and 10 seconds on the play clock. They scored on that play, which left the Bobcats with 54 seconds left to respond. As it happened, though, that was all they needed, with 3 straight passes gaining 20-plus yards to add to their lead without the use of any timeouts. While this couldn't have worked out better for Montana State, they needed somewhat of a Herculean effort from their receiver on the final play of the drive to get in the end zone, and could have saved themselves a lot of trouble had they used their timeouts once the Redbirds were inside the plus 10-yard line to get the ball back with more than 1:30 left. On the Iowa State side, they needed to take full advantage of the gift Montana State gave them by not using timeouts. They did run most of the play clock off prior to snapping in both spots, but had they run it down to 5 seconds or less prior to each snap, the clock would have been closer to 30 seconds, and Montana State might not have come out swinging with an aggressive pass on first down. Page 136. Missed opportunity to play for the lead earlier in their playoff run. Illinois State had an improbable win as a sizable underdog over North Dakota State, where they took the lead on a 2-point conversion in the final minute of the game. In that same game, they had an opportunity to go for 2 following a touchdown to cut the lead to 8. They chose to kick the XP, which put all their chips in the basket of the final 2-point attempt. It almost surely would have led to a loss if they had missed, which is exactly why CAI recommends going for 2 down 8, since the team will have another opportunity to try if the initial attempt has failed. They were also a big underdog in this game and faced the same situation after scoring a touchdown with around 10 minutes left to cut the lead to 20-28 in favor of MSU. They again chose to kick the XP to get within 7, but if they had any plans to go for 2 following a late score to play for the win in regulation again, going for 2 would have been strongly recommended at this point and was encouraged regardless, especially because of their underdog status. Far from a game-sealing kick, the Redbirds tied the game with just over 5 minutes remaining and followed that up with a 3-and-out defensively to regain possession. On the second play of the drive, they connected on a 33-yard pass to take the game to the 2-minute timeout while on the edge of field goal range. At this point, Iowa State was not guaranteed points with a shaky kicking situation, but the Bobcats used 2 good timeouts following the first and second down plays to conserve time for a drive of their own should Iowa State take the lead. Another run on third down was stopped just short of the line to gain to bring up 4th and 1. CAI would have recommended a timeout from Montana State prior to 4th down as well, to force an immediate decision by the Redbirds and to give the Bobcat offense an extra 40 seconds to work with if the 4th and 1 was the final play of the Redbirds' drive. Once MSU chose not to use a timeout before 4th down, Iowa State did well to deplete the play clock prior to calling a timeout. The final 4th and 1 decision by the Redbirds was controversial, even for many who do not subscribe to analytical 4th down decision-making. The 38-yard attempt was anything but a sure make for Iowa State, who led the FCS in blocked field goals /XPs this season, with 7, next highest was 4, and was just in their second game of working in a new kicker who had a career long of 35 yards. Even if they had a more reliable kicking situation, CAI would have backed going for it because Montana State was set to have 1 o'clock and a timeout to respond with a game-tying field goal or even a touchdown to take the lead. Going for it, they were the heavy favorite to convert on 4th and 1. If they did move the chains, they would at worst end up in overtime if the final field goal were missed, and at best take the lead with minimal, or likely no time, for the Bobcats to respond. Unfortunately for the Redbirds, the decision to kick proved to be a costly one after they had trouble with the snap, eventually leading to a block kick and return by MSU to get the ball near midfield. A bad snap by the Bobcats offense eventually forced a punt, and the game quickly went to overtime after one Iowa State run for a short gain. A wild overtime Illinois State started on offense in overtime and quickly moved the ball into the end zone in 2 plays to jump ahead 34-28. The Bobcats blocked the extra point after the touchdown, though, and had a chance for a return until the Iowa State holder made the tackle, though he was flagged for a face mask on the play while he was taking him to the ground. Unfortunately for Montana State, this type of penalty isn't carried over in an overtime session like unsportsmanlike conduct, dead ball fouls, and flagrant personal fouls do. MSU had to start at the 25-yard line like usual, but they were able to convert on a 4th and 10 play from the 14-yard line for the winning touchdown after converting on their XPA page 137. Miami 31, Ole Miss 27 hard count chance in a must-go situation. Down 3 with a little over 2 minutes remaining, a throw for a gain of 2 set up 3rd and 8 at their own 37-yard line for the Hurricanes. The play ended with 2 minutes, 20 seconds left on the clock, and both teams let the clock run to the 2-minute timeout. This would have been a great time for Miami to quickly get on the ball and try a hard count since the 2-minute timeout was going to hit either way. They had to go for it on 4th down while trailing late, and trying a hard count was a risk-free way to make this 3rd down easier and potentially avoid 4th down. After the 2-minute timeout, a clear face mask penalty gave the Hurricanes a key conversion on 3rd and 8 to keep the drive moving. Rebels end of game. Defensive timeout strategy. Later in that same drive, Miami made it to the red zone with just over 40 seconds left and ran the ball for a loss of a yard. Holding all 3 timeouts, Ole Miss immediately used their first with the clock showing 0:37. After the stoppage, the Hurricanes moved the sticks with an 11-yard pass to Keelan Marion that brought about another Ole Miss timeout to set up first and goal at the plus 8-yard line with now 31 seconds left. These timeouts were tight calls in that, had Ole Miss let the situation play out, Miami would have likely used their own timeouts and would be limited to throwing the ball in the final sequence, as any running clock play would put them in danger of running out of time on the drive. Of course, the Rebels understandably wanted a drive of their own with Miami in excellent position to at least tie and likely take the lead. I would have encouraged the Rebels to let Miami decide if the clock should run or not, to limit the possibility of a touchdown on the drive, since it would be tough to be in position for a score of their own when starting with less than 30 seconds on the clock. Ultimately, the timeouts helped both sides equally, as Miami was able to run the ball on 1st and goal from the plus 8-yard line, a spot that likely would have been a pass if they were down to 0 to 1 timeouts. That play went for a 5-yard gain, and Beck scrambled for a touchdown on 2nd down to give Ole Miss one final chance, albeit with only 18 seconds left. Timeout or spike? The Rebels made things interesting after the go-ahead touchdown for Miami, gaining 23 yards on the first play from scrimmage to get the ball near midfield. After the completion, there was 0:13 left on the momentary stoppage for the first down. At this point, the Rebels had to decide between a timeout, a spike, or trying to run a quick play. Either a timeout or spike had merit, though CAI leaned towards using the final timeout simply because of the exact time on the clock, where 0:13 would give their offense a great shot for 3 plays, whereas a spike left a decent chance that only 2 more plays might be available. They lost 2 seconds to spike, with the average play taking 5 to 6 seconds off the clock. The play after the spike gained 17 yards to get to the plus 35-yard line, which prompted the Ole Miss timeout and made this point moot. But if 2 quick incompletions came instead of the 17-yard gain, Ole Miss likely would have still had time for a third play, likely a Hail Mary. At the same time, there was the downside of getting tackled in bounds and short of the sticks on first down to end the game, but there was also a chance the timeout might never be needed, and 2 plays would take it to the end. Indiana 56, Oregon 22. No reason to risk it. Indiana was in control late in the half when Oregon stopped their second and goal play at the plus 1 yard line for a loss of a yard to bring up third down at the plus 2 yard line with just under 1 minute remaining. The Ducks wisely burned their last timeout immediately after the play, giving their offense a chance at a final possession. Ahead 28-7 with Oregon now out of timeouts, CAI would have strongly encouraged the next Hoosiers play call to be. Page 138, a run. So close to the end zone, they had essentially the same odds to score on the ground or through the air, but putting the ball in the air risked an incompletion that would ensure Oregon would get another opportunity to see the ball with just under 1 minute left. If a run was stopped short, though, IU could have let the game clock run down to 15 to 20 seconds before calling a timeout and deciding what to do on fourth down. With such a commanding lead, the strong preference was to run the ball and at worst take a 24-point lead to halftime, since Oregon would have such little time to respond. The Hoosiers did put the ball in the air, though, and made the connection for the touchdown and a 35-7 lead at the break. Chapter 36, Interesting Game Case. Chapter 36, Interesting Game Case Studies, Part 2. Follow the ball leading big early in the third quarter, the Hoosiers converted a 3rd and 7 on a quarterback scramble by Mendoza. Not long after he crossed the first down marker, though, the Ducks punched the ball free for anyone to grab on the turf. Unfortunately for Oregon, this was all for naught as Indiana's center, Pat Coogan, was following the run and jumped on the ball to maintain possession for IU. Just 3 plays later, the Hoosiers found the end zone to extend the lead to 42-7, which wouldn't have happened without Coogan's effort on the play. Oklahoma 24, Michigan 13. Wide receiver effort prevents interception. In one of the critical hidden plays of the game, Oklahoma wide receiver Isaiah Sategna III made an incredible effort to prevent this 2nd and 8 pass from getting intercepted by Michigan. The Sooner offense hit a big play on the next down and finished this drive with a touchdown that otherwise wouldn't have happened if it weren't for the extra effort by Sategna. Oklahoma 17, LSU 13. Quarterbacks can make tackles. 2 outstanding hustle from Oklahoma quarterback John Mateer in this sequence. A tipped pass resulted in an interception on the play, and if it wasn't for his effort to chase down the LSU defender, it surely would have ended up in a defensive score for the Tigers. On the next play, the Sooners defense picked off a pass of their own in the end zone, and Mateer's extra effort saved 7 points in a game Oklahoma won by 4 to likely clinch a spot in the college football playoff. Tulane 34, North Texas 21 quarterback hustle nearly saved 7 midway through the third quarter. A tipped pass on a 4th and 9 for UNT ended up in the hands of a Tulane defender and resulted in a pick 6 to extend their lead to 24. On the play, though, North Texas quarterback Drew Mestemaker showed excellent hustle and tackled the Green Wave defender as he was falling into the end zone while simultaneously forcing the ball out on a fumble. It was ruled a touchdown on the field, and the officials stuck with that after a review as, while it looked to be out early, there wasn't a perfect angle to be certain. Either way, a great effort play by Mestemaker that nearly saved his team 7 points and would have made things more interesting down the stretch. Illinois 20, Northwestern 13. Heads up play secures full score advantage. Similar to the LSU situation, a trick play went sideways and resulted in a loss of 25 for Illinois early in the third quarter while holding a 4-point lead. At the end of the play, Illinois wide receiver Hank Beatty knocked the ball out of bounds near the sideline to prevent Northwestern from making the recovery in plus territory. The loss pushed the Illini back to their own 48-yard line, but a gain of 7 on second down and 16 on third put them in position to try a field goal from 46 yards, which was made to take a 7-point lead in the second half. Page 139. Montana 52, South Dakota 22. Not down yet, the Grizzlies dominated this matchup throughout to move on to the FCS semifinals, but one of the Coyotes' few scores of the game came in an unconventional way early in the fourth quarter. South Dakota converted a 4th and 4 on a pass over the middle, and 2 Montana defenders were there to bring the receiver down a yard beyond the sticks. However, the South Dakota player was never actually down, managing to keep his knees off the ground while sitting on one of the Grizzly defenders. The entire Montana defense believed the play was over, but a South Dakota teammate realized he stayed up and pointed for him to keep running to the end zone. Almost 60 yards later, he ran into the end zone and cut the Montana lead from 31 to 25. Miami 10, Texas A&M 3, hustle play keeps game scoreless. Texas A&M safety Marcus Ratcliffe made an incredible shoestring tackle to save 7 points on this big punt return for the Hurricanes midway through the second quarter. The Hurricanes only went backwards from there, netting their own 4-yard line yards on the next 3 plays, and missed a 47-yard field goal following to keep the game scoreless late in the half. Florida 29, Texas 21, tackle burns valuable clock. A big tackle by Florida on a 43-yard pass play to get the Texas offense down at the 1-yard line paid huge dividends for the Gators. Had the Longhorns scored here with just over 4 minutes left, their offense could have gotten the ball back for a second drive with 2 minutes or more remaining, but the tackle plus a stop on a run play dramatically reduced the potential time for the second drive that was needed. From the Texas side, running the ball on the first and goal was a big risk given the timing of the 2-minute timeout. The touchdown had to come by about 3:35, or else it was the difference between them getting the ball again at 1:55 or 1:10, as Florida would now only need to run 2 plays versus 3 on offense prior to the 2 o'clock mark, which was the cost of a running clock play on first down. Throwing on the first down play would have provided the shot at the touchdown, while also leaving the second down play available to still get the touchdown in before this time threshold. USF 18, Florida 16, unsportsmanlike conduct aids Bulls' drive. Needing a field goal to take the lead late in the game, USF ran the ball on 1st and 10 from their own 24 for no gain before officials stopped play with 2:04 on the game clock for a penalty. After the play ended, a Gator defender spit on a USF player, leading to a free 15 yards and a new set of downs. One hidden advantage for USF was that it gave them an extra play before the 2-minute timeout, which the Bulls used well by picking up 29 yards to get into field goal range. Virginia 30, Louisville 27 Cardinals kick on 4th and 2 twice. Pay the price. Louisville made 2 critical field goal calls on 4th and 2 at the end of this one. The first came with the clock closing in on 1 o'clock and the Cardinals trailing by 3. Rolling the kicking unit as they did from the plus 32-yard line, the Cardinals now face 3 big hurdles to win the game in making the kick, stopping a final Cavaliers drive and winning in overtime. CAI actually had better odds of converting on the 4th and 2 than making the kick, and, had they done so, would have been the favorite to win the game, with a chance to go ahead by 4 late with a touchdown or kick a shorter field goal, with much less time remaining to go to overtime. As it played out, the kick was made. Page 140, from 49 yards, and they stopped UVA in regulation, allowing them to go to overtime, where they faced another important 4th and 2 choice. The second 4th and 2 for the Cardinals came on the first possession in overtime on the plus 6-yard line. CAI has found that teams that make a field goal in the top of overtime only win about a third of the time, 32%. With this game playing out that way, as Virginia showed why that is the case by driving for the game-winning touchdown in the bottom of the overtime period to win the game. Especially in a game like this where the offenses were the better units, staying aggressive on fourth down in overtime was recommended, with UVA likely to respond with a touchdown, but in position to at least match their field goal and force another overtime period, even if they didn't gain a yard on their drive. As the chart below shows, while yes, failing to score entirely is problematic, 11% win rate, teams that secure a touchdown on the opening drive win 70% of the time, and with just 2 yards to gain, was the clear choice for the Cardinals in this shootout. Note, the original document includes a chart here. Please refer to the corresponding page in your CAI training guide. Indiana 30, Oregon 20. Bailed out by the players with 1:10 left to play in the first half, Oregon ran the ball for 3 yards on a 3rd and 8 play from the plus 21-yard line to set up what was a clear field goal attempt upcoming on 4th and 5. On the Indiana side, this was a no-doubt timeout at the 1:05 mark in an effort to preserve some time on the back end for one of the best offenses in the FBS. Instead, Indiana let the clock run, and Oregon did well to run it all the way down before snapping. The 36-yard FGA missed wide and left Indiana with just 0-24 at their own 20-yard line. Between the lack of a timeout and the ensuing run play on first down, the Hoosiers seemed content to just take the game to halftime. But the run play picked up 14 yards while also going out of bounds with 0:18 left to suddenly change their approach. After an 11-yard completion and a pass interference penalty, Indiana was in business at the plus 40-yard line with 0:06 on the clock and 1 timeout left. This was enough time for a quick surrender play where the Hoosiers could try and get closer, but they chose to use their final timeout on a dead ball and try the 58-yard kick. The kick was made from a kicker who had never made a single field goal in his 5-year college career, ending a highly improbable sequence where superior execution by the players trumped an indifference to the clock from the coaching staff. Harvard 34, Cornell 10. What down is it? A holding call pushed the Cornell offense back 10 yards to bring up 3rd and 25 with 4:43 remaining in the first quarter, where the Big Red made the decision to forfeit the play on 3rd down and have their quarterback punted away, netting just 34 yards on the effort. Give Cornell some credit for thinking outside the box here. The chance of a 25-plus yard gain, FCS teams have converted 6% of 3rd and 25-plus attempts this season, was relatively low, and if their quarterback has a big leg, the element of surprise could serve to flip the field position. However, traditional punters are pretty good these days, and even if a 3rd down conversion is a tough proposition, it is hard to recommend bypassing a 3rd down play that could move a little up the field before a true specialist could boot it away. W in percent FORTEA. In it IALDRIVERTOUCHDOWFIELDGOANOSCORENLSSUGLTONG 1ST in OTSESSRECORD 286, their own 1-yard line. 22, 70%. 67, their own 1-yard line. 40, 32%. 18, their own 1-yard line. 50, 11%. 371, their own 4-yard line. 12, 47%. IONN. Page 141. Also in this sequence, CAI supported the decision by Harvard to accept the holding penalty to make it 3rd and 25 over 4th and 4 for Cornell, though it came with a very small risk of Cornell converting when they already had them stopped. The reward was greatly improved field position for the next drive, and you never know, maybe they'll punt on 3rd down anyway. Texas 45, Mississippi State 38, personal fouls haunt Bulldogs. 2 critical penalties by Mississippi State extended Longhorn drives that later ended in touchdowns. The first came with 13:47 remaining in the second quarter, with Texas lined up for a field goal try on a 4th and 6 from the plus 7-yard line, where a defender went low to free another rusher on the edge, drawing the infraction on the made kick. The Bulldogs had a very low chance to block a short kick like this anyway, and simply avoiding a penalty like this is the #1 rule of field goal defense. The second came on a 4th and 1 roughing the passer call from their own 34-yard line, with the Bulldogs holding a 17-point lead early in the fourth quarter. The pass was incomplete, but the penalty kept the drive alive. And although it seemed innocuous enough at the time, it ended up being the break Texas needed to snap off 17 straight points to tie the game. Just a bit early on the timeout. After Texas evened the score, Mississippi State moved the ball to the plus 42-yard line and faced a 3rd and 6 with the clock under 20 seconds. On the play, the Longhorns dropped Mississippi State for a sack and a loss of 8, which spurred an immediate timeout from the Bulldogs at 0-13. CAI was in favor of the timeout, but would have let the clock run a little more before taking it in the 8 to 10 second range. Waiting until then would have allowed the Bulldogs to run one play to get into field goal range. With a stop, Texas would only have time for one play on offense, which would need to be a Hail Mary with just a few seconds remaining following the Mississippi State play. Calling the timeout as they did, there was understandable concern that, with a 4th down miss, the Longhorns would have had a play to get into field goal range of their own, while the Bulldogs would have still been more likely to end up with a field goal than the Longhorns, given that they had the first crack at the 4th down play, and there wasn't a guarantee that more than 2 plays would be left in the half. The advantage they held wasn't overwhelming, and punting was a reasonable choice to simply go to overtime. Page 142. Chapter 37. Closing. Chapter 37. Closing. End of the CAI Football Training Guide, 2026 edition. Good luck this season, Knights. Go UCF. Chapter 1. Introduction. Chapter 1. Introduction. CAI Football Training Guide, 2026 edition by Championship Analytics Incorporated. Authors Michael McRoberts, Brian Baker, Scott Ash, Rob Ash, Ben McClure, and Parker Rollin. Reader's note: this is the full text of the CAI